Preparing to live stream the webinar. Looks like we have a little more. Still says something went wrong. Come on, computer, don't do this to me.
Well, I'm trying to think.
I mean, this worked when we tested it. Why is it not working?
I don't know. Oh, Brian says you are live. I can hear you both and see Nanette. Not sure she knows that.
Hello,
so
world.
Mute yourself.
So you're muted on both streams, on Facebook and, well, so you're muted on. Oh, I hear myself. Never mind. Facebook. You're not muted anymore on Facebook.
But you can see us on Facebook.
I could, and now I can't.
But you can see us on Facebook.
Now I see you, and now I hear you.
Now it looks like it's live on Facebook, Beth. I think we're good.
Nice work.
Okay, glad we got that all set up.
Told you Nanette was a genius, Pierre.
She is. Yeah, I'm glad you told me that.
Get some things off the printer.
Morning, everybody. My apologies for being a couple minutes late. Sitting here at home, it's easy to be distracted for 60 to 120 seconds. I see that we are waiting on Sean. Does anybody?
There was some technical issues this morning getting in. They were mostly solved, I think, before you got here, but we were showing up with that error message that Lewis emailed us about, and then we had a couple other things going on. But they seem to be all fixed now, thanks to Nanette. You missed you missed all the drama.
All right. And that's Nanette, are you Beth today?
She is Beth today.
I am Beth today.
I think you were Beth the last time this board talked about short-term rentals too.
Let's see, Sean.
Thank you, Randy.
I texted Sean
He's here.
just to let him know that we're live.
Yeah, he's over there. He's just coming over now.
He's
Okay.
coming. There he is.
Sorry about that. I was getting all kinds of security warnings going through the agenda to get here.
Right. Me too.
That's funny that I was able to just click the link and log in. I guess the system likes me.
Or the Chinese or Russians have already taken control of your laptop is probably what happened.
Not just his laptop, buddy.
Okay, well, thank you all for joining. Of course, this is the October 19th meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It's 8:19. So we're running a couple minutes behind due to some technical challenges. First thing on the agenda is administrative approval of marijuana licenses. And just to note, anybody who's looking at the packet, there's one document here that is not relevant to this year's renewal. It was actually the memo associated with last year's license. So I just wanted to have that be on the record. The two with the 2021 year are the ones that are relevant to this year. And I approve those licenses. I note that staff is recommending approval and all the referring agencies are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is public comment. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, you can click raise hand and we will hear you out. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, seeing that it's only commissioners and staff logged in here. Next thing on the agenda is county commissioner updates. And I apologize, I got to grab my notebook. Okay. Who wants to start?
Not me.
All right, the only thing on my list is the opioid region, decisions about the opioid region. I don't know, Brian, is this on your list?
It was not.
Okay. So Jefferson County has asked us to notify them who our appointees are for the two positions that we know we have appointment for. One is a commissioner, the other one is a representative of our public health department. And the intent is probably not that it be a member of the Board of Health, but I thought about that. So, Peter, are you comfortable with us deciding right now who we would like this representative to be, or do we need to wait until it can be on an agenda?
You're fine with doing a head nod at this time. I don't think it needs to be on agenda at this point.
I guess, yeah, okay, we can go back and formalize it. So I know I have a lot of interest in joining this and room on my plate. Who else is interested?
I'm very, very interested in you doing it, George.
Second,
Okay,
that was an easy election.
okay, well, then I guess what we can do is say that I'm going to be the representative, or at least that's our intent. And then if we need to formalize that later, we can. The other piece is the public health department appointee. I did send an email to Tim. I didn't hear back, and I know he's not in the meeting. I would be fine to just say that, just have Tim make that appointment. Rather than, we can maybe, Brian, maybe we could ask you to ask him to let us know by the end of the day so that we can communicate with Jefferson County. Does that sound good to everybody?
Mhm.
Okay. And then just a quick update on other matters related to this. At our joint meeting, we talked about maybe Human Services would want a rural seat and an urban seat. Sarah Casano, our Human Services Director, of course, you know that, that's for the benefit of everybody else, is been in conversations with her counterparts from Jefferson and Gilpin County. What they have arrived at is that there is a very meaningful difference between outcomes and challenges and opportunities in urban and rural areas. And so they wanted all three human service directors to be at the table for that. In some informal conversations, with Jefferson County, I don't think that they will have a problem with that. And they're, of course, talking to their municipalities, et cetera, to make sure everybody else is good with the committee structure. And we'll formalize that later, but that's essentially the update. Oh, and then, and you all probably know this, but we have a mayors and commissioners meeting on Thursday. The cities get a seat to appoint. We should probably make this an agenda item in that meeting and see if we can get to a decision then, so that we can stick close to the timeline that Jeff is asking us to keep.
Yeah, I think I will be at that meeting. I'm pretty sure I will. Might be going out of leaving town that day, but
Oh, cool.
yeah.
I don't have,
CC4CA retreat's the only thing I show, but I don't think that starts till noon, does it?
it's virtual and it does not start till noon, correct?
Right. Okay.
I think that's it for me on manager updates, or manager updates. Sorry, Brian. Freudian slip. What do you all have for commissioner update?
Go ahead, Randy.
I was willing to let it go this morning and move on with the meeting. I mean, there's plenty going on, but a lot of it's the same old stuff, you know. some developments and getting ready for the next CE meetings and bunch of NOCO stuff, ton of that. I guess one of the main things that we came up with was at NOCO was that it feels like we've done a whole lot of good work in the last year and a half. But we don't communicate that readily in a regular format back to the boards of county commissioners and some of the other people that are working on, and that's true in all the counties. We're kind of seeing that. So, and it's easy for me to do it here in the form of these commissioner updates, but I think a regular, either bi-monthly or quarterly report coming out of that would be really helpful so that the value is more tangible. So, I mean, we have conversations about the subject matter and everything, but I think concrete, tangible progress with a timeline so that it doesn't just look like the thing that takes forever, but the thing that's really informing our recreation planning in the future. So, but otherwise, just nuts and bolts on that stuff.
Would welcome that.
The Wi-Fi is live at the clinic as of yesterday afternoon, is my understanding. Only about 6 weeks late, but it's there.
All right.
Is it connected to the giant Thor pipeline?
Yes, that's what I mean. Is Thor is they've had Wi-Fi, but only in the form of hotspots while they were waiting for the Thor connection. And that is that went live as my understanding is that went live as of yesterday afternoon. Hearing that from Northwest Cog and some folks at Bonfire.
Great. Just back to the NOCO thing. Are you suggesting like a written report or like
I think, yeah,
update to the Board of County Commissioners on our agenda?
I think probably. Oh, we'll see how it goes. We're still developing what the idea is, what it needs to be. We need to be regimented in the way we do that. We didn't have reporting requirements, for example, to DOLA, but as a major funder, $200,000 to the organization, we realized that we've run through that 2 years and we were getting ready to talk to them and some other programmatic grant sources to help fund some of the pilot projects that are actual boots on the ground stuff and studying the data from that, like timed entry and reservation systems and different things like that. So we need to, we recognize that we also had an obligation to do more. We're doing a lot of good work. We just have, it's remained so much internally and it needs to be more public so the public understands it. And because we're going out into stewardship education and pilots and then we thought, and it's good for all of our staff in the different counties and the elected officials to all make sure that they've got more detail than they've had up till now. That you have more detail than you've had up till now. So I think that would be important. Probably in the form of a written report, and then we can decide if we want to do agenda, but let's, we'll cross that bridge in a little bit.
Okay.
I've just got two really quick things, and if you guys are amenable to it, I'd probably like to repeat them maybe after lunch when there's more people listening. Number one, I just wanted to let everyone know that I did vote for 4A. I do support the school district, and I'll explain my reasons at another time because they're fairly nuanced. And then the second one was I have heard a little bit of feedback that some people interpreted my statements, my budget statements last week, that I was in favor of reducing the staff size and perhaps involving reductions in force or furloughs or something like that. And that's completely not the case. I was talking more about a philosophical balance. And in the past, we've always used retirements and normal attrition to scale down the size of our government. And if that's the direction that we decide to head, that's exactly what I would propose, or I would support. Terminating people for financial reasons is something that destroys a massive amount of trust that takes years to recover from, or sometimes can't be recovered from. And I view that as the nuclear option that I would never want to use.
Thank you. Sean, I voted yes for 4A as well. And Randy, I heard you express some support last week. I don't know. I mean, it's probably too late for a resolution to be meaningful by the time we would get to it, but.
Yeah, I kind of don't think it's appropriate for us as an elected board to weigh in on that. I think it's perfect for the four of us to do it individually, which kind of has the same effect.
Yeah, I definitely support the measure. And like Sean, it would take a while to explain why that we probably don't have in this meeting today, but I think it's one of the, obviously, people talk about roads, bridges, law enforcement, emergency response to fire, an ambulance, and education as usually their top issues. And education is really the foundation. And public education creates this broad-ranging foundation. And of course, there are good ways and bad ways to spend money in it, but I think this is it's very targeted, and I think it's really defensible for what it can do for the community. And I'm clicking my pen again. Don't know if you could hear anything over the pen clicking, but
Yeah, I can hear you. And I gave you the gentle, hopefully that's helpful. Anyway, so, well, thank you, Sean, for that. And is there anything else for commissioner update, or should we hand it to Brian?
next time just say stop clicking your pen, because I thought you were giving me a thumbs up to what I was saying, and then I realized that it was my pen you were mimicking. Yeah. So.
Okay. Brian, I think the floor is yours. What do you have for us? You're muted.
I'll just do this, Randy, if you start doing it again.
That will take all the attention away from me. Thank you.
I don't know. Excuse me, I don't remember if it was last meeting or when, but Sean had asked an update on the fire authority study, EMS study, and I had a chance to speak with the assessment team end of last week. They had a small setback. Their main lead of their team was out of country and had a pretty major health scare. Given we're in a public meeting, we'll leave it at that. But it was serious. So that set him back a little bit, but he's back on track. Right now, the ball is in our court. So it's in the fire authority's court. It's in EMS's court. They're reviewing a lot of the data that's included inside the reports. I believe Brian has provided his feedback to the team, and we're waiting on the fire authority to do the same. So we're hoping that's going to happen this week. And they should have a pretty major draft for us to review after that. So we're close to being done with that study. We also need to figure out a date for a retreat for the board and I and staff as we get into some of the strategic objectives of the board. So I'm hoping we can identify a Tuesday, a non-meeting Tuesday, where we could hold that retreat. I was talking with Sean yesterday, and he suggested the use of an outside facilitator. I'm a trained facilitator, and I think that's a wonderful idea. It would allow me to be at the table with you, and to have someone else who's responsible for process and for keeping us on track, et cetera. So if we agree with that, I will go out and find us a facilitator. It does mean we probably want to push out a little bit just to give me time to find the facilitator and to ensure that we can coordinate dates. But I am looking at non-board meeting Tuesdays. So 11/23 is the week of Thanksgiving. 11/30 would be the week after. So those are both, we have 5 Tuesdays in November. So we could target the 23rd or the 30th or December 14th, which would give me the time to find the facilitator and ensure the dates are going to work for that.
The 30th is CCI Winter Conference.
Okay.
I don't have any other conflicts on any of those other dates.
So the 30th is out.
Yeah, I'm going down to Santa Fe over the long Halloween weekend, but I'm unbooked other than CCI until New Year's.
So the 23rd, the week of Thanksgiving, that might actually work. Okay. Well, I'm going to hone in then on 23rd to the 14th.
23rd of, I'm sorry.
November.
Okay.
That's Thanksgiving week. I'm not at this point showing I have many staff, or only one, so if we target that date or the 14th.
Brian, where would this be?
I think we'll do it in the boardroom, or we could do it somewhere else, actually, now that I think about it.
We could do it in maybe in Idaho Springs in the meeting room. If they
Yeah.
don't-
Yeah,
upstairs.
I just had the same thought. And maybe offline, if you want to shoot, if you have any thoughts on a facilitator that you've seen in the past, I know I have some contacts here in the state, but if you have any thoughts on that, I'd welcome those, so. All right, the other item I have is meeting start time. The three of you are asking for a consistent meeting start time to this meeting. So maybe the three of you can agree on what that time should be right now.
6.
6 a.m.?
Just so you know, so the organizing resolution, the one that sets our meeting dates, has it at 9 o'clock unless otherwise noticed. And the one that you are reviewing today similarly maintains it at 9 o'clock unless otherwise noticed. So just to throw that out there, that would be the presumable time, but
Yeah, just selfishly, I always have the most energy before noon. So I would even be open to something as early as 8. But again, I love the idea of having it consistent so that everyone in the community knows. I mean, I was excited about telling everybody my support for 4A and looking, there's nobody here to hear it. And that's because people didn't know the meeting started at 8:15.
Mhm.
It's up to the three of you.
I can be flexible. Thought was probably put into 9 o'clock. Maybe there's some staff reasons that 9 o'clock was selected. I'd be fine to start at 8 or 8:30 as well. I realize that staff may benefit from that hour to get to work and do those things that are always there in the morning. So, I mean, I think I could defer to staff on a window between 8 and 9. But-
I speak for Beth. I'm sure she appreciates that time in the morning as we're prepping to get ready for the meeting itself. I mean, we'd split the difference to go 8:30.
What says you, Randy?
I'm thinking 8:30 probably for the same reasons. And same reasons, for example, it varies everywhere. I'm willing to do whatever. But like I said, I think in our last meeting, I don't care if it's 8 or 9 or when it is, as long as it's a regular thing that I can count on.
I think 8:30 actually.
Especially more so the public can count on because they get used to coming. It's like our COVID report. 11 o'clock on Tuesday became a regular thing, and everybody knew.
And the commissioner updates and the manager update, I know they're important to us. They probably aren't quite as important to the public. So I kind of like the rhythm of us knocking that stuff out before 9 and then hitting the ground running at 9 with more of a substantial topic that involves, an outside stakeholder or something kind of business related. So I think 8:30 works well.
And then public comment probably at the 9 o'clock point too, someone at or right after that, so that people don't show up for the meeting with a little bit of confusion like that. But knowing, for example, that we're going to get into the meat of it more at 9 o'clock, and if people show up for that and find out it's too late to even say anything, it's a little bit of a slap. So.
Okay. Just the final comment from me is that Brian, if you're talking to staff and they've got a different reason, I'm happy to revisit this. I don't know how Randy and Sean feel, but
Yeah, same.
All right, so I'm hearing 8:30 start start with the updates and then move into public comment. Okay. All right, those are my two main topics.
okay. Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is an interview for the Planning Commission vacancy with Michael Tansey. I realize it's 3 minutes early. Michael is in attendance. We could start. is silence consent in this case?
Sure. Oh, I didn't know that was a question. It didn't, somehow the inflection wasn't quite.
Okay, well then let's get started.
Morning.
Good morning, Michael. Thank you for joining us. It's been about 8 months, I think, since we last interviewed you.
Yeah, it was a while ago. Yeah. Been a busy
and-
time.
Yeah, Beth may have told you the background. At the time that you interviewed, we were a little heavy on representation of the Planning Commission. That's changed due to some resignations. And I think that we wanted to bring you back and just kind of refresh the interview. Who wants to kick this off?
I guess we don't have a particular agenda for interview today, like the list of questions that we kind of thought about last time. And so I guess one of them would be to refresh us on your view of community input and how the constituency that lives within your area and then broadly throughout the county affect your decision making on planning commission and thereby land use, your advisory decisions going forward.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think, as we discussed last time around, my interest in doing this was just to be able to participate at some level in the community, in the best area that I could in terms of providing some support. My background has been primarily a business background. I've had a fair amount of operational experience, and my approach to this would be to look at the most affected constituents, gather as much input as possible from diverse opinions about land use. Sort of work through that collaboratively to sort of identify what the issues are and sort of pull that together. So my view of the role is one of data gathering, one of looking at the diversity of opinions around the issues of use, and making recommendations based on that input. So to me, it's more a job of gathering opinion, weighing the options, and looking at that within sort of the broad strategic directions of the county.
Thank you for that. And Randy, that was kind of the question that I had on my, not kind of, that was the question that was on my mind too. Just related to how we deal with real-time comment is a really important part of it. The other one is how we interpret sort of standing comment that is in documents like the master plan.
Yeah.
I think when I look at the master plan, I kind of look at that as the outcome of a pretty robust community engagement process, more robust than what our short land use processes allow for. And so I know I tend to put a lot of weight in what's in that document, and try to refresh myself on it on a semi-regular basis so that I kind of know what's in there. One of the complicating factors is that document says a lot of things about a lot of things, which can be hard to interpret. And so I realize I'm not doing a very good job of arriving at a question. But what are your thoughts on how you would use the master plan for guidance?
I mean, I think it's with all master plans, and I have read the document, which I think is as you say, it's a very comprehensive document that covers a lot of different and in some ways competing sort of competing trends in it, and I think with any kind of document of that scope, it needs to be refreshed. It needs to get sort of looked at from sort of a tactical and operational standpoint, I think on a fairly regular basis. And I don't know the process there. I mean, I know that the master plan has sort of gone through a sort of major cycle every 10 years. I don't know what the process is in terms of the commissioners reviewing that and saying, okay, from a strategic framework standpoint, this is still the same, but we're tweaking this. We're reassessing the priorities that are in there on an annual or a biannual basis, to say these are the things that should be governing land use across the county as a whole. But I think it's something that probably should be looked at and probably should get some public input on a more regular basis than the master plan cycle itself.
The last part where you said public input, that last sentence or so, how much public input should we get and could we get in revisiting a plan as I will kind of say like painstakingly arrived at over, with a pretty exhaustive process? I'm wondering, to undo or to adjust, to make those adjustments, how much public input should we have? Who should be involved in making those changes? Because it sounds like they would be changes to the master plan. And if we're going to change the master plan, how exhaustive would the public process be to do that? Something I hadn't thought of.
Well, I mean, I'd rely on you guys to tell me how how you've done that historically, and I'm not suggesting that that the county needs to redo the master plan every couple of years. I think it becomes an issue of maybe focusing on 2 or 3 issues that have evolved or migrated, and getting systematic input on those. Sort of getting some sort of directional input. I haven't, spent much time with the actual planning commission meetings, but I did review the minutes that have been published, and it feels like the public input is pretty robust on specific issues. The ones that I'd point to would be the cell towers in Echo Hills, where I think you obviously were in a position where you could gather a lot of important input from the affected parties, sift through that, and take a look at it. I wouldn't suggest that the plan needs to be reviewed every 2 years, but there may be there may be tweaks to it that it's worth getting public input on, and I think that the direction of that, I think, would have to come from the commissioners in terms of how manageable that would be within the context of everything else that's going on.
Yeah, that last part is, I think, a key part of the challenge. But you make a good observation. Facts on the ground change. The housing affordability situation is dramatically different than it was just 4 years ago in 2017, as an example. The other thing, and I'm curious to hear your comments on this, the master plan lists a number of goals, kind of an exhaustive number of goals. To what extent are you interested in trying to sort through those goals and prioritize and try to accomplish them? I realize a lot of those goals wouldn't be executed by the Planning Commission. But opinions from the Planning Commission about which of those goals should be pursued are welcome. Do you have any thoughts you want to share on that piece of it?
Well, I do think, and I mean, this is, as you say, the Planning Commission's role is, it feels is mostly transactional within the context of the overall strategy. But from a priority standpoint, I mean, and this is just personal opinion, I think the increasing corporate focus on environmental, social, and governance filters on activities are something that could be applied to land use and planning going forward, and getting some sort of set of expectations in terms of what those priorities are across the county and how it affects the master plan. I think would be useful for a longer term perspective and to provide a filter on priorities. So I would certainly be interested in having those discussions about where the county priorities sit, particularly in areas like sustainability.
Thank you. Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Michael, I really appreciate, as a fellow business owner or business guy, I really appreciate your perspective. And I don't think it would be good for us to have all non-business people or all business people on a board, but I think in general, it's a perspective that we could use more of and on all of our boards. And so I'm excited that you're interested, and I appreciate your nuanced understanding of the master plan. And it's one I think that I share.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any other questions, so I'll echo that. Thank you for being thoughtful and reading the document and coming again for another interview. I think last time, well, let me check with Randy and see where we're at before we close this out.
No, I think, no, go ahead. I thought you were talking really good.
I was just going to try to give you some reasonable expectations for the process moving forward. I think last time I told you that we would make a decision in a matter of weeks. I think it took maybe a month or so for that decision to happen. In this case, I think that we are more prepared to make a decision. We have, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, we have 3 seats and 4 applicants. And I think that it's our intention to make a decision about all those applicants that we've interviewed and fill up this planning commission in the coming weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think the next, I would say very quickly in a small number of weeks would be my guess, just to get it behind us.
Yeah, we might even
More like get it done than get it behind us.
So to that end, go ahead.
Yeah, just from my perspective, I would enjoy the opportunity to participate and volunteer in these, in supporting the county in whatever role seems most appropriate. I mean, my intent behind this was not to say, oh, I absolutely want to be in the planning commission. It was to say I want to be able to provide some support. I have some experience that I think would be useful in a variety of different roles, and if I can help, I'm ready and willing to do that. So that's what was driving my my interest in applying here.
I would just say, I don't know that there's any restrictions on people volunteering for more than one board.
Okay.
I don't think there are written ones. I would encourage you to spend some time on the planning commission and get a feel for that workload before you jump in, but I don't hear you trying to jump in either.
Absolutely.
So, okay, well, our next scheduled meeting is November 2nd. It's my hope that we have an agenda item on November 2nd for us to make appointments to the planning commission.
Yep, we gotta be ready for that.
I'm expressing that as a hope because I don't know what else is on the agenda for that day right now, but anyway, I want to thank you again for your time and your thoughtfulness. And I think
Okay.
we can declare this interview complete.
Thanks. Appreciate your time, guys.
Thank you. So we've got 15 minutes before our next item. We're running fast today. It doesn't feel like this is a long enough window for us to jump into executive session.
We only have that one item to discuss, but I doubt we can do it in 15 minutes. We could certainly start, though.
Well, and are we sure that staff is ready for that discussion as well?
That's a good question as to whether Amy's on the call.
I think it's better than a 15-minute exec item is my guess. It's going to take longer than that, but I don't know.
The other option we have is starting, well, the other two options we have are taking a break for 15 minutes or starting our quarterly update a little bit early with the Clifford Fire Authority. I do see that Kelly Babian is here.
He is. I need to put more coffee in my coffee cup.
Okay, then let's start that one on time and we'll get some coffee and see you all at 9:15 for our quarterly update with the Clear Creek Fire Authority. Okay, good morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
We'll get started here in just a moment when the rest of the team is back. Okay, well, it looks like we're all here. It is 9:17. This is our quarterly update with the Clear Creek Fire Authority with Kelly Baby and the fire chief. Kelly, thanks for joining us. What do you have for us today?
Good morning. I sent 3 things to you. One was a operations update that Jeremy put together, and I believe he's going to be trying to join us. If we could make him a panelist, he could go over that and answer questions for you. And then I have our current roster that shows our activity with volunteers. And we sent another document. It's 4 years history of our shift program with the people that participate, and it shows how many shifts they do per month. So I would, I guess, ask you which one you want to look at first. I don't see Jeremy's name there, so I'm not sure if he's on yet or not.
I'm trying to move him over. He's got to click an option to agree to move. Here he comes.
And once he gets on, the wildland stuff that we're doing is, I think you'll find that interesting, and it's very excited that we're moving that direction. He's really got some good stuff going on.
Good morning, Jeremy. Kelly, I don't have a preference for which one you start with. Sean, Randy, do you?
Okay, well, I'll just start with our volunteer roster. It is still fluctuating quite a bit. We have a lot of activity with shift volunteers coming in from out of county, and part of the success of our program is once they get some time under their belt and some certification and training, several of them are getting hired on metro departments, so they leave us and we then get a new group. I think we have 7 coming in to do a 36-hour academy, a basic academy, and then they'll be able to start doing shifting with us. We have moved 4 of our shifters into full-time paid positions. We just put on 3 full-time shift firefighters. They came out of the volunteer shift program. We promoted one of our shift lieutenants into a paid captain's position. And then we have our training officer he's in a captain's position as well. So right now we have 24/7 shift lieutenant and a shift firefighter coverage. And then during weekdays, during regular business hours, we have a captain on full-time, and they overlap on one day. So this chart I gave you shows training history for 2015 through 2021 for each of those people in the volunteer program. And then it also shows the shifting activity for those people as well. The second sheet of that shows the people that have left us. It doesn't say anything about where they've gone, but it does show that we have probably close to 60 people that have left over the past 3 years. So that's quite a rotation in and out. And I think there's a lot that goes on with that. And the biggest thing is the housing issue. And I think that is quite noticeable with all businesses throughout the county as well. The workforce has a lack of housing. As you can see on here, the majority of our people have a firefighter 1 or better, and the majority of them have an EMT or better certification for medical. We don't do transport, but we do assist the ambulance group on most of their calls. We don't go to the ski area or Henderson, and we typically don't go on any calls that are psych or mental health type issue. So we do go on the majority of those calls with the ambulance as an assist agency. Does anybody have questions on anything on those sheets?
Hey, Kelly, thanks for the update. I guess I have one question and apologize, I've asked it before, I know. If you guys are able to keep track of how many shifts people work, why is it hard to keep track of how many calls they run?
It's not. We track that in our ERS program. We just don't pull it on a typical report. If you would like to start seeing that, we can pull that for you and send it to you.
Oh, perfect.
I'll include it on the list that George gave me the other day that I'll have to you here by the end of the day.
That's perfect. Yeah, I know in my past experience, oftentimes you see a pattern of a relatively small amount of people running a huge amount of calls, some people running almost none, and then the rest of the people are kind of in the middle. So I think it would be interesting to see kind of whether that's the case at the Clear Creek Fire Authority or whether you guys have a different dynamic.
Okay, we'll see what it looks like.
Maybe I'm confused. I thought that was the information in the document titled CCFA Shift HX.
That just shows their history per month for shifting. So you'll see how many shifts they sign up for the month. And it has a total in that far right column.
Yeah,
So,
like some shifts you'll get no calls and some shifts there'll be a snowstorm and you'll get 8 or 10, it just depends.
yes.
And then the hope is that volunteers who are not on shift are also responding. Is that correct?
We do for significant events. As you can see on there, our county, our local roster is quite small because, well, these people, half of these people are property owners and the other half aren't. So we're getting down very low on community volunteers. And that's why we're so aggressive with the shift program, brings the out of county people in. And it's also why we have asked for some paid staff so that we are sure that we have a minimal amount of people for a 24/7 response.
Kelly, have you ever thought about sweetening the pension benefit to make it more attractive for volunteers to serve for longer periods of time?
We haven't looked at that. Typically, our people are only here, this new group of people are only here for, 1 to 3, maybe 4 years, and then they leave. So we don't have that many people that would be even approaching a 10-year vesting for a half pension at age 55. And these guys, most of these people are in their 20s. So the pension plan, which they have access to if they choose to stay on, it's really not much interest to them. So what we are looking at is increasing our shift stipend money from $50 a shift to $70 a shift. And then we reduce how many shifts they can do a month. We go from 13 down to 10. And there's some interest in that with some of the people we've talked to so far. So we're going to try that and see how that works out.
What is the monthly retirement benefit, pension benefit, if you put in your full 20 years there right now?
It's at $450 a month.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I know I think it's something I've at least noticed in some other departments that people who make it to 5 years or even a little bit more, all of a sudden 10 years starts to appear in their headlights. And the idea of getting, in some districts, $300 or more a month for the rest of their life. And I believe it starts at age 50, not age 55, or at least it did in my personal case.
Yeah, it's 50. I misspoke on that. Sorry.
Yeah. So anyway, I just think I'm just trying to kind of brainstorm out loud, think out loud about ways of increasing the attractiveness of the volunteers, because as I said in the past, you know, we're in a strange type of a situation with a lot of risks geographically spread out across a large area, where there are certain events. In my case, it was, you know, the downtown fire in Evergreen, where we needed 50 people to put that thing out, and it's a risk that the full-time paid model can't address.
Yeah, you know, we talk about it all the time, how to get people going, and it just seems like, you know, right now, one of our volunteers that quit with a medical issue just sold his house in Georgetown for $400 a square foot, and they're going to leave the state. They weren't planning on finding another place, but with that kind of cost, you know, only people with money are coming in and buying property, and a lot of those are turning into short-term rental. And I think the countywide housing, workforce housing, is in a disaster state right now.
Yeah,
And
I don't disagree with that at all. The only thing I guess I would gently point out is the affordability in Evergreen is a lot worse, and
I'm sure.
their system's working.
Well, actually, I had talked with one of the guys from over there, and they were interested in our shifting program because they were starting to see a reduced amount of volunteer coverage there as well. And I didn't get into any detail with that, but just a few minutes after that, the Foothills Fire Chief, I had a conversation with him, and they were having the same issues. So I think we'll see that across the state, that's going to become more prevalent. And we're going to have to keep being creative on how we find people to come in here and help us cover shifts.
I think you're absolutely right. And I remember when I first learned about you setting up that program, I believe I took a good bit of time to compliment you. I think it is I think you're a thought leader, and I think that was really innovative. Again, I think that there's a need for both. And the last thing I'll say, you mentioned wildfire. I was at a meeting at the Evergreen Fire Protection District last week, and there was a number of community members who were extremely concerned about the wildfire risk. And they were talking about, I think it was Elk Creek and Evergreen and a few other departments had brought on seasonal crews in the summer to do wildfire mitigation, and essentially to be also hand crews in case of wildfire. And I know that's yet another expense that we probably don't have money for, but I believe I wouldn't be surprised if this type of conversation starts happening in the Clear Creek Fire Authority when the homeowners are becoming increasingly concerned about the risks that we all face.
And that would probably be a good time to let Jeremy talk about what he's got going on, because we're moving in a direction for mitigation, and he's gotten some grant money for that. So I'll let Jeremy talk to you.
Good morning. Yeah, Sean, you're exactly right. It's becoming a huge issue, and it was a conversation with Evergreen and all the chiefs on that side of the hill, and myself early in the year with some guys at Larimer County. Same thing. It's homeowners are more involved now than ever, which is good and bad. So if you look at our history, we'll start here for the whole thing. My greatest fire loss total and historic loss per year is 23 acres in 1 year. That was the year we burned the area around Shadows Ranch. We average 4 acres or less. Most years we average like 1.2, 1.3 acres of total fire loss in the county per year, which that's a big deal for me. That's the number I look at is keep fire small, get on quick. So what we're doing, and we've been going down this path for, actually I was wrong, I told George a year yesterday, it's been about 18 months with DAPC. We're trying to become a type 1 IA module, which is currently an overhead position, which is kind of odd, but there's some changes going on. Our goal, we're very good. This comes from the sheriff's office team. This is not a fire authority. It's just started with the sheriff's office. We're very good at doing remote fires and keeping them small. And that's the model that works. So we're trying to put a type 2 module in place that's actually a deployable resource. It's rostered, it's certified. We're working through that right now. That module could also do mitigation work, but I'm not looking at doing mitigation work on individual houses. I don't care if you, as a homeowner, need to cut down 40 trees or cut down 2 trees and you can't do it. That's a homeowner issue. At least at this stage of my thing. My concern is how do we get fire breaks in? So if you look at the watershed, Crooked Creek Upper Watershed Study, which took all the CWPIP data plus some Forest Service current risk data from 2007 through 2017, that's the data set we're going to run off of. Saddleback has 3 projects that are in the top 12. Top 12 critical projects identified, most of them, 8 of those are watershed protection or stream restoration, stuff like that, which is critical to the watershed. 4 of those projects were wildland fire mitigation projects. 3 of them are on Saddleback. So we're focusing on those. 3 on Saddleback, and one of them is Georgetown Reservoir. So the Silverdale project, Silverdale area above Georgetown and around Georgetown Reservoir is very much in need of mitigation for about the last 30 years to keep a fire from occurring on Guanella Pass and moving right into Georgetown. We know that. So that's our focus, is mitigation projects that include fire breaks and access improvements to those areas that protect watershed. I did write 3 grants last year, and I've got 5 grants right now that I'm going to submit probably next month if they do open up the state forestry grants. So we're actively pursuing money for those. I know it's a different philosophy, and it's gonna upset certain homeowners because every property owner we do evaluation on wants their property mitigated by somebody besides them, as we're finding out. We can't take on that kind of a task, but what we can do is put in large mitigation projects that would effectively improve the safety of entire neighborhoods, and that's what we're going for. So we're going to go through the process. Probably in January, we do a records evaluation for the agency, and then we start field evaluations for the module, hopefully in May for next year as a path for that. We are going to start the Saddleback. There's 17 acres in the Sawmill Gulch below Clear Creek Drive on Saddleback. That's the highest #1 priority project. The next project is just above that, above Clear Creek Drive, and there's one at the entrance of Saddleback. We're trying to get those projects kicked off to now and next spring. We're gonna do a little bit of work before the snow hits and try to do some pile burning over the winter to get that done. And then the Georgetown project is actually 45 acres total. And if you've walked that area around Georgetown, it's extensively overgrown. And if we have a small fire started by even any one of the homeless campsites that are in that backside of the area that we found in the last year, we're going to have a hard time keeping that fire out of from affecting the Georgetown water supply, which affects then town of Blackhawk, Golden, Arvada, and Westminster. And it's about 470,000 water users that get affected by a single fire in Georgetown, just to kind of put that in perspective. So that's the direction we're going. We did get $31,700 from the watershed board members, municipalities. That will fund our equipment for mitigation. So we're going to get that bought this year. I'm going to continue to apply for grants, but I'm going to do as much mitigation work with my current crews that I have while I seek out grant funding or any kind of funding for that matter. And we've been working with George as a Forest Authority board member. Do we include 2 mills into whatever mill levy increase? 2 mills of that is needed to cover mitigation wildland response. So we know what that cost is. The next step is how do we frame that, and then how do we get that to the voters, and how do we get the municipalities to agree to the increase in costs? So those are all projects we're in the middle of right now. And that's listed in front of you on the operations update. And the other thing I didn't cover is we did do another Firefighter 2 Academy in July. Got 6 individuals through that, and I think 4 out of the 6 have already finished their testing process as of last week. So we're pushing pretty hard for certifications across the board. If you look at our cert sheet, the chief presented you, the goal is everybody that says firefighter 1 on there becomes a firefighter 2. Every firefighter 2 becomes fire instructor 1, and so on and so forth. And that's working. It's a slow process. Testing with the state is incredibly slow. If Sean remembers how quickly it was when we did it, you can sign up and take a test in 30 days. Now we're looking at 6 months out for people to get their tests, and we're having people travel to Greeley and other places to get a testing slot because of COVID. So it's slowing some of our process.
Is hazmat still the hardest part of getting through those curriculum, those tests?
It's still the hardest test. Well, actually, hazmat and fire 2 are pretty equal right now with the fail rates. It's pretty remarkable. We're seeing about a 50-50 fail rate on both those tests. They revamped fire 2 last year. It's a new test bank, and yeah, some people luck out and some people get 80 out of 100 sprinkler questions, as we joke with them, but that's what they're seeing. So it's been pretty hard for them, depending on how hard they study. But and if you look at the next thing on the, I did attach a current. This far wildland roster. That's the second part of the operations thing. That there's 45 people on that roster. That's my DFPC roster. And if you look through that, majority of the people are firefighter type 2, which is the basic wildland firefighter. It's backwards from everything else in fire. We are working on qualifying firefighter type 1 and IC type 5s on there. We've got a couple in process and several that have finished. And then we're
What's
working
IC?
on incident commander. So type 5 incident is a basic fire. This is a basic fire that can be handled by 1 or 2 truck crew. Doesn't require outside resources, doesn't require aircraft. Next thing up would be a type 4 fire, which is the majority of fires we keep as a type 4 fire. Could do multiple, might last multiple days, require multiple agencies involvement, and usually require aircraft. We have 2 IC4s, myself and Chad, who works for CDOT, is also one of a type 4 IC for me. So we do have 2 in-house IC type 4s. And for trivial fun, I'm trying to get my type 3 AC, but that is a long process. About a year into that process, so I'm working through that now. But,
Hey, Jeremy,
yeah.
what percentage of the fire authority responders have their federal red card, which allows them to participate on federal wildfires?
We're probably pushing almost 90%.
That's awesome.
It's required for us. We made a decision several years back that it's a super simple step.
It is.
To get to 13190, the issue we have usually is the arduous pack test.
And that's literally the arduous pack test.
Well, and ours is worse because we do remote fires. We've changed our arduous pack test. We're allowed to ask for more. So ours is 4.5 miles versus 3 miles. You have an additional 20 minutes on top of your 45 minutes to complete it. We made that change last year. Everybody successfully passed that, and that's kind of the change. But that's as we go towards this deployable module, there's a higher degree of us having to have the ability to walk farther in the woods with our gear than historically drive up, get out of the truck, put the fire out. So we were ramping up our requirements accordingly to meet that standard, which worked out well when we went to Boulder. And actually this week last year we went to Calwood Fire as a module and put the anchor in for that fire in a remote area. So that's kind of the direction we're going, and we're adding firefighters. This next 7, I think 5 out of the 7 already have 13190, and we've got a couple people coming back that were on the Alpine Hot Shots this year. So they did a year with the Hot Shots, and they're coming back and bringing that skill level back to help teach our new people. So the program is working. It's just probably slower than I like. I'm not the most patient individual. I want to get things done now, but I understand everything takes time, and it's even slower with last 2 years with COVID. Getting people qualified is even harder than it's ever been. So open to any kind of questions on that bulk of information. I know it's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I would just a couple of quick comments. I really commend you on going after the grant dollars. Eric Schmidt's the EMTS funding section dude from CDPHE, and I just texted him. He said, you guys haven't applied for a grant in 10 years. I know that we've really been successful on the EMS, Clear Creek EMS side of getting grants to the tune of, I think, almost $200,000 a few years recently.
Mhm.
And that money's out there. And I happen to be one of the grant scorers for obviously non-Clear Creek applications. And I see plenty of grants from agencies just like us. So if you're looking for grant money, I would start my search there.
We're going to do that. We're on year 2 of our EMR program. We're a state EMR training facility. We're pushing towards EMT down the road. So we are going to actively pursue.
Will you define
EMS
those?
provider. What's that?
Will you define those acronyms for me?
Emergency medical responder. It's one step below EMT. So we've been running our people through that. And we're working with Eric as the next step. We're going to try to get funding to expand our training program. That's our next step. And then we've got some additional backcountry medical equipment. We're going to try to get funding as we progress. We did get the Lucas device funded last year via grant, which was great. And then we're looking at kind of where we want to go from there as far as grant funding.
Yeah, there's definitely money out there for EMT school, for paramedic school, and stuff like that, for sure.
That's the next phase. And that's what Don Kugel is coming on full-time as a captain, but he is on actually, I think he's the chair for the Chief Training Officers Association for Colorado. So he is heavily involved in those programs, and that's his focus here, is to keep driving our agency forward, and funding is part of his focus. So you should be seeing applications from us for a lot of this stuff as we look for opportunities. It's kind of all I got for the highlights, unless you guys have additional questions. We can talk about mitigation for weeks.
Just as an update to Sean and Randy, Kelly and Jeremy and I sat in on a meeting with Chief Ouija, really for me to understand what Evergreen Fire Rescue is up to. I think Kelly and Jeremy already knew. That was one of the things I observed in the meeting. I learned they are spending $800,000 a year on wildland mitigation, and their constituents are asking for more. So my takeaway from that is that we should be asking the voters whether they want to pay for some more robust wildland mitigation. The rates of mitigation we've been doing historically are clearly not adequate, and I'm not trying to impugn anybody who's been doing what they have with the resources they have, or what they can with the resources that they have, but I think it's time to have a conversation with the community about that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead. I have something to add, but finish, please.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, I've been having some thoughts about kind of the direction that we're headed. And one of the things I think that would be pretty useful to do before we start talking about what I would view as tactical tax increases to kind of solve the problem of today and the next few years is really think about where we're headed. Because one of the things that I've seen that concerns me is the more paid staff you bring on a combination department, the more demotivated the volunteers get, and the harder it is to maintain a volunteer force that has any capacity or really benefit. And I think we might be headed down the road of the death of the volunteer system in Clear Creek. I certainly hope not, but I think it would potentially be accelerated by adding more paid staff. And, you know, we can talk about whether you believe that or not at some other time, I guess. But one of the things I think that would be useful as fiduciaries and stewards of our public money is to kind of play that out and think to ourselves, what would a full-time paid department look like, and what would our actual ability to protect the community against risks? And I specifically think about neighborhoods like St. Mary's, because it would be very expensive, I think, to have full-time staff dedicated just to St. Mary's. But if we don't have staff up there, what happens when your house catches on fire and you live in Alice, and no one's going to show up to help you for half an hour or more? So anyway, I think at some point it would make sense for us to have a conversation about what the long-term impacts of our short-term decisions are and make those decisions, with our eyes wide open, understanding where they're leading us, where they could be leading us.
I think that the other macro piece is what we were just talking about, and not to belabor it and be redundant, is when we talk about wildland fire, of course, bad one in time, we receive outside resources to help battle it because it's to the benefit of not only our own locale, but to keep it from spreading. But the catch is that quick response that we've kind of been noted for being able to knock stuff down very quickly. But if it takes a lot of work, if you have an all-paid staff, it can get to feel like, snow plows in Atlanta or something. You have, not that it isn't incredibly needed here, but what it would take to have a staff local ready to respond at the scale that could be required for that in short order. It seems like with a paid staff would be a tremendous lift. And I mean, that's just the takeaway from all the conversation that led up to this. On the one hand, the structure fire is really important, the ability to get up into someplace like St. Mary's and keep it to try to mitigate those folks' losses, number one, but also to keep that from spreading into a wildland fire, the fire that goes the other direction. And anyway, I just wanted to throw that out, I understand the conundrum about a volunteer versus a volunteer, which can have a more limitless size, versus assuming you can find the people, versus a paid staff that you've got what you paid for. And that's how many you're going to have.
Yeah, the only thing I would add, I totally agree with that. The other thing I would add to that is our commercial district, protecting our commercial districts, right? If we have one crew, one engine in Georgetown in the future, and we have a commercial fire that spreads to a couple buildings, that's a scary situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I know from having asked that very question of Kelly and Jeremy in a board meeting that I don't think anybody's under any illusion that this tax base can afford a fully professional system. I look at this shifting model as an excellent response to the fact that our local volunteer numbers have dwindled. What occurs to me just right now is that the shift model also isn't going to get us to where, we can really scale up in terms of a quick response. And the only thing that can really do that our tax base can afford is to have more than 7 active local volunteers. And so I just now I'm kind of feeling like that's something I'd like to see us focus on, adding to the shift stipend to improve the shifting system is excellent. And doing a deep dive on how volunteers can be attracted into this system and retained within this system is of crucial importance. And a tax measure or anything else isn't going to solve that problem.
And I think there might be tools that we haven't considered, like housing stipends and basically ways. I think you make great points, Kelly. And one of the fun things about being in this job is we're not talking about simple problems, right? Staff is very smart around here and they solve all the simple things for us. So by the time they come to us and we have these conversations, we're dealing with problems that are not easy to solve, that involve trade-offs that are not obvious. But I think I totally agree with George, and I think we need to get creative. And I think it really is important to try and really fight hard to keep the volunteer system alive, and make it attractive and possible to attract people in the community. Yeah.
I would be happy to sit and brainstorm with any of you on all of it. It's pretty frustrating sometimes, but it's also, the challenge is very stimulating to say the least. So we are trying, we talk on a regular basis within our staff, and one thing that we haven't really put a whole lot of effort to lately is our volunteer local recruiting effort. And I'm not sure how that's going to work out and look, but we're going to be on top of that, trying. It's just it's a constant battle to keep people in the community interested. And one thing that we might have to look at again is to take a look at the run requirement, because we lost 5 people when we put a minimum run requirement on, and those were pretty valuable people that quit volunteering with us. So there's some things we can look at, and we're going to stay on top of it.
Yeah, one other thing I've seen other departments do is a call stipend, and I've seen them as high as 10 or 15 bucks a call. And that just tends to kind of take a little bit of the sting out of being a volunteer and helping to pay for your gas and putting new tires on your car. And I've also seen things like equipment budget to be able to spend on equipment, safety related equipment beyond the basics that the department provides. So if you think in the context of the cost of a paid service versus spending more money to support the volunteers and the volunteer system, I appreciate, Kelly, that you're open to that conversation.
Yeah. And just to add for you, we do have a volunteer incentive line in our budget that we let active people, will reimburse them for boots and stuff, upgrades to their personal equipment. And that's where we pay for our barbecues and our parties and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and even, I've seen other departments send volunteers to Indianapolis to go to the big annual fire powwow. I can't think of the name of it right now, but stuff like that actually is beneficial for their skills and helps the citizens too.
We've been spending quite a bit of money sending people to Wildland Academy in Colorado Springs, and we've put our officers through the Colorado Chief Officer Training curriculum. They go stay 4 nights, I think it's about 2 times a year, and we've had our officers go through that. So we'll keep looking at that, and we keep putting most of our effort goes into training the people, and we'll just have to keep after it. If there's a chance to get maybe at one of the mayor and commissioner meetings to spend a little time talking about the workforce housing, I think that's going to get worse, but I would like to stay involved in that as well and keep that going.
Yeah, I was talking about FDIC in Indianapolis. I just remember.
Yeah, I understand that. For some key people that are very active, if they are interested in stuff like that, we are open to sending people out. That gets pretty pricey. I don't have anything else unless you have more questions. I think we're close to an hour here. I don't want to mess up your schedule.
You know how sensitive I am about that. I don't think I have anything else either, except maybe just to observe that these challenges are part of a broader trend. We have on the school district side, we have our housing stock has remained the same, our population has remained the same, and somehow half of our student population is cut in half since I graduated. Almost 20 years ago now. And so we have some structural things that are going on in our community we can't control. They're out of our control. I would look at the school district as a model for how to, I think under their current leadership, they've really embraced thinking beyond their challenges, thinking around their obstacles. Randy was saying in another meeting the other day, when you're skiing the trees, if you look at the trees, you're going to hit them. So maybe we should be looking at the opportunities and kind of shooting for the gaps between the trees and just try to have that positive growth mindset around opportunities. I think there are some serious ones, like one of them, well, never mind. I'm just going to stop because you guys know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I just say, I know everyone shares the opinion. We really appreciate all the work that you do for the community and appreciate these updates. So thanks for coming to pay us a visit.
Thank you for saying thank you. And we can come visit anytime that you want us to show up.
Okay. Well said, Sean. I second that. So the next thing on our agenda, and we are a couple of minutes early, is the consent agenda. Maybe we just dive into that. Thanks again, Kelly and Jeremy. Is there a call to pull anything off of the consent agenda?
As I'm looking at the agenda, I will just express my preference for the old format that we had before that had all the pages instead of the links. I find that one a little bit easier to deal with, but I'm looking right now to remind myself of what was on there.
That's interesting. I feel the opposite. I mean, and it's not a large matter, but I like to have the individual documents so I can save them and have quick access to them rather than trying to look through PDFs that are hundreds of pages, months after a meeting.
All right, it's taking me a little bit to pull them back up. There it is. Is number 4 the SWAT one on the that's on the consent agenda, correct?
Yes.
I would love to hear a little bit more about that, just because I'm completely ignorant about partnering with Gilpin on that. And it doesn't necessarily, I don't necessarily want to vote on it separately. I would just love to hear a little bit of a readout of what we're doing there.
Number 3.
Yeah.
Is that, I think that's, unless I'm looking at the wrong agenda, I think that's number 3.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I see Rick has joined us. Good morning, Rick, or Sheriff Albers.
Sorry, I was in the middle of switching to panelists. What was the question?
Hey, Rick. Yeah, this is Sean. I was just curious about the SWAT thing that's on our consent agenda. I'm not concerned about it. It's news to me, and I was hoping that we could just get a little bit of a readout about this partnership with Gilpin.
Looks like the sheriff's computer is having some technical challenges.
Mr. Wood, this is Under Sheriff Bruce Snelling. How you, real quickly, it was about 4 or 5 years ago, we'd entered into a
Mr. Snelling, we're having trouble hearing you.
I haven't heard anything since the first 4 or 5 words.
So I may be able to just jump in here. It's probably
All right, are
easier.
we back, Jim?
Yes.
Peter, we're back. Are we back?
You are back.
I think it's the, oh, I'm
You're
gonna
gone.
leave the video off. Can you hear it? All right, this is Under Sheriff Snelling. He'll explain the MOU.
Can you hear me all right?
Heard that.
All right, since they are having technical difficulties apparently. So this
Are
SWAT.
you there? No?
Yeah, there's-
Yes?
We are. I heard that, but you're breaking up pretty well. Oh, and he's gone. Okay. Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
Okay, so this intergovernmental agreement is kind of a standard agreement that you tend to see with other counties that counties engage in. Essentially, we're agreeing to perform SWAT services and have a collective weapons agreement with them, as well as perform SWAT services and allow them, Gilpin Sheriff's Office, to also help with us in SWAT circumstances. Generally, this does not come up a great deal, but you'll recall last year we had an incident in the county where SWAT was required eventually to come out. So this is more of just a preventive thing to make sure we have an agreement in place. There was an agreement back in 2012 for this, and it just wasn't renewed and continued. So this is the new agreement. Nanette also worked on this. I don't know if Nanette, if there's anything to add other than what I just said.
That sounds like a good recap, Peter. Thank you.
Okay. And the sheriff's office did reach out to us and ask us to help prepare that.
So it sounds like this basically is a continuation of something that was already in place and nothing new. All right, that's all I wanted to know. I'm good. I don't have any other.
I don't know if you can hear me now, but I didn't stay on long. I'm over in a retreat in Gilpin County, so that was a good summary. I guess I didn't hear half of it, but if you have any questions, you can give me a call.
Yeah, the only thing I mentioned, Sheriff, was that any costs for this were coming directly out of your pocket, your personal account.
Lunch
Yeah,
money.
okay, sure, sounds good.
So we're not doing it.
Zero is zero.
That should confuse everyone.
Yeah. Anybody who's listening that's confused, that was a joke. So I'm going to go ahead and read the consent agenda. Item number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item number 2, consideration of approval of renewal of ambulance license for Evergreen Fire Protection District. Item number 3, consideration of approval of intergovernmental agreement by and between Clear Creek County and Gilpin County to establish a collective special weapons and tactics team for mutual aid. Number 4, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-85, supplemental appropriations to Clear Creek County funds.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. The next thing on the agenda is consideration of approval of resolution number 21-71. This is replat case number PA 2021-0002 for Staten/Denton at Pine Valley Heights. Let's give it just a moment to bring over the necessary folks. I see Adam Springer here and Fred Rowenhagen. And
They should all be coming. Sorry for the delay.
no worries.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Mr. Springer.
Okay, if you guys are all set, I think we've got the applicants here. I can go ahead and get started. If you're okay, I'm going to do a quick screen share here. Okay, you guys should be seeing a little PowerPoint I have. It's mainly going to be for visual representation. This should be pretty short. It's a pretty straightforward request, but please feel free to ask questions. So the first slide I have right here is going to be a vicinity map, just kind of showing the general location of where this property is located. It's going to be located in the Pine Valley Heights subdivision area. We have the county line right here. This is the Clear Creek County Jeffco line. We have Highway 103 coming in here, Old Squaw Pass, and Little Squaw Pass right there. So if you zoom in a little, you can actually see the subject property here. It's a 1 acre property. It's zoned MR1, which is our most common residential zoning. And so are the rest of the lots in that area are approximately 1 acre in size and also zoned MR1. Some of them have been combined, and there's also a couple of them that have had replats too in the past as well. So the request itself is fairly, again, straightforward, pretty simple. What the applicants are proposing to do is essentially dissolve the platted building envelope that resides on the property currently, which is kind of this dashed line, kind of hard to see here. And then they just want to revert to the existing setbacks, which are 30 foot on all sides for the MR1 zoning district. So to kind of just give you a little back history, so building envelopes are a tool that are utilized with the creation of new lots, usually during subdivision, some type of subdivision entitlement process, subdivisions or boundary line adjustments or whatnot. So that gives us the chance to put in a developed area that's essentially going to be free of land use issues. It's essentially a health and safety tool and also a protection of the environment. So it's going to hopefully exclude things that are like floodplains, geologic hazards, wetlands, steep slopes, that type of thing. So yeah, at this point, they're just kind of proposing to dissolve that. We'll go into a little bit on why. So here's the original subdivision that was platted for Pine Valley Heights in 1950s-ish. And you can see at this point in time, there were no building envelopes. This was before zoning regulations. This is before 1972, state subdivision law. So you can see that they platted roads, which is a big plus. A lot of our old subdivisions don't even have that, but no building envelopes, which is pretty typical of the older subdivision lots. And then in 1995, and this is the plat I have up right now, there was a boundary line adjustment that included several of these pieces of land within the subdivision, but not the whole subdivision. And when they did this boundary line adjustment, they rearranged parcel boundaries, but they also put in some building envelopes. And you can kind of see these square areas in the middle of the lots. Here's the subject parcel right here. And then that's the new building envelope that was put in there in 1995. I'm not really sure the intention or why it was put in there. I looked through the case file and couldn't find any type of notes. It was pretty common practice back in the 80s and 90s to have fairly restrictive building envelopes. And I think these were put in mainly just to reduce that footprint for building. And you can kind of see how these are located pretty centralized in that lot. So my thought is they were probably included in that area just to, restrict the setback a little further. It didn't really appear that they were put in there for any type of land use concerns or any types of those issues. So that's when the building envelope was actually put into place. So the main thing that staff looks at in order to formulate a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, and also what the Board of County Commissioners utilize to make the decision on whether or not to approve or deny such a request, is the criteria for a replat. And there's really two main components for the criteria. The first part is how does the proposal change the intent of the original subdivision plat. So we kind of want to make sure that what they're proposing doesn't really deviate too much from the proposed plat. It's kind of in line with that. And as I kind of showed before, the original subdivision plat didn't have any building envelopes. And there really wasn't any type of reasoning, at least that we could find, why the building envelope was put into place other than just to restrict that development area further and create additional setbacks, probably, to enhance that buffer space between property is our thought for that. And then the second one is really a compliance with Article 14, which is the design standards that we have in our subdivision regulations. And that's kind of what I was talking about before. That's the health, safety, also environmental protection piece of that. And that really includes, again, the geologic hazards, wetlands, floodplains, steep slopes, setbacks from, stream banks and whatnot. And I went through in my staff report and really detailed each one of those and have a response for those. But in general, staff does feel that the proposal meets both of these. We did a site visit to the property, which is pretty standard practice. And then we also utilized mapping software from the different state and federal agencies to understand what types of potential land use issues exist on the property. In this case, we looked at anything from geologic hazards from Colorado Geologic Survey to wetlands data from Army Corps to floodplain data from FEMA, just to understand if there potentially could be any issues. And then we follow that up with a site visit to really get our hands on the ground and see if there's any of these issues. And honestly, this property is fairly flat, especially for Clear Creek County standards, and there's already a home on the property. And we don't see any issues with conformance with Article 14. I will say too, we received only one response, public response from Stefan and Katie Bergeron, and they had no issues with the proposal, how that works. And I also too wanted to touch, normally something like this would just be an administrative process because it's a fairly simple request and the criteria is fairly straightforward. But because in 95, that plat, you can't really see here, but it's in your packets, there's a condition that says any types of revision to this plat needs to go before the Board of County Commissioners. There's also an interesting piece here too that says any type of revision also needs a unanimous signature from each of the property owners. So on the draft plat that we have before you, there is actually a signature block for each property owner to sign on that they're okay with this proposed change. So with that, the staff does recommend approval of the request, and I'm happy to answer any questions. We should have the applicant available as well, which is Lori Staten. So yeah, happy to answer any questions, and she may have some stuff to add as well.
Thank you. My only question is the signatures that are required on the new plat. It sounds like you haven't received them yet. Is that the case?
Yeah, that's the case. From my understanding, the applicant has gone out to try to get some assurance that they can get the signatures. We did work with the attorney's office to come up with a way to feel comfortable about how we receive these signatures. And that was actually, I think we originally worked that out with Bob, and they felt comfortable about having those actually on the plat instead of some type of email or some other type of written response, which makes sense. So that's why they're kind of at that point, which creates a little bit of a, I guess, some hope that they can get the signatures. They're kind of going through the process, but it gives us some good assurance. And also, if we look back years later, we can see that, okay, all property owners definitely signed on this. So.
Okay, and I don't see a problem with moving forward with the Board of County Commissioners decision before those signatures exist. Any other questions before we ask the applicant what they have to say? Not seeing any. Ms. Staten, do you wish to provide any comments? As a courtesy, you're currently muted. There we go.
There, no comments at this time.
Okay, and then let's deliberate. Sean, Randy, what do you think about this?
Adam, very complete report as always. I noted your recommendation for approval in the report, and I'm good with that. So no questions.
Randy, I think I saw you say same.
I said the same thing as what you just thought I said. That's correct.
Zoom is getting us better at reading lips. I'm fine with this too. And so if somebody wishes to make a motion, feel free.
It's easier to say that than actually to stay muted. I'd like to, let me go back to the beginning here. Actually, let me just come right over here. Yeah, I move that we approve resolution 21-71 for the replating of case PA 2021-0002.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much for your time, commissioners. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We wish you luck. Next thing on the agenda is a 10:30 transit update. So why don't we go ahead and take a break for 12 minutes, reconvene at 10:30. Morning, Anne Marie.
Good morning.
That's the water I left on my desk yesterday. Instead of putting it in my car, I went and rode Lookout Mountain on my bicycle and forgot the water bottle. I did that once on Mount Evans too. Forgot the water bottle. Not cool.
Mm-mm.
No, that's important. You're flying solo today, Anne Marie.
I know.
You know that.
I know. I know. She said I'll do fine. So we'll see.
My confidence is high.
A lot of information.
And we'll get started here in just a moment.
Yep.
Okay, it's 10:30. This is our update on the transit system with the award-winning Anne Marie Smith.
Thank you. So Roundabout Transit's our update. I'll just slide through these. So what we've done so far in 2021, we've certified 4 defensive driving drivers so they can actually train outside of the county and inside of the county as far as our drivers go. We also have 2 certified pass drivers, which is passenger assistance safety and sensitivity, which we can also train outside and inside the county for. So we're looking at additional funding for the transit department. All of our drivers currently are certified in first aid, Narcan, CPR, and everybody is detox certified, which is the DDTOC for defensive driving. We are still working on our past presentation and getting that up and running to be able to train the rest of our drivers in that. I've gone through supervisors training for NACO. I got a master's graduate certificate. That was a great course. I really enjoyed myself. And then I got the certified community transit supervisor certificate this past spring. And then I just did transit 1 course with CASTA in the fall. We did do a survey for ridership and we got exceptional feedback from riders as far as ADA and how we treat our riders and how much help we give them. Everybody seems to be really, really pleased. We are currently in the process of getting 3 new vehicles. We have 1 coming hopefully by January. The other 2 applications that we submitted were for 2 more cutaway buses and 1 ADA van. It's our only option right now. We are looking into the Sprinter-like vans. Unfortunately, they don't have pre-written contracts for those yet. They're currently working on that. That's something new that CDOT is running. We have exceeded our ridership from 2020 and all past years by at least 50% or more, and every month it keeps going up. So here's our ridership totals. As you can see in 2020, our highest was, that was a good month for October, was 834. But since then, we just keep growing. So we're currently at 1146, and that was for September. And I don't have my current numbers for October. We started a new sheet program for tracking, so I can tell which hours are our best and which ones are our less ridership, so we can kind of narrow down what's better for transit. So for the future, we've been looking at electrifying our vehicles. We found a couple different options. One is the fuel cell, a hydrogen fuel cell, and that's up in Fort Collins. It's also in NRail and Golden. California started this 20 years ago, and they're trying to make their way out towards the East Coast. Utah has it, so we're hoping we'd be the next one in line as far as reaching across the states. The other one is the Grand Valley Transit Department, which they take their sewage waste and they produce a gas, and then the vehicles run on that. So we're looking into both of those. The hydrogen fuel cell, it looks like they can help us more with funding and paying for the facility itself. So both of those are on the board. We are also getting AEDs, which are the automated external defibrillators for the buses. We're waiting from EMS to get those. The other thing is there is a new Clear Creek Community Connectors group, and they reached out to me regarding homelessness in our county. There will be a green bus that we will be transporting homeless people to in Evergreen during in transit bad weather, inclement weather. So we haven't done that yet. So we're waiting to hear back from Evergreen as to when we can look forward to taking people up there. It's just safety, especially with the increase here in Clear Creek County. The population is growing and we need to make sure that they're safe and not stuck up in the mountains someplace freezing.
I welcome that. I know I'm probably not the only one that has driven people over to that emergency shelter in Evergreen.
Yeah.
As a storm approaches.
Yeah, and now they have, it's called the green bus. So we're hoping that our Walmart bus will be able to connect with the green bus at some point and do that transfer so they can get them safe. We were chosen as our county to participate in the Swatch Labs, which we would put 12 diagnostic readers on 12 county vehicles. 3 of those are going to go on our buses. The other 12 are going to be on just random county vehicles. And it'll be able to, and we get to keep these. It'll diagnose vehicles, mileage, fuel, GPS, speed, engine diagnostics. It'll let us know what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, what we could fix. This will really be good for our buses, seeing how we put quite a bit of mileage on them a week. And that'll be starting soon, and then my drivers will be trained to install them on all the vehicles. This is one of the new EV options that we're looking at. It's the hydrogen fuel cell, which takes water and breaks it down into hydrogen. It uses less water than a restaurant does in a day. It takes about 5 to 8 minutes to fill. The station is no more than 2 train cars, either wide or tall. We did visit this hydrogen facility up in Grand Valley, no, not in Grand Valley, this is where Beth comes in, Fort Collins. They don't have it up and running yet. They have had it up and running. We would be the first in the state to, as far as transit, to get it going. We're looking to hook up, and this is in my next couple slides, we're looking to hook up with Summit County and all these counties along the I-70 corridor to get hydrogen fuel cells, so we can hopefully make our way with EV through the state. The other one, like I said, was CNG, created from sewage. That does take a little longer at night to fuel up. It does take 8 hours, just like electric. So that's why we're kind of focusing more on the hydrogen fuel, and they're going to help us with financial opportunities. Here it is, New Day Hydrogen Talk with Centennial, Grand Junction, and Summit to install hydrogen stations. So that way, like I said, the I-70 corridor, we have so many vehicles coming through. We'd like to be in on that. It's easier for our buses. It doesn't weigh them down like the batteries do. There is no climate issue, like hot or cold. It's still going to run the same. They did have, AAA has signed a new contract with them, and they will be the first to make stations, not for transit, but just refillable stations. And that's going to start, I believe they said, in the next 6 months.
So let me get this right. You can now run your vehicles on French fry oil and sewage. It sounds like McDonald's may be able to solve our problems.
Right? No, it's literally, it's water. There's no oil. It's just water. It was really interesting when we went. It was a very good tour. They're interested in working with us, and like I said, helping us with funding, which I always look forward to. So we're currently looking into new software. Everything that we do right now is all manually, whether it's counting riders as they come on, our preventative maintenance, our post and pre-trip, it's all hand done. There are 2 companies that we're reaching out to, and it measures ridership. demographics, passenger counts, pre and post trip, and these are all done on the tablets. Just makes it more hands-free for our drivers to focus on the road and stops. And it makes it easier on my end for the data counting and gathering. Connections is one of them. It's an all-inclusive company. They have everything that we need. They are a little bit more on the pricey end. This is something that I'll probably share with you later on when we decide, who we want to go with. But they do everything, and they're involved. Automatic voice announcer, which CDOT is something that they want us to get. It announces the stop before we get there. There's also signs that tell you where we're going. And this is for hearing impaired and visually impaired. It helps them also. There will be GPS tracking, ridership tracking. It'll tell us what's going on with our vehicles before we do our pre-checks. And then it helps out with post and pre-trip reporting. The second company is TransTrack. It's also part of TransSign and, pardon me, Intermotive. So it's a bunch of little companies that come together to support transit. And right now we've only looked at their fleet management, which is the preventative and post and pre-trip. And it definitely is in my price range, and can be maintained and worked. Super simple to set up. Like I said, and I've got a couple more calls out to fit in the other programs that the other company has all inclusive. But I'm looking, like I said, to fund this with the best data as I can at the least cost. That's my focus right now. We have been applying for grants like crazy. I love free money. We did get the SRSA grant. We got 100% of that, and it covers 100%. So all transit needs are being taken care of for the next 4 to 5 months right now. We did reapply for the 5311 2022 funding, and we're also requesting additional funds. So instead of our general fund being this amount, we're hoping it rises because our transit has risen. We've hired more employees, we have more buses, we have more stops. We have a potential funding that we applied for state planning, and then the additional vehicles, which I spoke about earlier, we're waiting to get approval on those. And then we are getting a new cutaway bus, hopefully. It said by 2020, by February. I'm hoping sooner. We'll see. But we definitely need those buses. It's taken a toll on ours. We get our oil changed every 2 weeks, so that we are on top of CDOT regulations, and we keep our vehicles maintained accurately. Anybody have questions?
Yeah, quick question. I'm sorry, I must have missed this. What's a cutaway bus?
A cutaway is it has a truck chassis or van chassis, and then the cutaway for the bus seats that go on top, like the top. Let me pull up a picture.
And my other question is, I'm thinking about being more nimble and efficient and wondering what the average number of passengers we haul at, and the possibility of maybe using a smaller vehicle that's more efficient and will eventually be able to, well, it's just more efficient, I guess.
Right, and that's what we're currently looking at, is they're not Sprinter vans. CDOT can't approve Sprinter vans because they're not made in America. Any vehicles that we get through CDOT have to be made through America. And that's how we get our vehicles very, at discounted prices to us through CDOT.
Yeah, and I know Sprinter is a brand name associated with Mercedes.
Correct.
But I believe that Dodge and Ford have similar types of.
They do, and we have been looking at those. But like I said, when we do the price agreements for our applications, they don't have those set up yet. They are just now going to table to discuss if they can start putting those type of vans out there. And that's our goal, is to get those kind of vans. They're better up here on mileage. We don't go through as many tires. They're not as heavy. They're better on the mountains and the switchbacks. So that is essentially our end goal, is getting these cutaways. So a cutaway, this is the cutaways. So the chassis is different than the back end.
Okay, I got you.
Compared to like a full-size bus. These are more R-type because they can go down our side roads. They can, go down the county roads and not take up as much space as the big charter buses. But like I said, the vans are our number one. We're waiting. We're on hold right now until we can get some of those.
Yeah, one thing you think of it, I think it was Gilpin County had a bona fide transportation system that I want to say it used like a Subaru. So, I mean, there are other more nimble solutions that are out there.
There are. It's just our grant funding is what makes or breaks us and decides what we're going to get for the next year.
Well, one of the things to think about is the Ford vans that Pegasus is using. There are some smaller, they're a little smaller capacity units, but CDOT is deploying them. And so since they're deploying them starting in the next month or two on I-70 and for other purposes as well, they're going to try to use their fleet for that may be a type of vehicle that has. So when you go back to that cutaway van, what's the capacity of that van, the passengers? 14?
14, and then or you can do 10 and 2 wheelchairs.
Right. That's fairly similar to what these other units, which are they're kind of like a Sprinter, but it's Ford's version. It's a little off. And
right.
Anyway, just thought
that's what
if CDOT is deploying them themselves right now, then they probably are something that would qualify. But
this, let's see. The van, the van that we're looking at, nope, that's our cutaway. The van that we're looking at is more of a Dodge full-size extended roof van. And that's all. We have also requested that for 2022. We're waiting on approval, but that was the only van that CDOT was available for contract through Davy Coach. There are a lot of red tape and a lot of hoops that we have to jump through for CDOT for our funding and buses. So that's definitely on our list. We're trying as hard as we can to push forward. The other option is if we do go to hydrogen, they might be able to provide us with those vehicles since they're looking at sharing the cost with us. And then we'd be able to step up on that a little bit faster.
Well, that sounds like a great idea. I was just throwing out the Fords because I know that they, when CDOT looked at them, that's what they were picking in the same thing for the same general purpose, except longer range.
Right.
So anyway, thought I'd throw it out there that I know CDOT's approving.
Yeah, those are definitely a better vehicle for our terrain and our weather. It's just getting to that spot, but I'm so excited. I look forward to it.
To the extent that you need a policy change for us to use a vehicle that is better for our environment, that's already been acknowledged by CDOT as being better for our environment. Maybe this is an area where this board can provide you some support.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to kind of describe the rules that you're talking about, in the changes that could make, and I'm not saying right now, but
yeah, no, I totally get it. It's and it took me a couple of Zoom meetings with CDOT to finally understand the process and what we can and can't do. So because Davy Coach already has these policies written up for us, they're already ready to go. So CDOT accepts them as is. We can go out of our region and get something else, but it requires probably 6 to 8 months more worth of work when it's already done. So by the time we actually get this work done, it'll be 2023, and hopefully we're hoping by before then, CDOT and Davy Coach will have those vans ready, so we won't have to do all the legwork. That's kind of what CDOT does for us, is all that legwork. But I am happy to get any kind of help and look at different resources. That's all I've been doing. I've picked out vehicles myself and said, why can't we get these? They're on our approved vehicle manufacturers list, and they're like, no, there's a process. Like, okay, so yep, I've been down that rabbit hole a couple times.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure I'm not the only one on this board that would be excited to jump into that rabbit hole with you. And maybe what would be helpful would be to just have like something written that helps us understand what the rules are that could be changed to allow for us.
Yes, I can definitely get that for you guys. And then I can also send you what our van will be that we've requested for our 2022 funding for a vehicle.
the buses we're currently using,
Mhm.
what are those? Are those cutaways? Is that a
Those are
different?
cutaways. They're all cutaways.
Those are cutaways, okay.
Yep. Anything else for me?
Just doing a quick time check. Looks like we're good through 11.
And if you guys haven't ridden transit, I really highly suggest it. I have a great bunch of drivers that really, really care about all their riders and what they do and how they do it. And it's really amazing, the team that we've built over here. I'm really excited and proud of all of them.
Yeah, the thing that I notice from my perspective of walking along the road is that the drivers are definitely aware of who's out there on the street and smiling and waving at people, and just seem to be satisfied with their jobs.
I always tell them, you're wearing a county logo on your big bus, so let's make us proud, and they do.
Yeah. As far as the conversations you're having about fuel cell versus CNG, I think I would support either option. It sounds like you are leaning towards the hydrogen fuel cell model.
Yes.
For some good reasons. The thing that occurs to me that I really like about the CNG model is that we currently have methane emissions that are just being vented into the atmosphere.
Correct.
If we could capture those and put them into our vehicles, I would be curious to know, which one has the better climate impact,
I would
positive
too.
climate impact.
And where Grand Junction has the CNG, and a couple of my drivers took a tour over there because I was in class. And they found it interesting. It was really too quick. So we're gonna try and get over there again to get a more in-depth tour. What I look at when I'm doing this kind of stuff is charging time. How much downtime? What do we need? How much do we have to pay for? Who's going to help us on the other end? And New Day really has stepped up and said, look, this is what we want to do. We want to get you included, to where we really haven't had a chance to find that company to do CNG with us. I have been looking, but again, going to Grand Junction would help us redefine some of those questions that we have about CNG. It does take 8 hours for a bus to, I guess, refuel for CNG, and it only takes 5 to 8 minutes like a normal vehicle for the hydrogen. So that was a real bonus for me to think about it like that.
What are the safety implications, if any, around hydrogen? I think everyone remembers the Hindenburg and all of that.
We discussed that actually when we went up to tour the facility. Beth came with us, so of course, that question was asked. And the easiest way that they stated it was the hydrogen didn't catch on fire. It was actually the surroundings of the balloon that was what caught on fire. The hydrogen is so lightweight that it dissipates up into the air. So if you have a spillage, it doesn't catch on fire. It goes right up into the air. And so we were kind of shocked, and it was kind of like one of those, you take your deep breath, you're like, oh, that's good to know. So that was good. There's more of a fire hazard with fuel than there is with hydrogen.
Good to know. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. And if they did mention, if hydrogen started before fuel did, we would be better off in a forward moving motion. But because fuel has been the easiest and the number one, that's just what they ran with. So it's just interesting learning about these different fuel avenues.
Yeah, and we may not know this. I'm just kind of curious. What happens when hydrogen gets released into the atmosphere? I imagine it turns into something non-dangerous, and
yes, it comes from water, so it just goes back up into the air and it dissipates. It just rejoins the atoms in the air.
Okay. Well, I definitely, Anne-Marie, appreciate all of the research you put into this, and I can see how passionate you are about having this job. We're lucky to have you.
Thank you.
it might be that the charging times are important enough that they kind of make this decision easy. What's in my imagination as a benefit of a CNG program is that we have wastewater treatment facilities all over the county. And I haven't looked at the numbers, but I have a hunch that if the municipalities knew they had a customer for that gas, they might be able to, obviously after a capital investment, realize savings and lower rates for water users in the cities. And if we could do that and reduce carbon emissions.
Right, because we have 3 facilities right now that we could be using and turning into a gas to run these vehicles. The problem is I don't know the popularity of it, since I know about hydrogen and how it's trying to move across the states, and that California's been doing it for 20 years. They've been doing something right. So I need to get more information as far as the CNG, and I need to go visit and be one-on-one with Grand Junction, because that's how I got started with the hydrogen. I was able to talk to New Day, get in their ear, find out what their plan is or what's been done already. Right now, Grand Junction is the only CNG in the state. And as far as I know, Utah and Arizona and California don't have those options yet. California has a few, but that's what I'm looking for also is what's gonna make I-70 happy. And if hydrogen's already in California and in Utah and in Arizona working its way this way, it's almost that connection. But I totally understand the CNG. We've got the resource here to use it. It's a catch-22. Like, we got to make the best decision for us. In terms of what that is, I'm not sure yet. So.
Well, we have 2 options that are a lot better than diesel.
Yeah. Well, and we removed the batteries, the fuel cell batteries. Those are just way too heavy with our terrain. And then the batteries have temperature issues. So when it gets too hot or too cold, they don't run as well, or our AC or our heat doesn't work as well. So I have done my fair share of research on the batteries with the buses. Now vehicles, that's a totally different story, but with the weight of the buses being already heavy, this would add quite a bit more poundage onto that.
Yeah. Well, I'll echo what Sean said. You clearly love your job, and it's good to see there's all this great thought going on.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the riders are excited, which makes me happy. And just so you know, we are trying to be more a part of the community. We're doing the trunk or treat this year for Idaho Springs and Georgetown. We're going to do a haunted bus. So if you want to come and stop by, please feel free. We'd love to see you.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Anything else from anybody else?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Have a great day. Next thing on our agenda in just a couple minutes is a COVID-19 update. Thanks for sending the update yesterday. So I was able to find it and open it. Why don't we go ahead and get started? Community knows you fairly well. This is Dr. Tim Ryan. What do you have for us today?
Good morning, everyone. Let's do the numbers, shall we? So across the country, we're at 45 plus million confirmed cases from the beginning of this pandemic. Case rate is now at 83,576 per day as a 7-day average. Hospitalizations have decreased over the last 7 days across the country, although there are pockets that I will speak of that have not changed. Fatalities, we've now lost 725,000 plus Americans due to what is now preventable disease. Current rate at 1,528 per day as a 7-day average of Americans lost. 2-week test positivity rate across the country is at 5.8%. Contributing factors to the spread, the unvaccinated and the Delta variant driving the vast majority of it. Currently across the country, only 57% of the American population is fully vaccinated. 67% have had at least one dose. Here in Colorado, different story. Current number of daily cases is now in excess of 1,841 as a 7-day average, and I'll show a couple slides here in a moment. 2-week cumulative incident rate across the state is at 484 per 100,000. Hospitalizations, almost 80% of those currently in the ICU are the unvaccinated. Currently, 45% of ICU ventilators are in use, and this number is in need of context. 88% of hospital ICU beds currently in use, although we don't have 100% capacity potential due to lack of staff. Currently, and these numbers are actually out of date, there are now over 1,000 individuals in the ICU across the state. 2-week cumulative incident rate, 2-week test positivity rate is at 7.4% across the state. Contributing factors, as you heard, almost 80% of those in the ICU are unvaccinated, as well as the Delta variant driving all of this. Across the state, fully vaccinated, we're at just over 71.5% of the eligible population is fully vaccinated. Additional 6% or thereabouts have at least one dose. Here in Clear Creek County, we've had 15 cases over the last 7 days, currently 23 active cases, 36 over the last 2 weeks for a sum total of 753. We've added several hospitalizations over the last several weeks. We're now at 36 hospitalizations and 5 fatalities. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 369 per 100,000. 2-week test positivity rate is at 6.2%. Contributing factors to the spread, the unvaccinated. Testing updates, same as last week. We have testing available twice weekly here in Idaho Springs on Tuesday, Thursday from 8 to 2, and Mondays available in Georgetown, same hours, 8 to 2. Vaccine update, lots of information coming out this week around vaccines. We're waiting for guidance coming on Thursday from the CDC around booster shots for both the Moderna and Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So hopefully that will lend us some understanding in terms of what we need to do over the next several weeks. We are ramping up. We have plenty of Johnson & Johnson and Moderna vaccine to give out boosters pending that guidance. Pediatric updates, nothing to report at this point. The FDA External Advisory Committee is meeting October 26th. It is highly likely they will approve it for 5 to 12-year-olds, at which point it will probably be 3 or 4 weeks after that, by the time all the hoops are jumped through before we can begin to disseminate the vaccine to that age group. I'd like to share a screen, if I may. Can you see that?
Yes.
So this is last week from the state, from CDPHE. It is a graph showing the trend over the last many months. You see here on the far right, the plateau that we have been at for the last 3 to 4 weeks. And now over the last 2 weeks, we've seen an increase in cases across the state. Today, what is today? Tuesday. Tomorrow, Larimer County is putting in a mask mandate for the entire county in all public places. Poudre Valley Hospital has been at or above capacity for the last 2 months straight, is why they put that in place. As far as pediatric cases, this graph gives an indication of what's really going on. So the top 3 lines are from 6-year-old to 18 plus, 18 to 21. All of those lines indicate significant increase over the last several weeks. That trend is continuing now. The pediatric cases in ICU have more than doubled over the last 6 weeks here in the state of Colorado. I've been getting lots of emails questioning why we're doing what we're doing at the schools, and this is exactly why we're doing what we're doing at the schools. The under 12 are completely unprotected, and the vaccine rate in the middle school, high school is less than 35%. So this is why we continue and will continue to have mask mandate and testing at the schools. We need to do all that we can to protect our children, and I take that incredibly seriously. Any questions?
I just had a really quick one. It's not a big deal, but I was feeling sad and thinking about Colin Powell, who recently died. And you mentioned that this was now a preventable disease. I feel like he probably did everything he could. And there's an element of this pandemic that is killing people that's maybe not preventable, other than him retreating to a isolation chamber.
Correct. Yes, there is a small segment of the population that this isn't preventable. It is a likelihood. But for the vast majority who are unvaccinated, who do in fact get COVID and do in fact end up in the ICU or in the hospital, it is completely preventable.
Yeah, one other question, thanks for that. One other question I had was related to the booster shots. I did just see that my own personal physician has them and is doling them out in advance of the approval by the powers that be. It sounds like a lot of people are expecting the approval to happen soon. What are you hearing and what are your thoughts?
So as I said earlier, the powers that be, if we're going to use that term, are meeting this Thursday in a couple days. The external advisory committee to the FDA has already approved it. It now requires the FDA and subsequently the CDC to determine if in fact the dosage is appropriate and the populations they're going to be targeting. That meeting is going to take place on Thursday. It is very much anticipated they're all going to give the green light and begin that process. So we are here ramping up, trying to make sure that we have everything that we need to make that happen. So we're waiting to determine if it is in fact a full dose or it is a fraction of the dose previously received. That's obviously very relevant information. So we'll see, hopefully by the end of the week and beginning next week. If we do have the green light, we're anticipating having several clinics throughout next week and the following week to accommodate anybody, particularly that first several hundred here in Clear Creek County anyway, that was first responders and those sorts of folks, as well as our elderly population here.
Yeah, thanks. I think I read in some financial rag too that there's talk about mixing and matching and basically allowing people to get boosted with any of the vaccines, no matter what they originally had. Are you seeing that too? And do you have any thoughts about that?
That's the rumor. Again, we'll wait and see what they say on Thursday. I don't want to say something and then Thursday they say it turns out we decided not to do that. So I've learned anything over the last 18 months, it's not to make predictions until they happen.
Yeah, I heard once that predictions are really hard to make, especially about the future.
I've heard that as well. But to your point, there is some literature out there indicating that using an mRNA and the J&J in combination over the life of your your vaccination does prove to significantly improve your immune response, which makes physiological sense that we're not going to really get into today, but it does make some sense. And there is some valid data out there to suggest that that is in fact one way to move forward.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, doctor. That's all I think I had for you.
I'm just curious. I know that we're falling into the bottom half of the state in terms of vaccination rates. When I try to think about the various demographic factors that might be driving that, I look at other counties and I see that I don't establish a pattern or something that's unique about Clear Creek that would cause us to be falling behind. Obviously, if you had an answer to that question, you would be implementing the solution that you have in mind. Maybe I'm just, do you have any thoughts on why our vaccination rate is lagging and any thoughts on how we might be able to respond?
So a good question, George. One thing that we do know is in just looking at the data and looking at who has been vaccinated and who hasn't, what we've gleaned so far is it's really parents and their children. We've done a really great job of vaccinating the 65 plus. We've really done a really great job of vaccinating certain segments of the population. Where we're lagging is in that, right, parents are the ones determining whether they're under the 18 years of age child should get the vaccine or not. So it's really about understanding that segment of the parent population and trying to get as much information out there as we possibly can. I've had several conversations over the last week with parents. I'm at a loss. Their adoption of misinformation and non-fact-based information is mind-boggling, and how dismissive they are of facts and dismissive they are of what's going on. So I don't know how to address that aspect of it. We have gone to great lengths to offer them at the schools. We're going to continue, once it is approved for elementary schools, to have clinics at the school and do it that way. It's really trying to better inform and educate the population. These vaccines have been given to hundreds of millions of Americans and billions of people around the world. The clinical trials have been as rigorous, if not more, than any other clinical trial in human history. So it isn't about safety at this point. It isn't about efficacy. We know it is a very effective vaccine. It's really overcoming the misinformation that people have unfortunately adopted and aren't willing to budge.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing that strikes me is that doesn't matter which county you're in, you have access to that information or misinformation. And yet something's different here in Clear Creek County. And I don't expect that you would, obviously, like I said earlier, if you have the answer, we would be implementing the solution. It just feels like there's something that Clear Creek County is doing that we shouldn't be, or are not doing that we should be, that could get us closer in line to other similar counties. And so that's a problem that I haven't thought carefully about in any point in the last month that maybe we all want to.
Yeah, for me personally, it is a point of frustration. I mean, if you look at the vaccine rate among school children in this county, it is comparable to any other county, right? And parents going in and getting their children vaccinated and not asking a single question about the varicella or MMR or any of the other vaccines that they have readily and knowingly gotten their children vaccinated. Yet this one somehow is different for them. And so it's really understanding what is it about it that's different. And so it's a point of frustration for me, to be sure. And as you know, we're working with an outside entity to try to figure out what marketing or what message we can get out there that will maybe change the course of where we're headed.
Thanks, Randy. You look like maybe you had something to say.
Yeah, I was thinking that generally I agree with you, just from a George, from just a sheer circumstantial stance. Like, it's not a criticism of what we're doing, but it's just the fact that I have to criticize what we mean, the big we are doing, either in the form of our communication or something, to be coming up with so that a disparate result like that. And it's just like, so I'm ready to question how I talk about it or something, or what we're doing, because it'd be nice to see a different number. When I look at Colorado at 71 and 77, I look at the nation, we're closer to the nation, and we're actually kind of wrap around it. We're in the middle of that, 57 to 67, and we're 60 to 65 or 61 to 65. So we're like firmly in the middle of that band, and yet somewhere about 10% below the rest of the state of Colorado. And so I don't know what it is, but it feels like it's how we, I'd like to say it's how we reach people. It's been a long time. Seems like almost everybody has had a shot at figuring it out. That doesn't really contribute any knowledge to it. It's just that I share that idea that there must be something that we can identify that might make things better.
Yeah, and there's marketing and messaging, and then there's also, we were just talking with regard to fire risk, that we're pretty spread out place. And I know, Dr. Ryan, you've gone out to places to hold clinics. I don't know that is something we want to try to do consistently again for a while, or how we want to try to address this, but maybe there's an opportunity with the booster shots, if there's a need associated with the booster shots, to up our public vaccine offerings. Maybe it's an opportunity to also capture some of these folks as well by showing up in their neighborhoods or something else.
Yeah, and to that point, we are in communication with CDPHE. They have a traveling bus. I don't know if it's a bus or a Sprinter van, or based on the prior conversation, what it looks like, but they have a mobile unit. They have offered to many counties. We're trying right now to figure out dates that work. There's some logistics involved and challenges with that, but we're working with them to augment what it is that we're offering here at the clinic. We have one every Wednesday. Idaho, or the Safeway in Idaho Springs, has had vaccines from the very beginning and will continue to do so. But we're going to have that van go to where we aren't and haven't been for a bit. So it will be in Georgetown and other places as well, in Empire, and try to get that word out as best we can. We're continuing to communicate through the schools, that is the population that is lacking in vaccines, communicating directly with parents through the schools and putting messages that way. So even though we are spread out, we're trying every way that we have to communicate with folks, whether it be social media or directly through email to and through the schools, and really try to get messages that way.
Do you have, this is just maybe to help my own research and the research of people who are trying to track this stuff, where do you view as the best source of information for hospital capacity in our immediate region?
Mine is the head of the trauma unit at Medical Center of the Rockies. It's the head of the intern program at Poudre Valley Hospital. The challenge, and Scott Bookman, who is the point person for the state on that, to quote him, trying to count beds is a futile task, primarily because, and as I've reported, that the 88% of our ICU beds are full. There isn't 100% occupancy possible, just as a fact. You need staff, qualified staff, to staff that bed. So we may have 1,800 beds in this state, but if there isn't staff to staff them, we don't have 1,800 beds. We only have as many beds as there are staff. And right now, and why Larimer County implemented the mask mandate is because they have been at capacity or beyond for the last 2 months. And so they have no other means with which to address this other than to take measures that we had to unfortunately implement months ago. So to answer your question, there is no reliable source. There's best guesses. The pediatric beds, there's probably less than 50 available in the entire state. So, how many kids is it going to take to fill those? A couple outbreaks, really. It's not very many. So all of those numbers change. And not every hospital reports every week. You can go on the CDPHE website, and on there is a lot of information, but it will tell you this week only 68% of hospitals reported. Which 68%, I don't know. It's hard to say. So I try to go directly to the sources and understand what is happening at Poudre Valley Hospital, Medical Center of the Rockies, some of the bigger institutions here.
I have a related question that I've been thinking about. As I understand it, the number of percentage of ICU beds used and the percentage of ventilators is not just for COVID, right? It's for every medical need in the state. Is there any way of understanding what percentage of those are COVID and which ones are just everything else that tends to happen around the state?
So the other number that I present, the number of individuals in the hospital with known COVID, that's sort of the separator from, let's say there is 1,800 now, we have 1,000 people who are occupying those who are COVID positive, COVID confirmed cases. It's really hard to parse out some of the nuances with that. But to your point, it's about capacity, and whether you're having a heart attack or whether you have COVID or whether you're having an aneurysm doesn't really matter. If there isn't a bed available, there isn't a bed available. And this is part of the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to further explain my interest, if the normal is 75% and now it's 80, that doesn't really give me that much concern. If it's normally 5 and now it's 80, that's a different story. So that's just kind of why, at least for me, I would be interested to have a better idea about how COVID is affecting what is normally happening. And I appreciate the number of COVID hospitalizations, but my understanding is at least a good percentage of them are not in the ICU. They're in some other setting.
Well, if Poudre Valley Hospital is any indication of what's going on, it's why they passed the mask mandate, because it's being driven by COVID. It isn't being driven by heart attacks and strokes. And so they're measured to address the ICU overflow, and the ICU max capacity for 2 months, ongoing 2 months, is to pass a mask mandate. That's a general answer to your question of it is driving, at least at Poudre Valley Hospital, their numbers.
Yeah, I wasn't doubting that. I was just kind of interested to know a little bit more detail about the quantify it a little bit more. But thanks for that. That's helpful.
I've been looking at the CDC COVID in my community page, and sometimes I wonder if the data that we're getting is counting things the same, the data that the CDC is reporting versus the data that you are. And I think I trust your data more than I trust the data from the CDC, but
one point about CDC, their data is probably delayed a week or two.
What I see when I look at Jefferson County, for example, which is where our hospital system resides, I see that percent of ICU beds used in the last 7 days is 16%, but that's okay. Now I get it. That's the ICU beds that people have gone into in the last 7 days, not the total number of ICU beds in use, which is why that number is why there's a 60% difference between what you're reporting and what I'm reading.
And for any of this, I guess to Sean's point earlier, the devil's in the detail. You can read a number and you're like, oh, that's no big deal. Oh, there's only 22 kids in the ICU. Well, when you have less than 50 beds available, that number is very different now when you look at it that way.
Okay, well, any other questions or comments from anybody? Well, thank you for this update, Dr. Ryan. And I certainly look forward to seeing what Slate has to say and what the outcome of this deep dive into vaccination rates is.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Okay, so the next thing on the agenda is an update on the sports shooting park project. It starts at 11:30. So we can take the next 4 minutes to get the people in the room and get started.
Lisa, is Matt going to join us today?
No, he's actually on vacation.
Okay, so I won't keep looking for him. Thank you.
If you would cross Carl Shell and Stoy Streepy over, please.
Okay.
They are going to join us for the portion that we discussed, the former rodeo grounds.
All right, they should be coming.
Thank you. Should I get started?
Give Commissioner Marlin just a bit to come back. I think he was going to start at 11:30.
Oh, okay. I missed that because you were crossing me over. So
okay, sorry about that.
I'll hold on.
Lisa, just so you know, I'm having some bandwidth issues, so that's why you do not see me on screen, but I am there. Annette, can you hear me? Okay, great.
All right, looks like the team's all here. Well, the staff team.
And George, I'm here as well. I just have some bandwidth issues, so that's why you do not see me on screen.
Thank you, Peter.
I was here the whole time. I should have turned on my video, so you know.
No worries. We'll get started here in just a moment. Does anybody else use Outlook, and have you been struggling? All of a sudden my Outlook software feels really buggy. Not the web app, but the on the PC software.
Mine locked up several times this morning.
Okay, well, it's not a topic for another day. Looks like we're all here. I think, Lisa, that you are getting us started. The floor is yours. This is our update about the sports shooting park and the use of the former rodeo grounds.
Thank you, George, and good morning, everyone. This is kind of a two-part thing. It's to continue the discussion about our shooting range project. First, I've invited our Public Works Department because I wanted to continue the discussion about the former rodeo ground. It's approximately 1.6 acres. It's between Road and Bridge and the shooting range. It's an important piece of ground, and we had been discussing putting the parking lot for this new shooting range on the south side to avoid pedestrian crossing. But in that discussion, it became important that Road and Bridge currently uses a portion of that property. So we wanted to bring them in for the discussion of what their uses are and how to look at the future of that. I don't need a decision on the gun range today because we have a lot of design and planning for that project to continue. But I would like for the county to consider that county uses for that piece are important, and that we could get to that point so we could move forward with the discussion of, yes, we can keep that ground and continue what county uses exactly look like. And so I'll turn this over to Carl next and Stoy so they could go over that piece, and then I'll give you a brief update on the shooting range grant budget and project. Thanks.
All right, good morning, everybody. I guess I'll start with just an overview of what we exactly do with the space that we occupy on the Hiawatha Placer, and just give you an idea of what we're up to in the space down there. We currently utilize, I don't know, Lisa, if you've got the map in front or if everybody has access to the one with the lots on it.
No, I'll pull it up while you talk.
Okay, because we actually occupy lot 1 with a water pump and a station for loading our water trucks for dust mitigation and compaction in just the regular maintenance work we do throughout the year. We also occupy lot 2, which is just a storage lot for us at this time, but it's a gated storage lot. We also receive deliveries there. And then we occupy a portion of lot 3, which is right behind station 1A, or the ambulance barn. And there we have a permanent structure for salt sand storage. And we typically, that shed holds about 4,000 tons of salt sand. It's usually full from October through April. And sorry, that's my radio. We've started bringing in sand for that for the winter season. Excuse me there. We also have a storage bin for several hundred tons of ice slicer that we also use for snow mitigation and removal. And then we occupy a portion of lot 6. And that one is directly adjacent to the rodeo grounds that we're discussing for the most part. We've got a rough material stockpile there with about 20,000 cubic yards of material. We've got that through excavations throughout the county, some that we do and some that some developers have done. And just as far as saving people money to haul materials around the Front Range to either remove them from a site or accept them to a site, most of the cost in the trucking industry is all revolved around the delivery and removal of product. So us having a space where we can, keep 20,000 to 30,000 tons or 20,000 square yards, 30,000 tons approximately of material there to work. It becomes a storage unit for us or a storage space. It also becomes a processing area where we can screen materials, which is just basically removing the big rock from the material. And then we can utilize the rough material for roads and erosion areas. Lot 2 is used mainly for Class 6 storage, which is the road-based product that we use for the actual drive surface on our gravel roads. So, there's a constant process of material coming and going from that area. And I think the concern, at least for me in the Road and Bridge Department, is, if we are able to occupy a certain amount of that space, there's certainly constant work going on all the time. What the best use of that land is, I think, is another question. But what it would take to relocate us and find another piece of land that size and that flat, that's with the proximity to our Dumont offices down here, just becomes a big question. I can talk about savings of, what delivered product costs compared to product that we can make on site down there. There's a fair amount of savings there. We've done some crushing in the past to the tune of about 15,000 tons. And if we crush it on site, we pay about $8 per ton. If we have it delivered, it's anywhere between 14 and about 20, depending on which source we pull it from. Significant savings, but it's not something we can do all the time because we bring another company in to do that kind of work. But we do certainly need the storage for not only our rough material, but certainly the sand and the ice slicer throughout the winter season to put on the roads. We've got small storage facilities at the high school and over at the Brookvale and Brook Forest. So we're moving product around the county all the time with our own drivers. But we have the bulk of it delivered to this site in Dumont just because of the proximity to our offices and kind of what we're doing down there. So that gives you a good idea of at least what the process is and the property. In the past, we shared a portion of Lot 6 with the rodeo grounds, and then they had Lot 6 and Lot 3, or a portion of Lot 3 in that lease. But since that lease is up, we have extended some of our storage into Lot 6, and I would like to, discuss the probability of us staying on that lot. We're definitely willing to give up some space on the north side of Stanley Road if that is in question or needs to be dealt with. But I think just give you an overview on that, and if that's something, if you're understanding the space in the lots. I don't know that shared screen ever got up in front of everybody.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking for Matt's map, but since he's not here, I can't, of course, I can't find it that he created for us, but I'm going to continue looking. And Amy, if you're listening to this, I know you had it also. If you could pop in, that would be helpful, but I'll continue looking for it.
Well, and if it's okay, I'll go ahead and jump in. I don't have a copy of any kind of site plans or anything that were developed, but just to look at the aerials through our clear map system, I'm happy to share that with everyone here, and just to give us an idea of what we're talking about here. And this is an overview of the area, and I don't have that lot designation, but currently, you know, this is a fairly
We're
steep
still,
access
sorry,
drive
to interrupt you, Stoy.
we're using to
We're
access
not seeing that yet, Stoy. I'm
Oh,
looking
you're
at,
not,
yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I'm looking at your file explorer.
all right. Let's try this again.
There we go.
All right, and you can see the aerial clear map view now.
Yes. Good.
So yeah, this is one lot in question here. This highlighted area that we're looking at, and as Carl was mentioning, this kind of steeper drive that goes down. This is one of the steeper areas across these lots in question. We use this to access down there and have a water pump down at this location that we access fairly regularly through there. Is the main utilization. And Carl, jump in and correct me if I'm wrong on any of these. And this area here, which is close to, 0.65 acres in this area. That's kind of where we're using, we accept deliveries there for road-based material. We have a stockpile of that larger rock material that we then process, every few years typically. And then over in this area, you can see this structure here is the enclosed sand shed where we store materials under cover in this area. And then in this area, just to the north of that, behind the 1A building, there's some other culverts and other materials that we stockpile and use throughout the year. So we are actively using all of these different materials, and we get them delivered periodically and then use them as they're needed. This small rectangle that you can see in this area is actually, just a containment bin for, I believe that's the salt sand containment there, where we have that delivered and use the material from this area. And that's just has walls surrounding it to help prevent that material from getting outside of the containment area there. And then this is a large stockpile area that Carl was mentioning that we kind of use for that rough material that we have that delivered to the site there, and then we'll take it and process it down to a more structural material that we can use on roads and in various areas. And it's pretty rough when it comes in. We've got a couple larger projects where we got the majority of this material from, and then we'll take that material and screen out the larger rock and get it processed to a material that is usable for us. And then of course, as part of that process, we take that larger rock and add it to the stockpile to be processed and crushed when we hire a consultant to come in. So that's kind of the overview of these larger areas that are currently being utilized by the Road and Bridge Department. And Carl, did you want me to add anything else you want me to highlight on the map here while we've got it open?
Just lot 1, which is to the west, is where the water pump and storage area are, where we pull from the creek.
Yep, and so the pump is located down at the creek area here. Then again, we kind of use this access drive to get down there and access this pump location.
Yeah. And then just the portion of that Hiawatha in question where the rodeo grounds is, what portion may become a parking area, and or what do we do with the rest of the actual piece of that placer. But that's an overview of what Road and Bridge is doing down there, and we do occupy a fair amount of that space at this time.
Yep, and that is a fairly large space there as well. And you know, I'm not sure exactly where that would be divided up, but just the rodeo area that was really utilized for the rodeo is a pretty big swath of area there. About an acre and a half is approximately how large that rodeo area was when it was being used there.
It's a really useful overview. One thing that kind of comes to mind to me, my suspicion is the layout of these different facilities probably kind of happened organically over time when with one small decision after the other. Is there the opportunity perhaps to take a step back and maybe consolidate what's going on to use the land a little bit more efficiently?
I would say my answer to that question would be yes. I mean, I think there's some safety issues. We are using both the north and south side of Stanley Road right now. So we're crossing that road with heavy equipment quite often. And we've talked about it here in the past and looked at moving our usage to one side or the other. I think it certainly makes more sense for us to be on the south side of the road where we have the permanent structures and back up right to the mountainside. You know, so in that essence, we would certainly be willing to clear lots 2 and 3 for whatever use the county wants them for, if we're still able to occupy 5 and 6.
And just to make sure I understand, 2 and 3 are on the north side of the road, 5 and 6 are on the south side of the road?
Yes. Actually, it's 6 and 7 I'm talking about. I'm sorry, but we still haven't got that map in front of you. I should have. With Matt Taylor out today, we're missing that one. I apologize. But it's basically, it's the lot that also has the ambulance barn on it and the one adjacent to the east.
I think I'm following.
But that would free up the 2 lots across Stanley Road, but between the creek and Stanley Road itself. And there's 4 lots on the north side. We do have the pump on lot 1, but 2, 3, and 4 are we have the possibility to utilize those for other than road and bridge use, if we're allowed to remain on 6 and 7.
With probably the important exception of the pump.
Yeah, and we just need access to that. I mean, the rafters use it too, so it's shared right now. Lisa, did you get that email with the attachment I sent you?
No. Or let me look. Recently?
Yeah, I just sent.
Let me pull it up. Oh, wait, I just got an email from Matt.
It had that PDF that he's got with the lots all on it.
Yeah, and if you like, Lisa, I can go ahead and share that. I've got a copy of that email as well.
Would you please? You'd probably be faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Stoic. That'll give them a better view there. There we go. That's the one.
And I'd like to point out that for lot 1, and there's certain, it is a designated rafting launch site on that, in addition to the water diversion point for road and bridge. So that lot is being used extensively, and that is in our OG plan as a diversion point. So to change that would be a big deal, because we'd have to go back to water court to move that diversion point where road and bridge takes that water. So that's a legal issue as far as that lot. And then on the north side of the road, we are, as you know, we're looking at public fishing and recreational uses for lot 1 in conjunction with the recreation plan and the greenway plan. So that has, or is it lot 4, excuse me, lot 4, which is the northeast corner. So all lots are currently being used. Yes, we could look at reconfiguration, but there's plans and future uses for all of these lots.
And these lots, this is an internal designation, correct?
Yes, it is. The Hiawatha is on the south side. The Speck Plaza is on the north side. There are currently two large lots, so they're not divided up with the exception of the EMS building. We had to do that when we built that. For some reason, we did that 10, 15 years ago. So that one is the only one that's lotted out. And this one also shows, if I could point out on the lot with the rodeo ground, the additional area that would accommodate a parking lot as opposed to parking across the street. Otherwise, it's more of lot 2 would be taken by that part, and part of lot 3 or 2 and part of all of 3, part of 2 for the lot on the north side. Because as you can see, it's much narrower. It would be a very linear parking lot versus having it next to the rodeo grounds on as shown on this existing lot configuration.
Thanks, Lisa. I think that's a really useful kind of historic perspective on where we are now. I do think at least I would be interested in maybe revisiting our priorities in light of where we are in 2021 and the problems that we need to solve in our county, but that's probably a conversation for another day.
It seems like what the request is that if you just put on lot 3 a parking lot, as sort of what the plan is coming into this session, the ask, as I understand it, would be to take those 2 uses and put them on the south side of the highway, the parking lot being on the west side of lot 5 and lot 6 being used pretty much entirely for material storage, which frees up lots 2 and 3. Is that correct?
Yeah, it summarizes that pretty well, George.
And I think that kind of begs the question about, again, kind of striking the right balance between the county's priorities and what the actual utility of lots 2 and 3 would be for any sort of an activity that would generate a tax base or encourage economic development versus the other side of the road.
And that's really the decision we're seeking today, is that ability to move forward with moving that parking lot and allowing for lots 2 and 3 to be more of a recreation-based use in the future.
Right, non-revenue use, essentially.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing that's happened in this past year is that those lots are being used with the vaccination clinic as well. And then lot 3 has been a staging area for the helicopter flights for some of the CDOT projects. And they're typically just used for those types of events because they're clear of power lines and they are flat and easy to separate from not only the highway traffic, but the frontage road traffic as well. So just something else to keep in mind.
I'm not really seeing faces here, and I note that Randy hasn't weighed in yet, so I have some thoughts, but I'm happy to hear from you first.
Sorry, well, I changed my view here, so I'm not staring at the ceiling to you guys. Thanks. No, I'm just still absorbing and trying and thinking about those different areas and what Sean has said and what you've said and the others have said. I mean, there are a few priorities we're trying to blend here. One is some possible future economic development. Another one is making sure that our road and bridge operates in a safe and efficient environment. Which means, the road crossings, splitting the operation up or taking things other places if it makes their logistics more difficult and thereby their ability to respond in timely fashion to, the demands of their work that are ever changing with weather up here, that kind of stuff. And then wondering what we gain between the current shooting range site and whatever that, condensed operation would be, what the development capability of that land is. And then again, as Sean pointed out, what is the commercial viability in the private sector as an example, or some other revenue generator that would happen on lots 2 and 3 across the road, because they're pretty limited in size, their depth. And so, I mean, I'm processing that. I haven't really come to any conclusions without seeing it, like fleshed out with a plan. Like we're looking at current state, and seeing a fleshed out future state might make it easier, with options to see something. I think it's a bigger conversation, like Sean said. So there you go, George. What I said was, I don't know. I'm just still looking at it, learning from it.
Yeah. I think I'm in a pretty similar place. I'm happy to, we asked staff to bring us a proposal, and this sounds like that. And so thank you for doing that. Information I would welcome that would help me understand the possibilities here is, would CDOT grant that right away? I think we've heard informally that they would grant that right away for recreational use. I wonder if they would grant that right away for private development, and if private development is even feasible on a lot oriented like that. Is a couple questions that would help me. If the answer to those two questions are yes, then this is a pretty easy decision, because we've got two operations who are having efficiency and safety challenges because they're crossing the road a lot.
What if the answer is no? What if the answer is no, and those operational concerns still exist, even if the answer is no, CDOT won't give us that? We still have our concerns with safety issues in the parking lot on the other side, eating up the space that Road and Bridge needs to do the work. All those needs are still there.
Yeah, most of the time, I think it's a good idea to do what ifs, but in this case, how hard? Well, let me ask you a follow up. Let me answer your question with a question. How hard will it be to get clarity on whether or not CDOT's going to allow that or not?
I'm sure we can reach out. One of the thoughts is hiring some kind of concessionaire to operate some kind of a recreation-based service from that space, right? That's one of the thoughts, and one of the initial thoughts that staff had. But yeah, we can reach out.
My initial guess at that is it's going to pay for the costs of administering it, and that's probably about it. The other thing that I think about is I got a call from Lindsay about economic development, and I wonder why we don't incorporate or invite stakeholders such as her and her group into conversations like this. And then I think the last thing I'll say for now, I think an interesting question that I like to ask when I think about stewardship of resources is, would we pay the full market value for different pieces of flat land to put dirt piles on them? Or would we back away from that? And I guess what I'm really asking is, are we falling victim to convenience and making easy decisions with valuable land? And this is in no way a pejorative concept toward Carl or his team, but I just think it's an important question that we need to ask, because sometimes the easy way isn't the right way.
We spent a considerable amount of time as staff out there on site walking all of those parcels, kind of giving me an understanding of what Carl's needs are, what his team's needs are with respect to Road and Bridge.
Sorry, go ahead.
I guess I'm not sure what else we can bring you to help you make this decision. Let's assume that CDOT says no. Carl's needs are still there. The safety concern of putting a parking lot on the other side of the road is still going to be there. I guess I'm a little surprised that we're not more concerned about the safety concern of having folks cross over that road onto the parking lot. That's ultimately where you want to put a parking lot. It just creates it. From the very beginning, we know we're creating a safety problem by putting a lot of it.
And that's one thing, I guess, that I'm not knowledgeable enough. I mean, I see there are school children who cross a busy road right here near my office in Evergreen, and there are traffic calming and safety devices there that protect them. So I guess I'm not jumping to the conclusion that we're creating an unacceptable safety hazard by having the parking lot there. And it sounds like if we're having made most of the operations on the south side of the road with the heavy equipment, now you have heavy equipment crossing back and forth of the road also, which is itself a safety hazard, right?
But we don't want to continue to create more safety hazards. That's our point. Is that by putting a lot over there, we believe we are creating a safety hazard. But that's
Yeah. I guess I'm not convinced that it really is a safety hazard, that there's no way to mitigate it to a level that's acceptable, an acceptable risk. I mean, there's no such thing as living in a risk-free world. So it's basically deciding what's acceptable and what isn't. And I don't know the answer to that. I guess I'm just not willing to concede that we can't move the parking lot in different places because it's an unacceptable safety risk.
I don't know if I would state that we can't. One of the elements that's in my mind and probably in yours too is the capital cost and the ongoing maintenance cost of, I think we talked about needing some kind of pedestrian crossing with lights. And that's, expensive.
Is it? That's like the calming devices, for as an example, a different type of dealing with the.
Yeah, I mean, again, the ones over here, it's basically a solar power set of lights that people can push the button and it will put some flashing lights and all the rest of that kind of good stuff. So it's not free, but in the context of freeing up resources for a permanent revenue stream for the county, it's probably an investment worth considering.
Yeah, and it's not cost prohibitive by any means, Sean, but we're also looking at a 2-lane roadway with widened shoulders for bicycle traffic as well, and it's a 45-mile-an-hour zone right there. It is kind of an interesting place to put a crosswalk with lights on it.
Yeah, I mean, is it impossible to change the speed limit there?
Sure.
Carl made a great point, which is it's a high-speed road, it's 45, but I know when roads go by elementary schools, for example, the speed limit drops for obvious reasons. And I don't know whether or not we would be allowed to recommend something like that. Because is that our road? That is our road, right? It's a county road.
It is. Yeah, and Stoy may have a better answer than I do at the moment. I mean, it does change as you go into Dumont, where the 2 trailer parks and the 2-way stop or 3-way stop come up there at the bridge back over into Dumont itself. But I don't know, just with a crosswalk in the middle of that 45 zone, if that's something without a traffic study we can make a decision on or not.
Yeah, and that's really correct. In Colorado, the speeds on county roads are really set by state statute, and the Board of County Commissioners can certainly change, and the Road and Bridge Department can change the posted speed limits on county roads if there is a speed study done. And typically, what that would have to show is, whether this is a residential area as the speed reduces farther to the west of here as it goes through Valley High Mobile Home Park. The speed's been reduced there, I assume, on the basis of that being a residential area, or if it is a heavy commercial zone, it can be reduced for other reasons too. But we do have, there are other areas. Certainly, we have plenty of school zones around the state that are heavily signed and heavily controlled and patrolled and enforced. The speeds are enforced in those areas. But there are several other locations that I certainly know anecdotally, through Keystone, where there's a 45-mile-per-hour zone, and they have a crossing for non-residents, mainly tourists there that cross the road to access restaurants and the ski area and different things. And there have been deaths there, and and you see them phasing through additional controls. Every time there is a scare, or an injury, or a death, or something, and then it's like, oh, okay, these lights didn't work, this signage didn't work. Let's what do we go to next? Do we have an overpass, pedestrian bridge, or that type of thing? So there is certainly evidence of that around where these do become a problem, and we could create a condition that's unsafe, and then if we find that to be true down the road, then we would be obligated, I feel like, to address it the best we could with additional measures. And so I concerns there. And one other thing I'd like to note for this discussion is if we've got any other information on infrastructure. I know this has come up in the past, whether the infrastructure needs for a larger development in this area could be met mainly through water and sewer. Lisa, do you know if we have any additional information on whether water and sewer needs can be met for a larger development here?
Well, partially I can answer that. The county would have to augment the water with our water bank, and the sewer line that we're currently discussing is going to be connected to the RV parks extension and connection to Clear Creek Sand District. And they're currently sizing that line for an additional clubhouse on that site. They're not sizing it for an entire additional septic sewer user. So that would require that designer to implement perhaps in the design now, they're discussing just the clubhouse. So we would want to probably have them design that larger, but when you don't know what's going to be there, that is very difficult for the engineers to do, what they've expressed to me. The other point I'd like to point out is we do know the additional cost to the shooting range project to cross the road is $25,000 as we are in our preliminary budget with the light and the improvements. The preliminary estimate for that is an additional $25,000.
Yeah, and thank you for that information, Lisa and Stoy. And just to be clear, I'm not advocating that we create this crosswalk. I'm basically I want to make sure that we're doing the appropriate level of due diligence so we're making an informed decision.
And I think beyond that too, Lisa said, that the county can certainly augment the water right there, but physically extracting the water from a well system may have its challenges too. I know we've got some evidence there on West Dumont Road where some wells are having problems there for the single family residences. We do have that large RV development that's going down east of here. He's done some sounding studies to try to map out some groundwater areas and before he drills his wells, but it's yet to be seen, when he drills his wells, if he'll encounter problems extracting his water needs there as well.
Lisa, maybe what we should do is explain the phasing concept that you were gonna the second piece of this item, and then maybe restating based on that what our ask is today, right? Because I think our ask today was really to get some concurrence about moving the parking back over to the shooting range side of the road to get the board's concurrence with that. We haven't gotten that yet, which is fine, but maybe you can help by explaining the rephasing of this project. How this decision plays into that.
Okay, do you see the spreadsheet now?
Yes.
Okay, what we're looking at for phase two, so phase one was the conceptual plan. What we're looking at for phase two is to change the clubhouse and move that to phase three and move forward the shooting sheds to complete the range improvements. So what you see in the yellow is what we would do in phase two. It would be the lead remediation, the engineering, the site work, utilities, the shooting sheds, and the CMU range sidewalls. That puts the pavement, clubhouse, targets, benches, and erosion control project to phase three. You'll see the costs now, they're roughly the same. We had 1.4 on each one. We're slightly over on phase two, slightly under. CPW encourages us to move forward with range improvements with the current budget funded by CPW, the 1.4 million that we have. So they are okay with this change as far as changing the grant application structure itself. And then phase three, as you know, we do not have funding committed now that GOCO has said they will not fund that. So as far as the infrastructure, we would be doing the utilities, but we would not be designing the clubhouse. The entire clubhouse project would be postponed, and we would be doing all the range improvements for the range itself. So we would have an operable range at the end of spending this 1.4 million CPW in 2023. There would just be no clubhouse. And then as you can see, the no pavement, targets, benches, or erosion control mediation. We'd have to figure that out is what I'm saying. But that's the current scenario that we're looking at for the phasing change that's proposed.
Is there a possibility that we would never fund or build this clubhouse?
I would hope not, because we do need a manager on site and restrooms. The public restrooms are inside that structure. And in addition, the clubhouse has the classroom for training for the hunter education classes and the other classes. There is a possibility of a future grant through CPW. They have let us know they understand our challenge with GOCO, and they would consider probably another $200,000 or $300,000 in a 2022 grant cycle for budgeting 2023 completion. But we would still need to add more money. That would probably help do something, but we don't know what that would look like.
So let me ask a different question. Can we operate a shooting range with no clubhouse and no toilets and no pavement? I'm wondering what the value is of building this thing halfway, whether we could actually operate it or not. And if we can't operate it, it's making me feel pretty uncomfortable about wanting to approve anything.
I think the answer to that is yes. Part of what we're looking at is potentially moving some kind of a temporary clubhouse on the site, a nicer trailer of some sort, and we can find funding for that. But and this was actually, this rephasing was actually CPW request. Is that right, Lisa?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, I know that this is going to go over like a lead balloon, but I mean, the whole purpose of us doing this exercise was to get our shooting closures and to get Gilpin's shooting closures. And it seems like we're on a risky path right now. And I know we've already made some investments, and I acknowledge that. But if our goal is to build the 25 lanes and have a functional solution, is it too late to think about doing that with $1.4 million that we already have in something that we can afford, and maybe even leave a little bit more footprint available for all the competing interests that we've been talking about?
Sean, let me make sure I understand that the key thing, I think what you're proposing is that we make the range smaller than it is.
I'm just asking if that's, well, I don't think it's too late for that. I mean, it seems like we're going down a path that could end poorly if we basically approve things and build, start with a halfway funded operation.
Lisa, are we going to have an operating shooting range after phase 2 based on the rephasing?
Not if we didn't fund anything else. The goal would be that there would be the additional funding from CPW to build a modest clubhouse, and then we would have an operating facility, yes.
But you're saying we can't even operate the facility before phase 3 is done, or phase 4 is done then?
It would be a functional range. It would be what is there today, but improved to current NRA standards. It would be cleaned up. It would be designed to accommodate the public and be a profitable range. But so the design is there to accommodate that.
I'm not hearing a yes. I'm not hearing.
I can affirmatively answer yes.
Yeah, that was my concern. And I mean, I appreciate all the hard work everyone's done. And this is a difficult situation, but I think we maybe swung a little bit too hard at the beginning of this whole process.
So the question you're asking, Sean, is what's the minimum we can do to achieve our closures? Is that correct?
It's not, it's basically, is it a good idea to truly commit ourselves to the path we're on now? Or would it be wise to at least take our foot off the gas briefly to entertain other options that are maybe more modest in scale that we could fund with the money that we already have? I don't know to what degree the dollars that we have are predicated on us going forward with the plan that we have. I mean, I feel like I'm not very well informed to make any type of a policy decision right now, other than the fact that I don't feel comfortable approving something that may or may not be able to be used without additional funding, which we may or may not get.
The idea that I think has potential that maybe we haven't quite fleshed out is, Brian, you mentioned this, and I've heard others say it too. Can we get like a construction trailer up there to house an employee and then use porta potties? My hunch is that we can do that. Randy, you probably know better than anybody else what those construction trailers tend to cost. My hunch is that we might be able to pull that off.
There's no question you can pull out the construction trailer. I've operated out of one for years as an office working in local government. So you can make those nice. Sean asked some good questions today, and quite frankly, I think I made some assumptions walking into this agenda item that I shouldn't have. Because the question of will we have an operable shooting range after this new phase, I thought the answer to that question walking in this meeting today was yes. And I'm not hearing it's a yes. So I think I might have made an assumption leading into this agenda item for us as we walked in this morning. Because I thought the answer to that question was yes. And if it's not yes, then your concerns are valid.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, the trailer and the porta potties, is that could become our forever solution if we don't find more funding or identify other funding from the general fund and, take away from competing priorities. So that I don't feel comfortable committing to that right now either.
Yeah, I think the issue that would have to be fleshed out is this minimalist view in my mind, has to be one that if it does require, whatever it does require grant money, that it's a solution that somebody that gives grant money is willing to give some grant money to help us pay for it. The second one, and this is a must as far as I'm concerned, is that we achieve our closures. We spent all that time and all those years in the Rec Sports Shooting Partnership. The original goal, misunderstood, I think, by our contractors from Texas, Florida, wherever, was that we were hoping to build the largest shooting range we could. And it doesn't have to be the smallest that we can either, but it's got to achieve the closures. And it should be, we believe in building a lot of things first class, whether it's medical clinics or, mountain bike trail systems and stuff like that. And if we're going to do it, we should do it right. So we don't, perpetuate the idea that we do everything, we try to do everything poorly here because we don't, so we want to do it right. But we have to flesh out what right is. And I think we owe it to our staff to figure that out really quickly, what that is, and not take a long, hard look at it for a while, because it's something I'd like to see. Well, I would like to see it get done so we achieve the closures so that we can close the chapter on this book.
Yeah, amen. I think another thing that
close the book on this chapter or whatever I meant to say.
Another thing I don't think any of us predicted is how the conversations with our potential private partner went. And I think that really influenced our thinking for most of this conversation. And at least for me, it didn't turn out like I thought it would.
I'll go ahead, Randy. So I want to try to help us push towards a conclusion. What I think I'm hearing is that we need to take a look at how phase one gets us open. If phase one doesn't get us open, I don't know that means that we would leave the $850,000 on the table plus Gilpin's contribution. So $1.2 million on the table. So I think knowing more about what this trailer could cost and whether we can fund it in phase one is a reasonable next step as far as the subject of what the shooting range is. And then there's the subject of where we want the dirt piles in the parking lot that we got a little distracted from.
Yeah, I think I would add to that. I'm 100% committed to this project and to deploying the 1.2 million that we have access to. The only thing I would add to what you said, George, is I do think at some level we should entertain the idea of maybe right sizing this thing and scaling it back to make it more affordable and again, make it open up some flat land for other competing interests. So I think that's all I've got to say about it today.
And the driver of all of that, of the size of this facility, the potential operational costs of this facility, et cetera, is that we made a decision that it needs to be staffed.
And the number of lanes.
Well, the number of lanes is driven by trying to have enough volume to pay for the staff. We could do 25 lanes here. I mean, Devil's Nose is a 25 lane range that's not staffed. It's the proximity to I-70 that causes us to think that we need it staffed. It's not clear in my mind that that's a necessity.
I agree.
So
well, may I interrupt here? We will offer you a 51 range ready at the end of phase 1. It won't have a clubhouse. If it's not staffed, you have 51 lanes. It's operable. It meets the closures by the end of the 1.4 million. So you would get that. You just don't have a structure. But the 200,000 are approximately committed by CPW for a following phase could hopefully pay for some type of structure for a clubhouse.
Yeah.
And I think blending what you just said, Lisa, with what George was saying a moment ago, and we talked about, I think maybe Sean did, was the idea that there may be a way that we go ahead and that we're able to find some extra money within that or afford within that, or to come up with a minimalist staffing structure so that we can still have it staffed if that's a safety issue with the operation of the range.
I think we've already, we looked pretty deep into the business model, and I think we've kind of accomplished knowing that you need about 45 lanes if you're going to staff it. You need a clubhouse. If we decide we can't staff it, then let's throw down 25 lanes. Let's improve the shooting sheds on the thing that's there and mitigate the lead and call it a day and get our closures.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would recognize is 51 lanes is twice as much risk, twice as much noise, twice as much impact as half that number.
Yep. So I don't know the extent to which those thoughts are helpful, but I think we need to try to get back to talking about the dirt piles and the parking lots. And after reflecting for a little bit, Brian, to answer the question that you were trying to get us to answer, if there's not development potential on the north side of the road, I think I'm still comfortable with a design that puts all of those uses on the same side of the road, so we're not crossing that road all the time. And I meant to ask you, Carl, to remind me the number of savings associated with having the space for those dirt piles. I think I remember you said something like $600,000 a year. That's certainly more than any commercial development or any other factor here.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to put a number on that. I mean, the amount of product that occupies that space is, at this point in time on our budget, about $400,000. It used to be higher. It's probably closer to 350 at this point going into next year's budget. And that's just sand for snow and ice, and then the road base and the ice slicer that we utilize. The rough materials are hard to put a number on. I mean, we don't have a lot of useful material in this county unless we used rock on everything. I hate to say. And that's where that trade-off every couple of years comes in, where we can crush material and make our own road surface material. And the saving cost there is, again, about $8 a ton compared to about $16 or $17 a ton.
So I heard you talk about inventory costs, not actual cost savings. And then the other thing that I would say, first off, I can tell that staff is frustrated by this conversation. I feel like I'm the cause of a lot of that frustration. So that wasn't my intention. I'm just trying to do my job like I'm supposed to. When it comes to what we decide about the parking lots and what goes where, I kind of do feel like the shooting range decision maybe comes before that as a dependency, but I guess I would ask the question to staff. What is the urgency of us figuring this out? I mean, is there some, I know that the 1.2 million probably has some expiration date on it. Is there anything else that would cause us to want to be hasty about making this decision, or is this something that we can be more thoughtful about?
Well, I will answer on behalf of the shooting range project that we would like to start using that grant funding to hire a designer to finish the engineering. So we would have a better understanding of the final, how this all looks. We are at 80%, but we need to be at 100%. And that was baked into this grant application. But I am not going to spend a dime on this project because it's all grant money. And I don't think we'd get further ahead unless the county commits their part of their match. I would be okay getting some help, getting an engineer, gun range, shooting range engineering to finalize these issues that are out there on our preliminary concept. So we have better data to make better decisions. Things can change a little, but the CPW grant is based on a plan that if it changes tremendously, that grant isn't available. And I doubt the Gilpin money will be available because everybody's understanding is the plan that we ended at with phase 1 of the planning stage. Does that make sense?
With all due respect, I think I didn't hear any definite urgency, and I think whatever CPW or Gilpin may or may not do is open for our speculation, but I'm not sure anybody could answer that question right here, right now.
Well, and Sean, to answer that from my perspective with Road and Bridge, and certainly not discouraged or upset. We're trying to hold on to the space we occupy there so we can continue to operate. And as this plan moves forward, dependent on what that sportsman's club or shooting range, as it's going to become now, what that footprint is, I just want to hang on to the operational space that we have.
Yeah, that makes sense. And my questions weren't in any way headed toward a direction of trying to remove space from your use. I just thought it might be possible to get a little bit more efficient by moving things a little more close together. And I was kind of thinking more about freeing up the commercial space by downsizing or right sizing the shooting range potentially. And again, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, but yeah, in no way, shape, or form was I suggesting that we do so at Road and Bridge's expense.
I think because of wear and tear on the road and all kinds of things, my guess is that having Carl, I think trusting staff to decide the best way to operate their own operation. And I think keeping them, what I'm hearing is keeping Carl's activities on one side of the road safely to maintain safety and minimal road crossing, as well as, as well as wear and tear on the road and everything else is probably wise. I'm guessing that if we have to go back to, if we're asking staff to spend some money to go to 100% design so that they can inform our overarching larger decision about which piece of property stuff goes on, it seems like it's getting the cart before the horse. And it seems like we have to make some kind of commitment based on the best information we have so that when people start really sharpening their pencils, they're designing the thing that we really decided we want. And so I think we're going to have to make that decision more quickly. Is there any piece of information that we need to be able to do that? I mean, we do have to make a decision. Do we want 25 lanes? Do we want 50 lanes, or whatever we land on? And as far as what's the hurry, it doesn't seem like we've been hurrying so far. We've put a lot of effort into it, but it's been a long time. Also trying to come to a conclusion.
I know it's been a long time, and I don't think you're trying to say this, Randy, but I just know, having been on the teams, that there's significant effort here that's good and good thought, quality thought.
Yeah, and I'm not criticizing I'm not really trying to criticize any one person here. I'm just thinking about if we're, I'm trying to understand whether we really have a long, I'm not faulting staff one bit in this. I know we've rolled around and around and around this subject for a long time is all I'm saying. And so I'm saying that I think our county commission needs to, if we have specific information that we need to be able to move forward pretty soon and make a decision about what goes where and what we want to free up or not, you know, we need to make that statement, get that information and make that decision. And I think we do that before we go to 100% design, because I don't think it's wise for Lisa to, at our behest, go out and try to hit 100% design so we can compare alternatives a little further and potentially throw away a 100% design.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. And a step that I think is crucial and precedes 100% design as well. We have yet to throw out a trial balloon to any potential operator to see if they think they can do this. And it would be a mistake to start building this thing without having heard from the folks who we would expect to do this. And so, I mean, I think when I think about crucial next steps, I think about that. I think about putting out that RFP and seeing what kind of responses we get. If we see a bunch of people that think they can operate this thing, then maybe we stick with the plan we have. If we don't, then we have another reason that we need to rethink this thing.
One last thing I would throw in there, well, I won't say last, who knows what I'm going to say after this. That phase plan with those numbers and what I learned today, that would have been great to see that privately before. And I'm always available to meet with staff, you know, if for no other better reason to educate me so I don't ask so many basic questions and spend our time in a public setting. But that was, I mean, I found out a lot of surprises today.
Yeah, and I want to be clear that my statement is not saying that anybody shouldn't introduce these questions to this conversation or any other conversation. It's just that we make a list of questions and answers that we think will lead us to a decision and then make that decision.
So what are we, and I mean, obviously we've blown our time here, which is fine. We're having a conversation we need to have. Let's talk about outcomes. What are our next steps? What is staff hearing as our next steps?
Well, first off, we got to get on the same page. We need to have some conversations at the staff level. We need to be able to be confident to come to you and say, if this new phasing, we're going to have an operating range after that phase. And again, so we need to have some conversations at the staff level. I heard some need to discuss whether or not there is development opportunities on the north side and whether or not we can get the right of way that's needed there.
Yeah. So
we can look into that as well. And we need to confirm and shore up this phasing and what we're going to have after this new phasing when we're done. We needed to have that answer today, and unfortunately we didn't. So we're going to have to come back to you with that answer.
The thing that I would request to add to that list is, I think we got to get an RFP out and hear from the community that would operate this. I mean, we need to hear somebody say that they think they can operate this thing, because they might say, sure, but you're going to have to subsidize us at $50,000 a year. And that's a decision that we need to make with eyes wide open.
Right. And talk to our partners about our ongoing partners about how we share that demand, that in order to, for example, and I speak obviously about Gilpin County, we need to understand that if we build something that satisfies their needs for closures as well, and then there's an ongoing operating cost that we're going to need some kind of assurance that there's a share of that operating cost, in my opinion.
And I'm going to be careful about how I say this, but one of the conversations that seems apparent to me is, you know, once we figure out the total operating costs of this, we're the county who's taking on all the impacts. We're the county who's coming up with the land. And I think Gilpin is getting an equal benefit that we are, and they're getting it at a drastically reduced cost. And I'm not sure I'm good with that.
I think they're paying just shy of 4 times what we are in capital costs right now.
Including all the value of the land that we're pointing out?
No, not inclusive of the value of the land or the incredibly valuable time of our staff that's put so much effort into this.
Exactly. Yeah, thanks. And I really appreciate, George, you recognizing the need to quantify the long-term cost of ownership and all those. I didn't really think of that, but I think that's critical. And this is a lot less risky from a financial perspective if it's an unmanned range, which would cost drastically less, maybe even be a moneymaker.
Okay. Staff, thank you. This is, I will acknowledge, as Sean did, this is a frustrating conversation. It seems like we're not really fully baked on our direction here, and we got a lot of moving parts, and thanks in advance for your time and your thought.
Thank you.
I anticipate we'll be talking about this again shortly. The next thing on our agenda is consideration of approval of the Colorado opioid settlement MOU and to authorize the chair to sign the Colorado MOU and all related settlement documents. I just want to do a quick check-in with Randy and Sean and Brian and others who've been staring at this screen all morning. Is there a call for a quick break? Does anybody need to use the bathroom? Does anybody want a cup of coffee?
I was going to go down and get my lunch from the Evergreen Cooking School. And I need like 10 minutes to accomplish that at some point in the next hour or so.
1 o'clock is the next time we have somebody showing up that's expecting something of us. So I think now is a better time. Now is probably the best time to take that 10 minutes. Do you all agree?
Works for me.
Okay, and then we'll get through what we can get through and put the rest of it at the tail end of the meeting. I didn't look at the clock to see when 10 minutes ends, but I'm ready when you all are.
I'm ready too, although I'm going to be eating my lunch, so my camera will be off.
Okay. Looks like we just need Peter and Brian.
I'm happy to start, even though Brian may not be on just yet, if you all want to start.
I think I'm comfortable with that. This next issue about these opioids is really kind of your bailiwick. Why don't you go ahead and get started?
Okay, great. So what you're being asked to consider is a series of documents, but the main document is something called the Colorado Opioid Settlement MOU. It's a memorandum of understanding between the county as well as the Attorney General's office. And actually, it's going to be a broad spectrum MOU. So many counties in Colorado, hopefully the majority of them, will be signing this MOU. And the benefit of that is the more counties that participate, the more money that it's likely that we will receive, as far as Colorado receiving, as part of a series of opioid settlements. This involves two of the major opioid manufacturers. This is different from another opioid settlement that is coming down the pike. It doesn't mean that it's going to be the only MOU. There likely will be additional documents that will come eventually. But for now, this is what we have, and we've been asked to have this approved and executed in advance of November 5th. The AG would like all of those documents back by about that time so that they can then determine the next steps for seeking the actual payment of monies. The more counties that sign, the more money we will receive. It's not yet determined exactly how that's going to be apportioned. I believe all of the board members are aware there's already a lot of work creating regional councils that will help determine how the money is spent. I know that all of the commissioners have been active in that, and we were recently on a group meeting with everybody that was publicly noticed with Jefferson County to go over some preliminary ideas. That will end up manifesting itself in an intergovernmental agreement, which is not the subject of today's presentation. The other documents that you see in the backup include a distributor opioid settlement form, a Johnson & Johnson opioid settlement participation form, as well as an escrow agreement. Those are all exhibits and backup to the MOU. What we are seeking is that we receive authorization today for the chair to execute all of those documents so that we can then return them. We'll actually send them to CCI which is helping coordinate all of the gathering of the MOUs. You may have seen emails from CCI, letters from CCI. There's been a lot of information out there on it. That's pretty much it. So what we would like would be approval of the MOU and all documents related to its execution, and for the board to be able to sign, for the chair to be able to sign those.
Okay, thank you. Seems pretty straightforward. Comments, questions?
No.
Okay, well, given that it is straightforward and we know what's going on here, does anybody care to make a motion?
Is Sean?
He's got his camera off because he's
Sorry, I was eating my lunch. I was just trying to pull up the actual verbiage. So I move that we approve the chair to sign the Colorado MOU and related settlement documents.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
If a notary is required, I'm happy to head up and sign them. If not, you, Peter, or Nanette, or Beth, I know she's not in town, are authorized to sign those on my behalf.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Next thing on the agenda, I don't know if we'll get through it by 1 o'clock or not. Consideration of resolution 21-89, amending resolution 21-72, designating the meeting schedule for the remainder of 2021. I think the two meetings that we are talking about, whether we should have them or not, are the December 21st meeting and the January 4th meeting. That is because I will not be in town. So just you guys might have seen this in an email, but I'm confident that I can make the meeting on the 21st and happy to. I recognize that that's when we do our Christmas function. The meeting on the 4th of January is a little bit more tentative. I am not sure if I will have Wi-Fi. Well, I will probably have, people are claiming I will have Wi-Fi access, and those claims don't always come through in rural parts of other countries. Just so everybody knows, I'm traveling to Peru to see my family.
And I just want to mention this. So this resolution will only address the meetings through the end of this year, because what we'll do is at the beginning of next year, at the first meeting, whenever that's scheduled for, we'll actually have a new schedule adopted at that time. But I think it's great if you guys decide when that's going to be, because then we can anticipate. But for now, we just need a decision, really. I think it's pretty much would be December, because right now we have November 2nd and November 16th. I believe everybody's available for that. I wasn't sure if you wanted to have a meeting, because I think there's a 5th Tuesday in November. Whether we intended to do that or whether that was going to be a work session or something else. And then it would be 2 meetings in December, potentially. It's really, we could not do on that 5th Tuesday, and we could just instead do the 1st Tuesday in December and the 3rd Tuesday in December, maybe. Or we could do the 1st and 2nd.
Why are we talking about the 5th Tuesday? 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th Tuesday is the CCI conference.
Okay, so then Perhaps we just have, then my suggestion would be, so that you can avoid any worries about potential conflicts, maybe just have a meeting the first and second week in December. And that would finish out the year.
Actually really look forward to the holiday meeting. And didn't we do it over Zoom last year? Am I misremembering that?
We did.
I think would ideally be we could do it when George is available. I don't know what day, George, are you leaving again?
I'm leaving on the 17th, and I mean, I'll have internet access on the 21st, and I can attend. If we move to the 14th, I'd be fine with that too.
Yeah, I think we should have that that celebration and recognition event. I think it's a good way to end the year.
Can we do that on the 14th is the question.
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I guess it kind of seems more Christmassy when it's closer to Christmas, but I'm not hard and fast on that at all.
I kind of like the idea of removing the guesswork in case George's for that event as well, in case George's internet. And I know you didn't mention that as much on the 21st, but just to make sure that we all can make it, I think the 14th kind of takes care of business before he's out of town, if that works for everyone else, if there's not a reason not to.
It'll be unfortunate though that we won't be in person to be able to wear those giant humiliating hats that Beth tries to force on us.
We can figure out how to humiliate ourselves in Zoom.
Have those delivered to you.
Yeah, that's never been a problem. We accomplish it regularly.
Nana, do you have the resolution open right now? Because I only have a read only copy, just so you know.
Oh, I do.
Okay,
Sorry.
and then, no, that's fine. And then if we do then the December 7 and 14, I just want to confirm times. I know we discussed this morning. Do we want to make, did we say 8:30? 8:30. So what I'm going to do in this resolution, if there's a motion to adopt this resolution, would have it reflect November 2nd, November 16, December 7th, and December 14, with all of those meetings starting at 8:30. And then separate from this motion to approve this, just a consensus from the board based on vacations that our first meeting in January, just so we have an understanding, would be January 11 as opposed to January 4th. Does that work for everybody's calendars?
We'll do the 2nd and 3rd in January and the 1st and 2nd in December. That's what you.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't thought far enough ahead for the second meeting in January. I just wanted to make sure we knew when our first meeting was going to be, but that's fine. Whatever you guys decide.
Yeah, I mean, my recollection is historically the year starts out pretty slow. So I think delaying to the 2nd would be no issue at all. The second Tuesday.
What if we delay to the 3rd? I mean, if we're going to stick to the 1st and 3rd and we can't meet the 4th because of holidays, what if we go to the 18th? Then we're sticking to our 1st and 3rd.
I think that's probably going to be fine. We could always, if we need to call a meeting, we can always do that, right? This schedule doesn't prevent us from scheduling meetings.
No, and we're going to have a retreat falling in there somewhere too on one of those odd days that we didn't even, hasn't even discussed at this point. So.
You're suggesting the 18th rather than the 11th, right?
Yeah, to stick to the 1st and 3rd schedule that we're on already.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, at some point we're going to end up with meetings back to back, or just decide to hold the meeting when I'm not in town or might not be in town, which is okay too. So I'll defer to you all. Randy, I think you had suggested the 2nd and the 4th. Brian had said maybe he prefers the 2nd and the 3rd.
I think I said 2nd and 3rd, and I thought Brian was just suggesting maybe skipping the first one, just doing the 3rd, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, there's no right answer here. It's what you guys want to do.
Yeah.
But you're correct, Randy. That's what Brian had suggested.
Sorry, Dean.
So I think Brian was suggesting just one meeting in January, which would be on
Right.
the third Tuesday. And I was just saying we could go on the second Tuesday also. So draw straws.
Another approach could be to pass this resolution addressing 2021 and or else someone could come out with an opinion and it sounds like we'd all be persuaded.
I'm going to suggest that you limit this to 2021 and then just for your own scheduling purposes, leave open the second or third week in January for that meeting. I'm sure we can come to a consensus before then as to when it'll be when it gets closer. But this way you've at least finished out the year and you have that determined. The organizing resolution we'll just do whenever our first meeting ends up being in January.
It seemed like Brian expressed at least a mild preference for sticking to our first and third, and I'm totally fine with that. So I guess I would vote for the third.
Just the third, the one meeting. Correct.
Knowing that we could always have one before if something came up that was timely and we needed to, we could always have a meeting whenever.
Right.
Okay, so then the motion.
Second meeting, the second weekend, the second Tuesday in December, all the way to the right now, the third probably Tuesday in January. So it'd be like 5 weeks without a meeting.
Unless we needed one, and then we could always call it.
Okay, so we're looking at the second Tuesday in December right now,
Yes.
which was what we selected as one of our retreat dates earlier this morning. So we identified 11/23 and 12/14 as potential retreat dates for us.
It's a retreat in Peru on the 21st probably isn't going to work for everyone.
I mean, y'all are welcome to join me. I'll be on the beach.
Surfing.
I mean, for that day.
Yeah.
Right. As my aunt used to say, I was glad to see you when you came to visit, and I'm glad to see you go.
Yeah. Okay, so it sounds like at least we have this resolution set. And we have to figure out what we're doing, Brian, with the retreat.
Right.
And I mean, or God, we're being too indecisive. It's totally on the table for me. I know I said this earlier to just have a board meeting on the 21st, and I've got, you know, a lot of confidence that I can have reasonable internet. I Zoom with them. So I know that. Staff, what do you think about throwing a resolution on a consent agenda for the next meeting?
For what?
That would just give you time to figure out some of these moving parts and then just schedule us.
Well, I guess first question, when do you want to hold this Christmas meeting? The 14th or the 21st? We have to find a different retreat day. We can find a different retreat day. It's just, you know, we decided that earlier today, so. You want to go
I'm fine
back?
with it. Yeah. Sorry.
So what I'm hearing is so just so we're clear, the resolution that's before the board right now has us now at November 2nd, November 16th, December 7th, and December 14th as our meetings to close out the year. That's the one that we would need a motion on right now. And then if you want to have a consensus, I think we already have a consensus that we would begin January, the third week in January right now, unless something changes, we'd have our first meeting before then for some reason. And then the retreat is separate.
We could hold the retreat on the 11th, January 11th. Start the new year with a retreat.
I like that.
That way you keep your 7th and 14th in December. We'll hold a retreat on the 11th and first regular meeting on the 18th.
Does anybody disagree with that approach? Okay. Peter, maybe you can help us articulate a motion that would pass or that would get this resolution for this year.
Sure, absolutely. And I'm just looking for our agenda to see if it actually got in the resolution number. Okay, so it would just be, we'd need a motion approving resolution 2189, designating the Board of County Commissioners meeting schedule for the remainder of 2021. And that's all you would need, because I already filled in those dates in the resolution.
And the dates that you have filled into are the 2nd and the 16th of November and the 7th and the 14th of December. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. At 8:30.
Are you guys ready for me to say so moved?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, this was fun. Thank you all. Next thing is consideration of approval of resolution number 21-59 to revise county short-term rental regulations. And I think we have, yep. I see Fred, I see Amy. Is that the balance of our folks?
If Cindy Rushmeyer is in the peanut gallery, if you could move Cindy Rushmeyer over.
All right, I'm trying to. Let me try again. Here's the deal. Okay, here she comes.
But if it's all good, I'll go ahead and start. Commissioners, thank you very much. Appreciate the time. This is a public hearing. This is a public hearing for consideration of draft resolution number 21-59 to approve zoning regulations that would revise the requirements for the operation of short-term rentals. The staff that worked on this is myself, Fred Rolandhagen, Planning and Building Services Manager, and Cindy Rushmeyer, who's our planner. She also administrates our short-term rental program and has been doing that for a number of years now. I've got a couple of visuals that I'll go through as I do my presentation. I'll try to make my presentation as quickly as possible, but there's a lot of information, and hopefully we can, and I want to make sure that there's enough time for public comment. Before I begin with my presentation, what I wanted to do is make sure that we get on the record a couple more pieces of information that were submitted after the admission of the staff packet. You received the staff packet in your packet. And after that, what I want to do is enter into evidence number one, hold on, let me pull it up here. Is the Planning Commission memo from April 21st of 2021, which is the memo that was presented to the Planning Commission for their first working session in consideration of these regs revisions. The Planning Commission had held 3 working sessions. This is something that was requested by George Marlin. A couple other items that I want to add into the record. Second is additional comments that we received from on the Clear Creek Forum. The really neat thing about the Clear Creek Forum is it allows for comments to be submitted at the time when people are interested in submitting them, but they continue to be submitted, and so we have quite a few additional comments that were submitted after after I submitted your packet. And so I want to enter that into the record. I emailed that to the commissioners. And then there was one other individual response from Alan Altman that I received via email, and I sent that to you via email, and I want to enter that into the record. For the public, I'm going to put all of these items on the active cases web page on the Clear Creek County site, where the other information for short-term rentals is found, so they can be available for viewing for everybody. Okay, let's see. I'm going to quickly share my screen for the first time. Hope everybody can see that. That's the first page of my staff report. So very quickly, I posted an executive summary at the beginning to hopefully clarify what the proposed changes are, but the draft revisions currently that the Planning Commission has recommended to the county commissioners are essentially 6 items to revise the current regulations. Number 1 is to place a cap of 5% of the total number of residential units in or unincorporated Clear Creek County for short-term rentals. This value does accommodate all of the existing known short-term rentals and does allow for approximately 25 to 30% growth in the number of short-term rentals. Number 2, short-term rentals that are what I'm going to call owner occupied would be exempt from this 5% restriction, in which permits are good, and also the short-term rental permits are good for 2 years instead of 1. Number 3, to eliminate that there currently is an 8-person limit on short-term rentals on lots under 2 acres, thereby allowing, and so the proposal is to eliminate that 8-person limit and instead allow existing infrastructure and existing space on the lot to determine the total number of persons allowed in any short-term rental. But with this, the Planning Commission proposed to add a limit of no more than 2 persons per legal bedroom to have some to make sure that there is a limit on the number of people in any residence. This 2 persons per legal bedroom is consistent with OWTS regulations. Typically, an OWTS, a septic system, is sized based on the number of bedrooms, and their formula is based on 2 people per bedroom. And so that's where that 2 persons per legal bedroom comes from. Number 4, we want to clarify garbage and trash storage requirements by following Colorado Parks and Wildlife recommendations of allowing trash to be stored in bear-proof trash containers, and then to further define what a bear-proof trash container is, which would be a heavy-duty steel enclosure with a locking lid. Otherwise, all trash must be stored inside a building and may be left outside only on the day of on-street pickup. Number 5, to revise enforcement procedures to immediately revoke a permit if a violation is not remedied within 15 days of notification by the county. And then if the applicant wishes to reapply, it must be approved by the Board of County Commissioners via public hearing. I'm going to get into this at the end of my staff report. I had a conversation with Peter, and staff is changing its recommendation on this particular recommendation from the Planning Commission to assure that we are following due process. I'll get to that at the end of my staff report. And then number 6, we have some miscellaneous revisions intended to increase the efficiency of permit review and reduce the amount of time that it takes to review a permit application. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing for now, and I'm going to go do a little bit of my staff report. As I had said before at the beginning, the purpose is to consider purpose of this public hearing is to consider revisions to zoning regulations that govern short-term rentals. As you probably know, our current regulations were adopted in December of 2017. They became effective in May of 2018 after to give time for staff to set up the program and notify short-term rental property owners. The county contracts online. The county contracts with an online monitoring party. We contract online monitoring to an outside contractor who monitors the internet for short-term rental listings and notifies the county staff of its findings on a monthly basis. This contractor also maintains the online permitting process that applicants follow to obtain a permit. County staff it's still county staff's job to establish contact with unpermitted short-term rental property owners and notify them of our process, review and approve applications, and carry out enforcement procedures with non-compliant operators. So if you remember way back in November of 2020, last year, almost a year ago, and then subsequently in April of 2021, we held some working sessions with you, the county commissioners, to discuss the status of the county's short-term rental program. The board, if you remember, the board remained concerned about the status of the county's housing supply for residents and local workforce. And while the board understands there are numerous factors that affect the supply and cost of local housing, it requested that staff and the Planning Commission consider revisions to these regulations that would help work towards a goal of maintaining current housing stock for residents. So the primary suggestion that the board asked staff and the Planning Commission to consider came from these working sessions, and you had asked us to consider a primary resident only policy where only primary residents would be allowed to apply for short-term rental permits. As you know, or as you might be familiar, this policy is similar to what Idaho Springs currently implements, and also what the city and county of Denver implements for their short-term rental policy. So beginning in April of 2021, Planning Commission held a series of working sessions. They held 3 working sessions, one in April, one in May, and one in July. During April's working session, staff provided information on, actually staff provided all of the information to the Planning Commission that we provided you at the April, at your April working session. Which included information on national and international trends on how short-term rentals are being regulated, and how local jurisdictions across the U.S. are regulating them. There's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of new research, a lot of new discussion since we adopted the regulations in 2017 on short-term rentals' effect on housing, the housing market, housing availability, and housing affordability. In general, as you recall, and let me pull this up. Let's see if I can find it. And very quickly, so we all know, I think you can see this. In general, from these publications, there are a few straightforward recommendations came up if a community is concerned about its housing stock in light of increased short-term rental use. Some recommendations from these publications include that regs should limit the reallocation of housing stock from long-term to short-term without discouraging the use of home sharing by owner occupiers. That's a way to generate income with your own residents. Number 2, to prioritize housing needs of residents over the needs of tourists when the two aims conflict. And then these publications identified a few ways to do that. First, require that short-term rentals be allowed only to applicants who are primary residents of the home that they are renting. You could also place a limit on the number of short-term rentals that are allowed in the community. You could, in the case of, I think San Francisco does this, impose a limit on the number of days that a short-term rental can be rented out in a given year, which essentially reduces the value of that short-term rental and how often you can rent it out. We also looked into reasons and objectives as to why some local Colorado mountain communities adopted the regulations that they did. We did a survey, a very quick and dirty survey of what other communities are doing. Apologize for the smallness of this. I'm going to blow this up so hopefully everybody can see it. But we did a survey of other Colorado mountain counties and the municipalities within Clear Creek County to find out what they were doing. We found out there's no one size fits all in each community. Each community is regulating short-term rentals in their own way, and it's running the gamut of not allowing them at all the way to just allowing short-term rentals without any kind of a permit. If you are reading the news recently, there's a lot of newspaper articles that have popped up this summer and this fall indicating that there are a number of mountain communities, almost all of the mountain communities that I looked into here are looking at revising their regulations based on to help hone in this particular market to try to preserve housing for long-term residents. But most communities and studies currently appear to be mostly concerned about residential units being removed from the existing housing stock, as I said before. When the Planning Commission held their first working session in April, the Planning Commission was more inclined to consider more incentives that would prioritize primary residents' ability to obtain a short-term rental permit rather than place restrictions that would preclude non-primary residents. And so among them, the Planning Commission had identified three things that might do this. Number one, place a limit on the total number of short-term rentals being operated by non-primary resident owners, while not placing a limit on the number of short-term rentals being operated by primary resident owners. Number two, is there a way to incentivize primary resident owner operators with reduced fees or reduced process or something like that? And then number three, they thought, well, is there ways to incentivize building additional housing that would effectively replace the housing that short-term rentals removed from the housing stock? Staff noted that this probably is a worthwhile effort, but we reminded the Planning Commission this probably goes beyond the scope of this particular effort in addressing regulations for short-term rentals. Okay, I'm going to stop share again for now. So during the Planning Commission's May working session, they reviewed some more information. We found out that approximately around 3.7% of all housing units are currently 3.7% of the total number of housing units in unincorporated Clear Creek County are currently short-term rentals right now. Based on public comment that was there during May, Planning Commission heard from many who explained how short-term rentals support the local economy, how short-term rental programs supports individual families' ability to keep real estate in their family. And opposite to that, there were also concerns about the adverse effects of short-term rentals, including excessive trash, excessive noise, things like party houses and things like that that were communicated by members of the public. Nevertheless, at that time, the Planning Commission did express some concern they thought maybe there isn't as much of a problem to solve with a cap on the number of short-term rentals in the county. The reason why they thought, or the reason why they didn't think that there was as much of a problem, was because of the information that showed that the growth rate of short-term rentals since 2017 was not very high. We have maintained approximately 120 to 130 known short-term rentals since we started the program in 2017. And over the months, we get information of a few new ones that pop up on the web, but there are also some that stop advertising. And so it's been kind of bumping around between 120 and 130. In 2020, last year, due to COVID, there was a dip, and I think it dipped down to around 100 or even under 100, but then it came back up this year. And then in July, during the Planning Commission's July hearing, they wanted some information on when short-term rental homes were purchased by their current owners, to understand how many might have been purchased for the sole purpose of renting them out. And as expected, when we did that study, when we looked at when these homes were purchased, a majority, not a huge majority, but a majority of short-term rental homes were purchased within the last 3 to 5 years. We also noticed that there were a number of them that were purchased or that had been owned by the same person or by the same family for many, many decades, indicating that there's a good chunk of short-term rental owners that have had their residence in the family or in their possession for a long time as second residences, and they are now using this opportunity to rent them out to generate some income. Some of them say in order to keep that residence in the family. Again, it's same as the previous working session. There was also public comment raising concerns about adverse effect of short-term rentals, especially about trash being left outside by short-term rental occupants, and the concern of how trash attracts bears and other wild animals. And that's one of the reasons why we thought it was very important to explain and beef up the trash requirements. So let's see, I think we have, let me just show you very quickly a map of where the short-term rental properties are. This is in your staff report, or this is in the staff packet. I think everybody can see that. Let me get Brook Forest Estates there down on the bottom. There we go. So this map shows this map shows where the short-term rental properties are. I think this was prepared this summer or last summer during our working sessions. You see a number of them in Brook Forest Estates, and they're scattered around the east side of the county, Floyd Hill and Upper Bear Creek. You see but what we see is a major concentration of short-term rentals in the St. Mary's subdivisions, St. Mary's, Winterland, and Loch Lomond. And that's where the largest concentration of short-term rentals are located at this time this year. So under my discussion, I'll go through this real quickly since I went through this at the beginning of my staff report, but very quickly, the items that are proposed to be changed. Number one is to place a cap of 5% of the total number of residential units in unincorporated Clear Creek County. This accommodates for all of the existing known short-term rentals. It also allows for approximately 25 to 30% growth in the number of short-term rentals. But it also assures the county that there is a limit, that there is a cap on the total number that we can have. And that assures that that the other 95% will not be converted to short-term rental use. The Planning Commission also proposed that short-term rentals, owner-occupied short-term rentals, would be exempt from that 5% restriction. And to encourage that, if you live in your home and you want to rent your bedroom out, or if you want to rent your residence out when you are gone, you should be able to do that to generate some additional income through your residence. Number 3, as I said before, proposed to eliminate that 8-person limit on short-term rentals on lots under 2 acres, thereby allowing existing infrastructure and existing space for parking, things like that, to determine the total number of persons allowed in any short-term rental. We did get a couple. We did get a couple. Let me take this out. We did get a couple. Short-term rental property owners who were on lots of less than 2 acres. So they fell under that 8-person cap, but they had the appropriate infrastructure and the appropriate space to allow for more than that. They had like a 4 or 5 bedroom house. They had the appropriate water. They had the appropriate sewer. They had the right amount of space for parking and things like that. And so the Planning Commission went ahead and lifted that, but again, placed that limit, that limit of no more than 2 people per legal bedroom under any circumstance. We are clear. Like I said, we are clarifying garbage storage requirements to follow Colorado Parks and Wildlife guidance and recommendations. That information is in your staff packet. We're also making miscellaneous revisions to increase the efficiency of permit review and reduce the amount of time it takes to review a permit application. We're always looking for efficiencies to cut the fat out of process without reducing the effectiveness of the policy. And the other thing, I'll get back into this enforcement issue. The other thing that the Planning Commission was wanted to do was they wanted to revise the enforcement procedures to immediately revoke a permit if a violation is not remedied within the prescribed 15 days of notification by the county. And then if the applicant wishes to reapply for their permit, it must be approved by the Board of County Commissioners through a public hearing. This, like I said, this is something that was added by the Planning Commission during their hearing in order to provide more teeth to enforcement.
Hey, Fred.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I know of some people in the county who've done like home swaps. Like, for example, they trade houses with somebody in Spain or Australia or something like that and stay for like a few months. Like, how do we effectively notice people? 15 days doesn't seem like a very long time to be able to react to something, particularly if you're maybe somewhere else.
When you apply for a short-term rental permit, you're required to provide a 24-hour contact, a local 24-hour contact who has the ability to respond to these things when they pop up. And so I guess we're kind of relying on that 24-hour contact to take the liberty to remedy a problem if we identify a problem.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I was kind of thinking about, we do use mail in some cases, and if somebody sent a letter to someone, they wouldn't see it for months, but you answered my question. Thanks.
Okay. And so, yeah, regarding those enforcement procedures, I did have, I warned the Planning Commission, yes, you can recommend whatever you want. Let me verify this with the county attorney's office and make sure we're following appropriate law and everything with this. After talking with Peter about this particular recommendation, staff is not recommending that this be revised, mainly because if you change this around and say that if if a violation has not been remedied, thereby the permit is automatically revoked, you're running into some problems with not affording due process to the short-term rental permit holder. And so the reason a public hearing is held before the Board of County Commissioners to consider revocation of the permit is to afford due process, not only for the property owner, but also for any neighbors or any public that wants to speak in favor or against the issue at hand. So because of that due process issue, staff is not recommending that particular change.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation, assuming it's over. Is it over?
One more quick thing. Sorry about that, George. In my staff report, there were a couple referral agency comments, one from Colorado Department of Transportation and one from IREA. IREA had no comments. CDOT was concerned about things being parked on CDOT right of way. The county is concerned about things being parked on county right of way, and essentially the answer is it's not allowed. If we find it, we can notify them. But the other assurance that we have to assure that people don't park on right of way is that when you apply for a permit, you have to demonstrate that you have adequate parking on site so there is no overflow of parking onto county rights of way. Also, just real quickly, point out on master plan, the Clear Creek County 2017 master plan identifies a number of economic development goals that supports tourism and recreation development, commercial development. It also identifies housing goals to preserve and improve the existing housing stock. So what we're trying to do is balance those goals out with this particular regulation. I also included information about taxes in my staff report. I won't go into that right now, but if you have any question on taxes being collected, I'm happy to answer any questions. So there you go. With that amendment that I talked about with enforcement, staff is recommending approval of the other recommendations that the Planning Commission had. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And I'm tempted to go to public comment now. Unless, I mean, are there burning questions from anybody? Okay, well, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. So if you're here to make a comment on this, please click raise hand. We'll give it a moment for you to find your buttons, and we'll give you 3 minutes and hear your thoughts. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I know that there is robust input available to us. So thanks to the community for doing that. So I think I'll start. I respectfully disagree with the Planning Commission about the statement that there's not a problem to solve related to the cap. I think that my preference in February was that we take the resident only route. I believe at that time that was a majority opinion of the board. I realize that that's not exactly material right now because we can just express our opinions here. And so that's what I intend to do. It is a good observation that we have not seen that we can place a cap that would protect us from having short-term rentals continue to eat into our housing stock that's available for residents. That's a good point. And perhaps if that was the only factor 5% would be acceptable. The factor that is missing from that statement is the community impacts related to partying and trash and all of that stuff. I will note one thing in a read of the master plan that was not mentioned was pretty emphatically stated desire to maintain the rural residential character of our communities. I think that that's relevant to this as well. And I read in the comments, a lot of folks, seems to me like the more important issue to our constituents is that the partying, the fires, the trash attracting bears into the neighborhood, etc. I know that I have ongoing interactions with a number of folks around the county around the frustrations that they experience on a day-to-day basis. The way I view that is that those neighborhoods that aren't experiencing those frustrations are at risk of experiencing those frustrations any day, no matter what the cap is. And that's because, as you said, Fred, the operators kind of come and go, and this one stops over here, and then there's an opportunity for one to start over there. And I know that I choose to live in a city, and that's partially because I'm okay with some noise and with some people around, and also because I don't want to live in a place where I'm subject to acute wildfire risk. But I also know that the folks who choose not to live in the city choose not to live in the city because they value peace. And it takes a lot of time and understanding to become a good neighbor in that setting. That's why we have documents that we send to folks, large, expansive documents that we send to folks who move in to say, here's what you need to think about with wildfires. Here's how you need to handle your trash, etc. It's just impossible to have that kind of education, no matter the quality of the absentee operator, penetrate to the day-to-day renters. And so for those reasons, I am in favor of a residence-only requirement. And that the cap for non-owner occupied units, or not owner occupied, right? Non-resided within units, absentee owner, I'll say that, units, or absentee operator as well. I spent so much time trying to figure out how to say that I lost what I was trying to say. I think that cap should be 0. I think that we should not allow absentee operated short-term rentals in Clear Creek County. I think that it's better for our housing stock, and I think it's better for our neighborhoods.
What do you suggest we do about the permitted people who currently are not residents or not, owner operators, whatever we're calling them?
Current absentee operated units, I think it makes a lot of sense not to just declare them illegal tomorrow. These folks have made investments and made life plans around those investments and those revenue streams. So conversation about what the appropriate period to grandfather is something that I think we need to have. You can sell a home pretty quick. Figuring out all of your plans might take a year, might take 2 years.
Could you, Fred, would you mind putting up this slide that showed the heat map of the different current short-term rental permitted in unincorporated Clear Creek County? I saw something kind of curious. There was a very high density in the St. Mary's area and a low density in everywhere else. Does anybody care to venture a theory about why that is?
Oh, the density?
Right.
I guess I have a theory. If you look at the proportion, here, let me just see if I can get this bigger. I hope. I guess from my perspective, it almost looks like that the short-term rentals are fairly closely, evenly distributed among the residences based on density. And when you look at St. Mary's Glacier, You've got St. Mary's subdivisions are probably have the largest number of residences, and it is the most dense neighborhood or the most dense subdivision in the county. Thereby, you see more short-term rentals up there, and really, at least that's my perspective. And then the areas that where the residences are few and far between, you see very few and far between short-term rentals. I could also speculate that St. Mary's is a sub, as you know, it's a development that's up over 10,000 feet in elevation, and it's relatively difficult to live there year round. You have to be a hardy individual, and perhaps a number of people are renting those units out because they don't want to live there full time.
I think that's what it is. I honestly do. And I don't disagree, George, with your line of thinking and the theoretical perspective. But when I look at the absolute numbers, there's 30 of them in the entire eastern part of the county, which is not, I guess I hesitate to call it a rounding error, but it's a very manageable number. And I think the reason why we haven't seen the growth is because it is a much more economically attractive to invest in a non-resident, type of property somewhere else where there is more services and more interesting things to do. My neighborhood is not that interesting to go on a vacation in, I can promise you that. And I think Fred is exactly right in the second part of his statement. I think I've heard plenty of people. I mean, St. Mary's is a super cool place. I like going up there and riding my bike in the summertime. I have met many people who spent a few winters up there, and it's not that it's just not for them. It's a difficult commute. And so I question how much we're really affecting our economy or our housing stock for our workforce. So with all that said, I think in some contexts, your statements, I would agree with them. I think in this one, we're potentially solving a problem that doesn't really exist, because we've been watching this now. And it's one of the reasons why before you got elected, George, Tim and Randy and I sat down and we said, let's watch this thing for a few years to sort of have a better understanding of it. And I think, at least I feel like I have a better understanding of it. And it looks like we have a situation that's not really changing much. And so the other thing I will say, and then I'll pass on to Randy or someone else, I'm always very, very hesitant to overrule any of our volunteer boards or commissions. I think I've only done it once ever. And I think it had to do with a land use case to the south of Idaho Springs. So that's another consideration for me.
I think whether you view it as a problem or not depends on where you are. Like you said, it's if you live in a boring neighborhood or one that's pretty stable. I'm guessing there's parties over there, but I know that as I look at that same heat map that was up a little bit ago, I've got it up on my other screen. It's I've got in my commissioner district, I have more than double either one of the other two in the unincorporated county. Part of that's, I think, because, as Sean mentioned, in his district, it may be more stable full-time ownership as opposed to rentals. Part of it in District 1 is that it's got by far the largest town in the county, with a density where a lot of what's going on is not on the radar here because it's in the towns. But I think it has. I believe it has affected the housing market there. And I know on the west end of the county, my anecdotal observations are that it has definitely affected our end of the county. Granted, a lot of my district is that statistic at St. Mary's, but the demand is high, and the sales are turning over in large part to short-term rentals really frequently. I think I'm seeing at least every other sale turning to a short-term rental. For example, in the town I live in Empire, as well as from what I'm hearing outside. to the extent that, and this is something else to discuss in another meeting, I think, because it gets a little dicier, is that we have, it's the annexation issue. That if a town that disagrees with our philosophy decides that they want to aid and abet the creation of more short-term rentals, they can annex into the county for the sole purpose of, first of all, absorbing any income that they believe they can make off of it within the town, but also to circumvent whatever our decision we make here today is. And that's an indication of at least their perception of the demand around them for the same thing. Anyway, I'm just wrapping my head around it. I believe it's a problem, and I have believed that it is a problem from what I've seen. And as I listen to the other counties around the state, I hear the same thing. I don't think it's inconsequential. And I think we know that we have a tremendous supply of housing issue, workforce housing and everyone housing, to be honest. Certainly on this end of the county. I personally support the owner-occupied requirement. What that looks like grandfathered over existing properties, I don't know right now. I kind of agree it's a little dicey when you start talking about someone who's made an investment under existing law and ends up being effectively like, it's like being zoned out of existence when you're there and using it and own it. It's effectively almost like a rezoning or a reallocation of the acceptable use of what is currently called residential property, which is being used effectively commercially by multiple ownership of rentals and then turned on to the hotel market. So I think we've got to figure out what that means if they're grandfathered for 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, or forever, depending on how we view grandfathering. But I'm in favor of passing the resolution because I don't think it's an imagined problem or a solution in search of a problem. And the only question we have in my mind right now relative to other that's been presented to us today is that question, what to do with owner occupancy.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I wasn't suggesting we don't. I support the resolution. What I was questioning was taking away people's rights to do something which they are legally currently doing. And I don't know, maybe at some point I can ask Peter whether anybody could consider that illegal taking. Probably not, but I think it's a question worth addressing.
And speak and he shall appear.
Suddenly, coincidentally, he popped into the room.
Do you want me to answer that at this moment?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I don't know that you would consider it a taking because if it's a valid regulation. It's different than if you're actually taking somebody's property in an eminent domain type of situation.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm not confident that right now today we can come up with what the right grandfathering period is. One approach to that would be to err on the side of a long one. Some of the folks who are currently living with this situation may not appreciate us for saying, well, you're just going to have to deal with this for another 5 years. For example, I want to respond to a couple of things here. I mean, with regards to the impact on the housing stock, do we currently have a problem to solve? Maybe, maybe not. Would 100 some houses re-entering the housing stock that's available to residents do something for somebody who's trying to find a snowplow driver or a dishwasher or something? I think the answer to that is yes. But the more important factor in my mind is that we have a problem to prevent. And if you've been watching what the resort communities have been up against over the last 9 months, by the time you allow that problem to happen, it's not an easy one to get your arms around. Winter Park and Summit County are spending a lot of money paying short-term rental operators to convert to long-term rentals. they think it's revenue positive because that's how bad their situation is. Their businesses can't be open because they don't have workforce housing. I don't want Clear Creek County to be in a position where we're deciding that where our revenues have been impacted so much by business closures that we think it's worthwhile to pay short-term rental operators to convert. And that is the future. That is the problem that we have an opportunity to prevent today. However, I don't think it's entirely germane to this problem because I think a 5% cap could prevent that problem. I just don't think a 5% cap addresses the issues around people not wanting neighborhoods where bears are used to getting into the trash, where they're having to remind people about fire safety and that there's a fire ban and that shooting isn't allowed during a fire ban and that you need to shoot safely, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's really the thing that I'm hearing loud and clear that we have to stand up for our constituents on. These are neighborhoods.
I guess I have an observation. One of them is a little dramatic, but I mean, if we truly believe, if you take that hard of a stance with housing stock, why not make second homes illegal too? I'll leave that one out there for you to ponder. The other one is I've only heard one complaint ever in my entire time in office for a short-term rental in District 2, and it was somebody who used to show up at these meetings who owns the place.
I have heard a significant amount of complaints. One of them is from a person in your district.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I'm just telling you what I experienced.
Yeah. My experience is a little different. I think what George speaks to is actually speaks to more than short-term rentals. Whenever we have visitors coming here who are not familiar with the area, regardless of whether they're staying in a short-term rental or a different kind of short-term rental, the hotel or whatever. But it's also true of those who get rented out, who get short-term rentals rented out to them. It's quite honestly what we deal with visitation when we choose to make it part of our economy. So it's a much larger discussion than just short-term rentals, but it's part of the short-term rental discussion too, because that's a contributing factor. And certainly in my neck of the woods, where we have, you know, where we don't have cities, we have towns because they get even small for Clear Creek. It's an issue that we're able to detect within the town in a manner very similar to what's outside the towns because they tend to be a little sleepier and quieter, and people get used to a little different existence here. And that's why I've been able to note within our little pod of density a quick turnover in the type of ownership and the type of uses of it. And some folks outside town are talking to me about that too frequently. And it has to do with just where you're close to. When you ride your bike past their house, you know, it's you run into it. So I'm ready to it sounds like we all three support this, and we're into the weeds of the nuances of this. And the question is, do we need kind of like our last conversation, more changes to this, and how quickly can we get to deciding what those are? And if it's the owner occupancy, then how do we wrap our brains around that so that we can end up with an ordinance that is successfully passed in the very near future?
Actually, I'd like to modify my statement I made before. I've never heard any complaint because the one complaint I did hear was from someone who owned the house and actually lives in county. So in terms of a investor owned property, I've yet to hear it in District 2.
I'm aware of an ongoing situation with an absentee owner who's been contacted multiple times, and zoning enforcement is pretty slow. And I'm not of the opinion that it can really be made any faster legally. And so, you know, I've got people saying, hey, I have a problem, and you have the legal authority to solve the problem. But the opportunity only comes up in moments like this, right? Because otherwise I'm in a situation, and we all are in a situation where when somebody complains, we say, yeah, well, trying trying to address this is nearly impossible. And so we'll work on it, and maybe we'll send another letter. And, you know, this situation I'm referring to has been going on for 6 months, 9 months without any resolution. And it's because, Amy?
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I had a question about the number 5, the regulation that we deleted from the recommendation. Fred, is that one just being pulled, or is it back to the drawing board to be reconsidered? And just to George's point, I mean, are we going to continue to rely on zoning as our lever on enforcement for STRs, or is there a way to use the permit as a tool, as a faster tool?
So staff's recommendation to the board is to revoke the Planning Commission's proposed changes to the enforcement section altogether because of due process concerns, and leave it the way it is right now, which is if there's a confirmed violation, it's not remedied within 15 days, that the permit needs to go to the Board of County Commissioners for consideration of revocation in a public hearing.
Okay, so it's still, there is a permit lever, basically, that we're not relying just on a zoning ordinance. We can still revoke their permit. There's a mechanism to revoke the permit.
Yes. Okay. I mean, the permit is a function of zoning. The permit is issued through the county's zoning authority, but yeah, with the beauty about this type of permit or any kind of special use permit is we've given something to the property owner that we can take away if they're not behaving well.
Okay, thank you.
And this is probably a question for Peter. What's the expected range of elapsed times between somebody basically having their permit pulled, scheduling the public meeting, having the commissioners vote on it, and then actually having their ability to continue to propagate issues stop?
So we give them, like Fred was speaking about, they have essentially 15 days to come into compliance typically. That's what it would be. And then if they don't, staff would then take it and schedule it before the board. So it's a matter of just scheduling and the time that's available when we could have a meeting. And especially in light of these type of considerations and how high profile they are, we could always schedule a special meeting for an actual hearing, and the hearing would occur, and then the board rules, and then it is whatever the ruling is, it takes effect. Whether the board says you have 10 more days to get into compliance, or it'll be revoked, or the board just revokes the permit, it's done. They would then have to reapply, go through the process, and that's a much longer process because they have to go through and they have to go through our permitting process. And Fred, did you want to say something?
When you're done,
yeah.
Because I want
to. So my point is that it's a fairly streamlined process to revoke a permit or have a hearing, but for them to actually reapply and then get another special use, that's going to take more time. But that's a penalty in and of itself. And
I just meant like from the time that the neighbors were upset and having a neighborhood dispute until they were no longer allowed to be a short-term renter. And my guess, based on what you just said, is that sounds like about 1 to 2 months.
I was going to say probably like 30 days, which is 1 month. Let's put it this way. I think it's reasonable that staff would give these type of things a priority to get them scheduled. They don't happen frequently. So it's something that should be done, but you're not wrong. It could take a little longer.
Yeah, but we don't currently have that ability to do that now, because where I'm going with this is I totally appreciate what George was saying about some poor neighbor having to deal with an inconsiderate operator who doesn't live in the neighborhood, causing them pain and suffering for 4 to 6 months. Is the reason why we're not solving this problem now because we don't have the tools to do so, or we just haven't made it a priority? Because that would be kind of my preference, would be rather than we take the drastic step of basically creating the death penalty for these people who made this investment, that we actually try to solve the problem in a more gentle way.
So, yeah, and what I can speak to is the fact is that for any type of special use permit or any permit violation, we go through this due process. We go through this process of having a hearing. We don't just take away the right or the permit right off the bat. That being said, if we turned it around and ultimately did a licensing type of process, we'd be assessing fines as one of the remedies, but you would still go through a show cause hearing before you did that.
So why is the problem still happening 6 months? Why are we having a 6-month problem and not a 30-day problem right now?
Right.
And I'm not aware, and staff, if there's something out there, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not aware of any zoning violation that I've been made aware of that was enforced on any topic. And I think our planning department quite simply does not have the bandwidth to enforce these nuanced zoning violations. What's easier is on the front end, as soon as you find out somebody's operating, you don't have to wait until somebody has a problem. You find out somebody's operating and you have the time to address it, rather than trying to make the time to address it while you have parties and fires.
But the problem you just alluded to about resources, George, that's your and Randy and my problem to solve, not staff's, right? If they don't have the adequate resources to do their job, shame on us.
It's the taxpayer's problem to solve, right? And we know that we don't have, we know, I mean, we've got 2 unfunded requests for people in the planning department right now. You're right, that's on us. And it's on taxpayers to say, do we want this or not?
It's not on taxpayers. I think it's our responsibility. I'm not passing that buck.
Well, we can't, you've got to have the resources to give them. And, and time is money, and people's time is money. And so the point is, either we do spend more money in order to do more stuff, or we don't spend more money to do more stuff, or we reprioritize what it is we need to do.
That's it.
It also feels to me that regulations are a part of the solution and the enforcement thereof to the extent that they can be. And if we decide not to say you can't do it when we know that we want to limit something, and then we accommodate a total non-enforcement and accept a non-enforcement posture, then it's hard to make a difference. And a few times we have decided that we were going to make something illegal lately and put the signs up and wrote a few tickets, and it changed behavior. And so I grant that we're talking about 2 competing ideas. Do we have the resources to enforce or not? I would say it's difficult. At the same time, if we don't even show a willingness to make the rules, it's even more difficult. And it's even more difficult to enforce when you don't feel like you have the backup of, your elected officials also being willing to set good policy.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the way I look at it is, if we're saying that we have rules and we're not willing to dedicate resources to their enforcement, we're implying, or at least my view is, I'm implying that every single thing else in the county that we're doing and spending money on is more important than that.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge Cindy Rushmeyer. You've had your hand up.
I just wanted to address a couple of things that you brought up, George. One, the harder enforcement is the ones that is operating without a permit. It's much easier to revoke a permit than it is to bring them into compliance without a permit, because then we give them the time to apply, and then they get into the process and they get stopped again, and then we have to notice them again, and then they do something and then they stop again, and so it's harder to get them through the process than the ones that actively have a permit that we can give them the 15 days, cite them, and then take them to the board.
That's a great point. Let me ask you a follow-up question. If we just simply weren't allowing absentee operators, would that context change?
Yeah, I think it would in a big way, since we currently have 130 active permits, and based what I can tell by our registration process through lodging revs, only 10 to 15 of those are owner occupied. So we would take it from 130 to 15, which would make it much easier to.
Okay, I'm sorry, my larger point here is that if you identify an operator who's operating illegally because they don't live there, and you don't have a long, complicated process that they can try to get through or make some bare bones efforts to get through to continue operating, can you just tell them on day one to stop?
Yes. And,
Okay.
and I've been dealing with one that's absentee, and he's more responsive than one that is there. If that helps.
I've heard the argument before that if we legalize it, it'll be easier to control. I completely disagree with that argument. I think that when you legalize it, you make it easier to do it at the same time. And having things be illegal, as an example, is a measure of control and gives you some indication of people's willingness to even comply with the idea. It's not been my experience in working with some other things other than short-term rentals, that making something legal that you don't want to have happening when it was illegal when you started, it's a little different case here, has really helped us wrap our management arms around the problem. The problem just seems to get more intense because even more people think of going out and doing it. It's kind of the same with speed limits and driver's license. To say that people are out there driving around without valid licenses when they don't have valid licenses for good reasons is kind of like saying, well, if we give them all licenses, then we'll have something to take away from them if they, if they mess up. And the problem is they're already messing up. It's already messing up our context, our environment.
I have a related question, which is, do we lack the tools to prosecute people who are illegally operating a business in our county, or do we lack the will to use the tools that are available to us, or is it some combination of those two?
Third alternative would be bandwidth.
That would be the will to make it important. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think let me try to answer that. I think part of it's the bandwidth and having the resources to enforce. The other thing is what are we enforcing on? And just going back to some of these that George has talked about, being problem properties throughout the summer. The case is not, we get a complaint and then they have 15 days to remedy it. We have to confirm that there's a violation that exists. We can't take the complainer's word for it. And so if the complaint is a noise complaint at 1 o'clock in the morning, we go out on Monday morning at 9 o'clock and there's no noise. We can't confirm that there's a violation of any kind. So there isn't much that we can do. If there's a trash complaint, we can very easily call up the property owner and say, you've got a trash problem, and they may clean it up. And then perhaps after 3 or 4 weeks, we get another complaint that we have to deal with. So it's not as easy as every complaint that we get. We just the 15-day clock starts ticking, and if nothing happens, then we take it to the county commissioners. It's no pun intended, but code enforcement is kind of a messy business, and it's complicated.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I know, and I think this was a terrible idea that when people did this, but there used to be this whole 3 strikes and you're out policy, and I kind of appreciate the theory of it, which at some point you keep doing something small over and over, it becomes big, and something bad's going to happen to you. Like I said, everyone doesn't appreciate how that worked out societally, but I think it's a concept that I don't know if it's something that would be possible in this type of a context, because you're exactly right. It's like the neighbors get, water torture over a period of 6 to 12 months and put their house up for sale because they've had enough. And we should be able to protect them from that. And if that means there's a gap in our legislative protection, that's something I think a path we should go down. But it's unsatisfactory for me to put this down and say we don't have the resources and move on and let the homeowners continue to suffer. I'm not good with that.
Yeah, completely agree. So let me Let me see if I can encourage us to have a resolution here. It appears to me that our options are pass the resolution as it's presented, without with just taking any changes to our enforcement process off the table, or to ask for this resolution to be amended and brought back to us. If we went the latter route, the things we could talk about is, would we like that resolution to include a cap or say resident operated only? Maybe we could actually make that decision right now and just alter that resolution right now. However, how does staff feel about having more time to think about an enforcement process? Because we need an enforcement process for any kind of operator, and bringing that back to us.
If the board chooses to do just an owner occupied policy, owner occupied regulation, I guess in my mind, I'm more concerned about the providing an effective recommendation for grandfathering. And how long do these suddenly non-conforming uses, how long should they go for? And I don't have a recommendation on that at this time. I'd want to talk with Peter and Amy and Cindy and other folks to provide an effective recommendation on that. In terms of enforcement, yeah, I think if you want to go in that direction, I'd recommend that you adopt the regulation or adopt the change with some time, with a certain amount of time to get the word out and identify a timeline for all this to happen. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, and George, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but just to be clear from your words, you weren't suggesting that we do an owner occupancy rather than a cap, were you? You're suggesting we still have a cap as well, is that correct?
No, I don't think there's cause for a cap. If you're talking of occupied short-term rentals, I don't think there's cause for a cap.
So you're suggesting that we allow only owner occupancy, period, with no cap, because you don't allow any zero owner occupancy units, is that correct?
Because you don't allow any absentee operated. Is that, I think that's what you.
Yeah, that's a better term. Yeah, absentee operated. Yeah, better term. I get it. Because you can own a bunch of them and you're still an owner operator. So yeah, a primary residence.
I have a philosophy I just wanted to throw out there. I'm not opposed to the idea of having no absentee owner units eventually, but it's important to me, I think, to protect people who are acting in good faith and who are good neighbors, because I do think there are some that run a good shop, and I would almost be more inclined to at least explore or talk about ways of allowing them to operate as long as they're being operating in good faith and being good citizens. But the places that are not operating in good faith, we should essentially remove their permit, shut them down. That house is back in the housing stock. The person needs to sell it. And I know that there's at least enough. I haven't really thought about the implications of all that. So I would rather have a little bit more time to do a little research, or have staff do a little bit of research, and rather than force people who have done the right thing and are good neighbors to essentially have to probably sell their house in a way that doesn't meet up with their financial goals and the commitments that they've already made. Have something that's a little more patient.
So I think I don't have any objection to what you're saying, Sean. I think that the catch is that we need in the interim then, or as long as that exists, if they're able to stay, as long as they operate as good citizens and operate it well. The question I'd have for Peter is what are the legal implications of that? If that's your long-term policy, that you're grandfathered at a given point in time, and whether that's 14th Amendment or what, I don't really know. And then the second one is, it seems like if we're doing that, we somehow have to still state that there's a cap, and the cap is exactly what it is today in terms of non-owner occupied units, because if they exist and they're grandfathered in any case, we need to say there are no more. We issue no more. And everybody that thought they were skating up until now by not getting licensed is, it's done.
Yeah.
Too late. You didn't get it in time, you
The
know?
thing to maybe add to that is when you sell your house, it's like selling your car with a warranty on it, right? All bets are off. That thing is back to normal. You have no more protections. And that's one less house that's in the short-term rental pool for an investor.
Amy, I see your hand up, and Brian, I saw you unmute a while back.
Yeah, I felt like you were asking a broader question about enforcement. You asked the staff want some time to go back and think about enforcement. Were you asking me maybe a little bit of a broader question about, do we want to go back and give more careful consideration to how we enforce? And if we bring something back to you like that, does that then impact the restrictions that you guys want to enforce in the end, based on our ability to enforce?
It's actually a broader question than that, even, because there are people who live in their house who are jackasses, right? I mean, people who fire across the highway and all the rest of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Brian, I don't know. I mean, I would have more confidence if we found out that we had a way to enforce this stuff effectively, rapidly. I don't know that that would change my opinion. And the reason on the policy itself, the reason for that is that, just like Sean mentioned, we've got zoning violators right now that should be a priority. I mean, I can think of some situations that I was made aware of when I came into office that are unresolved. Those should be a priority. Those should be a higher priority than trying to, out of respect for someone's investment, figure out how to invest resources to make it work, so that investment doesn't have the impacts on the community that they currently do. I just don't think that's defensible. Amy?
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about enforcement too. I mean, because I think enforcement there's several parts of enforcement that are problematic. Some is a little bit related to horsepower and staff and resources. Some are a little bit related to just the nature of zoning and zoning ordinances and the way those work, and the tools that are available that are weak, like letters and more letters. And then a court case kind of thing. There's not even really ways to write tickets or levy fines on zoning enforcement, which is why Peter's comment offhand about converting this maybe to a licensure program instead of a permit program, which could potentially give us an option to at least levy fines for failure to comply with elements of the program, which is what I understood you to say, Peter. But you're right. Then there's this, but because that's one part of the problem with the short-term rental program is the impact it's having on neighbors and communities. Then there's this other part of the short-term rental program that is about what impacts it may be having on housing stock. And that's that's where we can have an opportunity to maybe address it through a resident occupied only program. One of the problems with that is that we're only addressing the unincorporated areas of the county, and we're not looking at the entire county as a whole. And the county as a whole has a mixture of efficacy in their short-term rental programs because the towns aren't even using a system like we are in unincorporated, where we're have an online system where we're monitoring and looking for the advertisements, and at least that we can be fairly certain, to some degree, of what short-term rentals are out there. The towns aren't even doing that. They're relying on self-reporting and other things. So we have a mishmash countywide of how we even understand the whole short-term rental universe. And then our program is only looking at one part of it. So even being able to really understand how to address the housing stock issues through our short-term rental regulations is challenging, to say the least, right? So that's a bit of a problem that I don't even know how to begin to address. And So that's one thing. And then back to the enforcement issue and being better able to deal with neighbors. I think there is work to be done on that. And it's important to be able to protect neighborhoods, and short-term rentals are definitely a problem. And so the two things are related, and both I think need some work. That being said, I'm not sure there's any reason not to go forward with our resolution today, because it does have, it's a step in the right direction, right? Like there's not any part of this resolution that does any harm or causes any problems, or at least it, at least it creates a cap, at least it advances some pieces and parts of the things that we need to accomplish today. And maybe there's more work to be done on those two areas that that we need to do. But so that's my piece.
I had two. First of all, when you said horsepower, I thought you were about to make a pun about zoning, because I know we've had some issues there.
Yeah.
Beyond that, is there any reason why we couldn't open up our platform for the towns to use? Because it seems like, I don't know, maybe it's a contractual issue, but that's, you make really good points. And I guess one of the answers is the towns are autonomous, right? And they're going to do whatever they need to do. But at some point, I do think this is where the housing conversation loops around to.
Yeah.
Because we have some resources, they have most of the resources, and we've been fighting, solo battles so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it would certainly be beneficial to have some sort of uniform to invite the towns to participate in our program. And it may be worth it to just invite them to participate in it for free and not expect to charge them for it. And just do it, but that may be enough. There may be enough benefit for that. Yeah.
So I'm as interested as everybody else, or everybody's who's spoken on this, in trying to figure out how to play with the municipalities well. I'm not sure that that's what we're talking about right now. And Amy, I appreciate that the encouragement to pass this resolution as it is today. The problem is it's not a policy I support. And so, the last time we revised these rules was 3 or 4 years ago. And I don't want to wait another 3 or 4 years to have another opportunity. So my suggestion is that we ask staff to look into some of these things and bring it back to us so that we can make a good decision. What I have, I think we need staff to look into an enforcement regime that meets, that's allows us to enforce, but also meets due process. That staff looks into a grandfather period. That staff looks into whether we should do license or zoning.
If you would entertain a friendly amendment, I would say grandfather process.
Yeah, period, process. That's fine.
And I'm fine not voting on this today.
Was there anything else that we wanted to, the business license or zoning, an appropriate grandfather period and process, or process, an enforcement regime that meets due process? What else were we?
I think that if we have a grandfather, it implies that some people get to do things that other people don't with property that they may already own in the county. And so I would just like for Peter to look into that and think about how that, what value there might be to still having a cap, even if it's a transitional feature of short-term, gaining control of short-term regulations. So I'd like to see that looked into. I want to make sure that we don't need a cap in order to fulfill all of the due process requirements and make sure that everyone's rights are respected as well.
Maybe like not a cap, but just a period where there's no more new applications, right? I mean, I guess they're kind of equivalent.
And that period would be essentially forever. Forever until the next county commission comes along. But
I think a word that matches that is moratorium. And we've seen moratoriums on new short-term rental licenses pass in basically every county with meaningful short-term rental activity.
Yeah, I think that we're, but the word moratorium also almost, it almost, there's a connotation there that's almost temporary. It's for right now, this is what we're doing. Well, that's always true for any law we pass. Every law we pass is for right now, because somebody can change that law later. But I think we send our intent better if we say that this is something that we've decided, this is our new policy.
The core observation is a good one, that grandfather period process could involve a cap. So
if
that's
some are allowed, if some are allowed to stay, that's all I meant. Legally, I'd like for Peter to answer that question for us, especially, and also communicate accurately to our public.
One last thing I want to throw out is I think that it seems like we're assuming that there's never going to be any problems with an owner resident problem short-term rental, and I think that's probably not true. I think there are probably some people who may appear to be living there who aren't, and maybe that's a question for another day. But I think by saying we're never going to limit this, we're probably leaving potentially a loophole out there for people to abuse.
That's what I thought immediately when I looked at it and I read the part that said that they can rent out a room in their building, or they can rent out the entire building while they aren't there.
Exactly.
And it's like, how long is while? How long is a while? And because we find people finding ways to skirt the law and finding loopholes and saying, well, this person said that, and that person I said I can do that all the time. And if somebody's finds that they need to go out of town and go somewhere else to their second home an awful lot of the year, in Hawaii or Mexico or something, because it's just too easy, because they'd like to be there, but this is still their primary residence and they're renting it out almost all the time. And it's just, it's a very difficult thing until we start asking them what they own everywhere and expect them to give us that information, or where they can stay anywhere and give us that information. That's a really hard thing to enforce in itself. I could see that becoming very, very difficult for land use to ever be able to, or our attorney or anybody to have any control over, is because you're on the honor system then.
so let's add to that list a method to ensure residency. What'd you say, Brian?
I don't know how we're going to enforce that. I mean, if you require the cap, right? You require the owner occupied aspect of this policy. That's going to effectively kill short-term rentals in unincorporated areas of the county. I mean, you already heard staff say that, right? But 95% of them are not owner occupied today. So we're probably effectively going to kill the owner occupied or the short-term rentals for the most part in unincorporated aspects of the county. We're still going to have the code enforcement problem that we're saying we don't have the resources to tackle today. Right. So there's two different problems here that we're trying to solve at the same time.
Yeah, the code enforcement, like we said, that's a general problem. And am aware of things that have been going on for years that people are super frustrated about, that we're either unable or unwilling to address.
We don't, correct me if I'm wrong, Amy, but we do not have a full-time dedicated code enforcement officer only doing property maintenance. That's
correct. We have a half-time person.
So that's not a priority for the county right now, because it's not a full-time position that we have.
We did approve an FTE for that last year.
No, half-time.
No.
Code enforcement, half.
We approved a full-time, but we did not get any applicants for a full-time. So we made some changes. Remember that, Amy?
Well, it wasn't a full-time person though. It was always going to be part-time. They're always going to be doing other stuff.
Okay, so I want to encourage us to get to a resolution because we've got work to do on other topics. In terms of trying to find a method to ensure residency, which I do think is something that we need to know, is I would encourage you to reach out to the City of Denver, City of Idaho Springs. They have this rule and probably have figured that out. And it's not going to be perfect. None of this would be.
Yeah, I essentially copied the definition for owner occupied residence from Idaho Springs' ordinance into our regulations. So I can confirm that and get into that. So thanks.
And so just to make sure we have clarity on our direction, can we share back here something in writing so we make sure we're not at cross purposes here, that we know what our direction is somehow?
I think I know what the direction is.
Okay.
So what and also this is a public hearing, and so my expectation is that you need to continue this public hearing to a date certain, to consider a revised regulation, but a revised regulation that would focus on, there would be an owner occupied policy, owner occupied short-term rental policy, with some solutions for how to deal with enforcement, a method to ensure residency, which I think we already have, considering a cap for I suppose existing. Well, how to deal with the grandfather process for existing absentee owner short-term rental properties, and possibly include a cap of some kind for those that are on good behavior or something like that. We'll talk with legal counsel about in terms of the feasibility or the legality of that, and then also to consider licensing. Now, licensing is going to be different. That's if we look at a licensing process, then that's a whole different procedure than what we're doing in this public hearing right now. This public hearing is for consideration of revising zoning regulations. If the solution is to go to a licensing process, then we stop this process and we start with I think adopting and considering an ordinance, and we bring an ordinance to the commissioners for consideration, that would include a licensing procedure for this. So,
okay,
but
that's an important nuance.
Thank you.
I have a list of 4 things. I heard you say 4 things. Is anybody missing anything? Okay. We need to continue this to a date certain, and if the recommendation ends up being that we go with licensing, then we can vote against this resolution then, and maybe have a first reading of an ordinance the same day. What does staff recommend as far as a date certain?
I'd prefer at least a month time. Let's say I'm looking at calendar. We're meeting on the first and third Tuesdays. Is that correct?
We're meeting on the first and second Tuesday in December. The only reason I know that is we just decided that earlier. So I think
11/16 or 12/14.
Yeah. 11/16.
Oh gosh, I might prefer that we continue it to December 7th, Tuesday, December 7th. That's the first Tuesday in December.
Sorry.
And see how far we get.
Where does that leave us with renewals, Fred? Since renewals go out in 2 weeks.
Well, we may have to not get renewals out because we don't know. We don't know what the outcome of this is yet.
Let me check and see. I don't think the outcome is that people who currently have a license are going to be told that they don't get to have a license in January. So if that's not an outcome, is it reasonable for staff to move forward with permitting?
Well, yeah, okay, sorry. So yeah, the other side of that is the current regulations are the current regulations, and we're following the current regulations.
Yes.
Until they change.
So I would say proceed.
There's some.
And you're going to change them on me 2 months later after I just got my permit.
We don't know that, and likely there'll be some sort of grandfather clause. I
In terms of the substantive changes, we're talking about trash. In terms of the changes that impact an operator who's allowed to operate. We're talking about trash, we're talking about occupancy. What else are we talking about?
Trash, occupancy, I think those are the main things. The other thing is, the other thing is review of the permit, but that's a miscellaneous change. It's, yeah, yeah, you're right. You're correct.
And I mean occupancy limits, sorry.
Well, and the occupancy limits, yeah, and that's not expected to change. I don't think any of our current permit holders, that change would allow for additional properties to be allowed to apply for a permit. But that's so. But if we're going in the direction of owner occupied, then those properties are I guess are probably not going to be eligible, just like they're not eligible under the current regulation. If that makes sense.
So some folks might find that they need to invest in a trash can, and they might find that instead of 8, they can allow 6, or instead of 6, they can allow 8.
But if they don't live there, they also have to move in.
Well, they might find out instead of 8, they can have 10, and instead of 8, they can.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. There's a few, but I don't think there's too many of those.
Brian, I don't think they would find out that they're all of a sudden illegal, because I don't think anybody here has the intention to just make absentee operated short-term rentals illegal tomorrow.
No, right, you're gonna grandfather, but at some point, they're gonna have to make a decision, they're moving in or they're selling.
Right.
Well,
That's a
one thing I'd
major-
like to bring
major
up
change.
is, I'm sorry.
Major change.
or they convert it to a long-term rental.
There's that. What about new people that apply right now? And how long do we want to spend talking about this after today before creating a moratorium on new absentee permits?
I mean, I would support a moratorium in our next meeting, just to give us time, because Randy, you point out a good thing.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to compliment myself. I was just agreeing that it was, that's why I said it. I think it's I think the reaction to this meeting alone, could spur, I don't know that it will, but it might spur some applications. And
yeah, you might want to, well, yeah, I'm not an attorney, but I was going to say you might want to consider a moratorium now or fairly soon in order to discourage people from applying.
Peter would have to advise us on our ability to declare I'm fine with declaring a moratorium today on additional non-absent or absentee owner permits, absentee operator, absentee owner permits, if it's legal in light of what we posted in the in our agenda.
Right, and I don't believe the agenda gives sufficient notice of that type of action. I believe it's very specific that it was considering the revised short-term rental regulations, and the moratorium's not included in that. So you could, I think our next meeting is November 2nd. We could have that moratorium then, or we could have a special meeting just to pass a moratorium. We'd have to just publish that. There'd need to be 24 hours notice. And it would have to be a resolution.
Wasn't it possible that within the stuff we considered today that we would have declared that there were no more of those anyway?
I don't believe that was anywhere in the regulations, the proposed revised regulations, nor did they provide it. So if a member of the public looked through that regulation, they wouldn't have had any notice that moratorium was.
Yeah, that's right, because we were declaring a cap in what was being presented to us district by district. I'm just thinking out loud. And then I was thinking of the idea that they would be that owner of owner occupied short-term rentals, but that was to be exempted from the cap in what was presented to us. So therefore we were not contemplating an absolute stop to those permits, absentee permits, correct?
Maybe we can approach it like this. Maybe we can ask staff to draft a moratorium and either have it on the agenda on November 2nd, or if that moratorium is available to be voted on earlier, we schedule a quick special meeting and get it done. I mean, I don't view a moratorium as a dramatic policy move. It's just giving us some space and giving everybody else some clarity that things are changing. And so we don't.
There is a special meeting of the board on October 26th with the Open Space Commission that will have a regular agenda, even though it has the open space agenda. You could set aside a moment for the board to rule on a moratorium. Amy's smiling because she just loves the idea of something else on that agenda. But I'm just throwing it out there that the board is meeting. We could always meet in advance. I think that meeting's at 6. We could always call a meeting at 5:30 for the Board of County Commissioners and then join the open space meeting. I don't recall if that's in person, Amy, but you can, if it is, then we can still do that.
Yeah, it's in person.
What about, as long as we're doing that, could we just go through the budget again too at that meeting on the 26th? I guess not, from the looks I see.
I was just sort of thinking about, and this probably isn't going to happen, but let's say I just bought a house somewhere and I've got this business plan and I want to have it as a short-term rental and I live in Lakewood or something. By making this, is there any way we can kind of, not necessarily, I don't necessarily know we want to advertise this, but motivate people who like have their application 99% of the way done to just finish it before next week? Or I guess if they're listening to this meeting, they're hearing it right now, but you know, it seems like some brief, reasonable period for people who have this thing not completed or intended to would be able to do it before we slam the door. And maybe a week.
A simple, easy approach is just to ask staff to draft the resolution and schedule it for our next meeting.
Yeah.
It'll get published. That's good.
And if we really, really are worried about who applies between now and the next meeting, we could always structure the grandfather clause to exclude applicants who apply after this meeting.
Well, I think that we would have to. I don't think we could retroactively apply the criteria.
Right.
Yeah, that's a question for Peter that I frankly don't want to hear the answer to because I move on to other stuff.
Yeah. So, but there are remedies and things we can do to sort this out. And, but yeah, I think,
yeah. The gold star I gave you, George, for managing the schedule this morning, I'm needing to take away at this point.
I agree. Yeah.
Second.
Gold star removed. It's okay. I'll make it. So, do I hear a motion to continue this hearing until someone fill in the blank?
October 26th.
November 2nd. November 2nd.
Don't we have to also specify a time?
No, there's already a regular meeting, and so you don't have to specify a time for this particular discussion. It can be anywhere on the agenda.
Okay, I know Beth always did. I thought that might be a requirement.
I thought it was a time certain because this is a public hearing too.
That's fine. We can determine it though when we set the agenda. We don't have to announce it now. It'll be, Beth does put times on the agenda. We're not changing that just yet, although ultimately we will. But for a public hearing, we'll have a set time, but we'll put it on the agenda where it fits.
And we're positive that Fred's concerned, his brow is furrowed. Well, he doesn't have any wrinkles, so he doesn't have a furrowed brow. But that we don't have to continue this to a time and date certain today. Is that correct? That's what you're saying, Peter?
Yeah, because this is not, what we will have on the 2nd is not consideration of a revised resolution of the revised regulations, is my understanding. We need more time for that. This is just strictly the moratorium issue, which is not part of it. We will still have a discussion And certainly the public, we can offer an opportunity for the public to comment, but this is not the same as the overall regulations.
Okay. And so in terms of continuing this hearing, Fred, I think I heard you say you prefer December 7th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So do I hear a motion to continue this hearing until December 7th?
So moved.
And do we need a time? No. Okay. You got a motion on the floor?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you all. The next thing on the agenda is, let me just click over to where my agenda is. Yes, we have an executive session scheduled to anybody who logged in at 2:15, thinking that we would be talking about matters related to the development process for 445 West Dumont Road. That will happen approximately 45 minutes from now. That's what we have scheduled for our executive session. So you can count on seeing us back around
3:45.
3:45, maybe 10 minutes earlier than that, 3:35, 3:30. And therefore I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224A and B, for the county attorney to meet, just checking to make sure I'm not on mute. For the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the lease, transfer, or sale of any real personal or other property interest in property located at or near 445 West Dumont Road. And 2, for the Board of County Commissioners to have a conference with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to potential development of that property.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are we receiving a link?
I am going to send the link now, and then I will take over. We'll go into this Zoom session when we resume for the regular session. When we come back for the regular discussion, I will actually be the host because I believe Nanette has to leave briefly. So I'm sending the link for this one, and I will see you all in a few minutes.
Okay, so the board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. This meeting will stay open. You're welcome to stay logged in here. We will return here sometime between 3:30 and 3:45 to discuss matters relating to the development process for 445 West Dumont Road, known as the LDS Church. Thank you.
Thanks, Nanette. Before you go, so I will be closing this link, going into executive session. When I come back on and open this using the normal link, I will be the host.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how I can do that. I might log in as myself on my phone, transfer those duties to me, and then when you come back, I think give those to you.
Okay. We'll find you. Go to your meeting.
Okay, thank
Talk
you.
to you later. Bye.
Okay.
I thought I got here ahead of Sean, but then his picture showed up on screen and I was still sitting in
Right.
the waiting room. What happened there?
And it does look like we are online. And I am the host now. And we are recording, so everything seems like we are in order. I think George will be back in just a few minutes if you guys want to take a, oh wait, there's Nanette.
It's on you. I'm going.
Okay, yeah, please do. You should have been gone an hour ago.
I know,
Thank
it's
you.
okay. Chat
Thank
tomorrow.
you.
Bye, Nanette.
So if you guys want to take 4 minutes, George won't be back till 3:30.
Okay, we'll do. If you say so.
Okay.
It looks like everyone might be here. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. This is our last item of the day.
And George, just a reminder to close out the executive session by making your announcement.
Thank you. I was gonna forget. The Board of County Commissioners has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept and no decisions were made. The first thing, this is to consider matters relating to the development process for 445 West Dumont Road. The first thing in front of us is whether we would like to select one of the respondents to our RFP, or whether we would like to close that RFP process.
Do you want someone just to make a motion, George, and then we can discuss it after it's seconded, or do you want to talk about it before that?
I'm happy to give just a brief recap of the process. So for any member of the public that's watching, a while back, early in May, I believe it was, the county issued a request for development proposals. That proposal was basically throwing something out there to see the responses and some ideas of what we would get back. It was noted in the request for development proposals that the county may choose not to move forward with the proposals. It may not move forward with the selection process. We then had received a few responses, two of which were discussed heavily during a forum that the board held with the community via Zoom. And that was in July. And that was after the proposals had been out there for a while for the public to review as well. The board listened, took a lot of feedback, reevaluated various positions, and the selection process had pretty much been put on hold while we, and staff in particular, investigated various aspects of the feedback that we have received. That being said, now we are here to decide whether or not we are in fact going to move forward with a selection process or close out this request for development proposals and take perhaps new action concerning that area.
And I guess I would just add, it's obvious that applicants put a lot of time and energy into responding to this, and some very well thought out concepts. Having looked at it and having heard the feedback, it was my view that we maybe got ahead of ourselves a little bit, because the feedback we heard from the community was that we hadn't gone to the point of doing a localized plan just for the DLD area. And Peter, would you remind me of the technical name of that plan again?
So it's called a sub-area plan, and it's basically a concentrated view of a master plan of a specific area. A lot of municipalities and counties are using those these days to use the full potential of an area and do what best works and fits for the area. City of Denver, for example, has done that, but municipalities and counties throughout the country are using sub-area plans to better define the best uses of and retain the culture of a particular area.
Yeah, and the LDS property is one example. Some of you might remember we had a pretty robust conversation about the Greenway, whether it was going to most appropriately be have a northern alignment or a southern alignment, and infrastructure in the town. And anyway, it's my view that we should take a step back and not approve any of the outstanding applicants to the RFP, not based on their merit, but based on the fact that we haven't adequately gauged the will of the community in terms of what they want regarding this planning process, and for us to essentially instruct staff to undertake that process expeditiously, so that we'll have that as a resource to us to help guide the policies that we determine.
I agree with you, Sean, that we heard a lot from the community, from the neighborhood. We heard some things that frankly weren't front of mind for me. And so I think it's incumbent on us to give this community an opportunity to convene and think about their future in a broader context that's not around a single site, but that's around what the region could look like, how the region can contribute to the solutions to our fiscal problems, etc. So I think at this point, taking a step back, not selecting any of the respondents, and allowing the community to go through that process is appropriate. I will state that I saw merit in the project that caused this to start, that also responded to the RFP. And I don't perceive this action as making a judgment one way or the other on the future of that property.
I agree with that.
And I would say for me, what that means is we didn't decide that we will or we won't, even with regard to that proposal, until after we've done the sub-area plan that was called for in the master plan. However, I will say this, I want to be really clear that none of us, I'm sure that none of us wants this to be a stall tactic of any kind on this or some other proposal for the area. And what that means is it's not put off indefinitely until some future date when maybe we'll get around to doing a sub-area plan. If we're going to put the skids on something, that some ideas that people had that seem to have merit, that it's now incumbent upon us to actually do the sub-area plan, to set aside the money and the personnel to employ whoever we need to get it done, so that then we can move on with life in this and other sites like it.
Completely
Sorry,
agree.
I clicked my pen again. It's become clear to me that I do that every time I'm talking. Not every time I'm talking, but it's always when I'm talking. So, and that's, never mind.
Okay, so Peter, do we need, is direction appropriate? Do we need a motion?
So I think you do not need a motion to close out the process. I do think direction and a clear voice, though, is necessary so people understand that what the board is saying is that it's not going to move forward with the selection process that was put out there in response to the RFDP rather, and that it's going back to do potentially some other things, including possibly a sub-area plan. So I just want the direction clear, but you don't need a motion to close it out. This is administrative, basically. But I think it's good that you publicly state where you want to go, which it sounds like you really have already. Just understand that the plans that were submitted are essentially void for consideration, that if the county, once it goes through the next processes, were to go back out and start a new process to look how to develop that area, we would expect new submittals. They aren't grandfathered or brought back in. They'd have to be updated based on whatever criteria we then put in a new plan. But I do want to emphasize what the board has already said, which is both of those proposals were very well received. I think the real impetus for really looking into this was at least one of those proposals that came through. And I admire and I appreciate, I think I speak on behalf of staff when I say we really appreciate that input and the serious considerations that we received.
I think, to be clear, we would say that possibly we will do a sub-area plan on this area. Might be not finitely enough worded, that if it's the reason that we backed away and decided not to consider any of them, if it was the primary reason, then we should plan to move forward and be clear about that today. And I recognize we're not making a motion to proceed with a plan, but.
Yeah, Randy, I agree with you. And it sounds to me like the direction we're trying to find a way to articulate is that we're going to close out the process for the RFDP. We're not going to make a selection. And we're asking staff to bring us a plan for the completion of a sub-area plan for this area, or some facsimile that's within our resources and our ability to do in 2022. Does that sound like I'm capturing it?
Well, yeah, I think so.
I agree.
Okay.
And with that in mind, I also would like to,
yeah.
I just want to mention, since I see that some people from the childcare services industry are on this call, I just wanted to mention that right now we do have that facility. It has been I think evaluated by a consortium that is trying to put together a childcare offering. Currently, they've been looking at our resource center, but the board did state that we were open to allowing them to use the now unused former LDS church property for a childcare facility, at least in the short term, while this particular development is in limbo. So I just wanted to let the board know that should they in fact want to come back and discuss that with the board, staff will help assist with getting that done.
Yeah, and I don't know, I mean, if we're noticed to make that decision right now, you don't think we are?
No, we're not. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that that was just something, this had been brought up at a prior meeting. It does relate to the use of the property, but making a decision to actually move forward, no, I suggest we bring that back, that staff bring it back and we actually have a work session to discuss, or even an action session.
Okay. Allow me to apologize to the childcare folks. I had told you that we were on the agenda to make a decision about the childcare center today. Thought that was what was on the table. So my apologies for the delay. I will take the opportunity to express my opinion that it doesn't make sense for us to allow a childcare facility to be remodeled there while we go through this process. We would want to commit to, I think, a period similar to what we did in the resource center, which is 5 years. The implication of that commitment is that any development that we allow, or any RFP that we put out for a development, would require that the childcare facility be allowed to continue. And I'm in favor of all of those things.
So you're in favor of the 5 years, and you're in favor of, therefore, assuming that we identify a use for that property that would not include childcare, holding that up for at least that 5-year period. And let me say this, I was all for putting childcare into that space. But I just wanted to bring that complication out, that if we say we're proceeding with a sub-area plan to decide what can and can't happen on that property, or should or shouldn't happen on that property in the future, and then we pursue that plan, then that plan potentially might not be operable within a 5-year period.
Correct.
I'm just trying to think of the complications to all of this.
So my suggestion, because the action session that's noticed is consideration of matters relating to the development process, that we, understanding where the board is right now, that we just bring this back to the next, a future meeting. We can even do it at the next meeting, just to allow the childcare folks to come speak, and then the board have a more thorough discussion of how it would like to approach that, and whether it wants to tie the property up for 5 years, or maybe a more limited process, since keeping in mind that the resource center is still an option. So that, I think that's a broader discussion, but I'd rather have that brought back before the board, if that's okay.
Yeah, well, since they chimed in, I'll chime in quickly. Even if it's 5 years, it looked like, looking at the number, it was probably going to end up being $1 million renovation. That's still stranding $1 million of capital, which is $200,000 a year that could get bulldozed.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason to conduct the sub-area plan if we're not going to be able to implement it in 5 years. Might as well wait.
Could you say that louder? Something, your mic isn't super good today, Brian.
Sorry, I was just saying, I think it calls into question even completing a sub-area plan. There's no reason to spend the money on a sub-area plan if we're going to tie the property up for 5 years, and that's fine. That's a policy decision of the board, but I would delay the sub-area plan.
Yeah, I think, well, one thing that I would request is just some sort of an estimate about what that would cost and how long it would take. And that would probably, in fact, impact how I feel about it.
Yeah, we can find out without doing out.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, glad I brought it up. I don't think I have anything else. I mean, what was in my mind was that I can conceive of proposals that build around that building that would allow it to continue as a childcare center, or phase it in a way that when the childcare center leaves, more is added, etc. But obviously, we're not going to resolve that one today. I mostly just wanted to have at least a little bit of the conversation so that the childcare folks who are expecting some clarity today could at least hear some thoughts.
Yeah, I wouldn't want them to think they were forgotten, or that we didn't think they were important, or that that concept wasn't a potentially viable concept, or we wouldn't be talking about it now in the temporary sense either. We have to figure out the prioritization of whether we, the sub-area plan versus the use of the property. That's the real conundrum, which is why we should, well, in my opinion, we should move forward with the sub-area plan as quickly as possible. But we need to know what it costs and what it means too. All right.
Okay, and then we're asking to be on the agenda and invite the childcare folks for our next meeting to have a conversation about this.
Yes, if that works for them, the next meeting is November 2nd. So we can work with Beth and Brian to get a particular time that they should show up, and we could have this discussion in broader detail.
Okay. Seeing nothing further on our agenda, we are adjourned. Have a great day, y'all.
Bye, everybody.
Right.
Bye.